know how he feels. Know how he feels. It's always one of those things, isn't it, in broadcasting? I've listened to people over the years in broadcasting, and it never crosses my mind how old they are. I never think, oh, I'm listening to so-and-so, so-and-so. I mean, if somebody said to me, how old's Jeremy Vine, I wouldn't have the faintest idea. I would think somewhere between 50 and 68 or something. I don't know. I really have no idea. It depends how young you sound. And I think if you continue to sound young, you might be a bit gaga, but it doesn't really matter. As long as you sound young, and as long as you're enthusiastic, and as long as you're still pulling in the numbers, that's all that matters. He said he wants to go to 80. I don't know who the oldest presenter is in the... There must be people who've been doing it longer than I have. There must be loads of people, I should imagine. Also, there's a river clean-up. They had you know where they get people to go out there and clean up the river, and they found a crisp packet. But this one was promoting the 1968 Olympics, proving that, you know, all of these crisp packets and all of this sort of stuff, you need to sort of throw it away properly. But people don't throw stuff away properly. And I don't know why they don't throw stuff away properly. What are you wearing this morning? What on earth is that outfit? Very old manish, isn't it? I mean, I was going to say it would have been... Oh, my God, Father, there's this matching shirt that goes with it. Dear God in heaven. Not going to be putting you in the window of any of these Burtons, are you? Man at C&A. It's not going to happen at all. Because White Noise. That shirt is really... That is... You can't have bought that new. I bet you didn't buy that. Is that another one of these ones that's been worn by somebody else? Is it another one? You bought it new? It's Next. Is it really? Do you know Next doesn't do anything in my size? Seriously, I mean, I thought it... I mean, there are certain... like Ted Baker. I walk in that shop and you can hear the assistants going, nothing for you, mate. Absolutely nothing. They don't have anything in my size. There used to be one called Zara. Is it Zara? And they do men's clothes. Not my size, they don't. They don't do anything my size at all. It gets to a certain cut-off level. If you're above 32-inch waist, forget it. And I'm fractionally above 32-inch waist. Only a little tiny bit, you know, like an extra 5 inches. But, I mean, come on, in this day and age, 5 inches, you know, that's a career, practically. And you sort of... Well, it is. Well, round here it is, anyway. So, apart from that, what did I do yesterday? Doctors. Doctors. Well, it was so good. It was so good. Because, you know, the month before I went to the doctor... This time round, we're back onto video conferencing. So he then phones me and he goes, hello, Stephen. I go, hello, trying to sound cheerful and think, you know, if I'm cheerful, he might not sort of tell me the bad news. And he said, I'm going to call you back. He said, we're going to do video conferencing with 4 of us. So there was him, then there was the diabetic nurse, and then there was the head of the diabetes unit over at Teddington Hospital. So there's 4 of us. And so they give you a link. You click on the link... And then he goes, can you hear me? And I go, yeah, I can hear you. Then all of a sudden, the picture comes into view. And so there we all are. And it was good. It was good. I'm doing well on my numbers. I had to do... He said, did you do I hate it when they ask that. Did you do a urine sample last time round? And I said, well, I did do one. But to be honest with you, and I don't want to be rude about it, but they need to adapt the urine sample test for men. Simple thing is, they give you a little tiddly test tube. Well, how's that supposed to work? So they've worked out now. If they give you a little tiddly test tube, they give you like a little plastic pot thing, which has got a lip on it. So you wee into that, and then you pour that into the test tube. It's seriously. And then you have to sort of screw the top on, and it's got your name and your... NHS number and all the rest of it. And so this morning I had to take it round to the doctor's surgery. Well, they've done away with the letterbox. And I didn't want to leave a urine sample on the pavement lest somebody came along and thought it was maybe, you know, some sort of cheap whiskey or something and drank it. And so I'm looking round the front door and there's no letterbox at all. Apart from a thing that sort of says, put your samples in here. So I'm assuming it was aimed for me. So I put my sample in there. And then I thought, no, that can't be right. So I took it back out again. I went round the building looking for a letterbox because it's a sample. I mean, not it's going to be any use to anybody at all. And I, in the end, I gave up. So I put it back in the same box where it said, put your samples here. But that was okay. I was a little bit up on one thing, but most of it was good. Liver function was good. Another one who said, are you still not drinking? Oh, no, I'm not. You know, feeling a bit sanctimonious about the whole thing, thinking, you know, even I'm surprised. Because I know that what happens is that come Christmas, when I do have a drink, I'm going to get drunk with about three glasses of Prosecco. But at the moment, it's been about 7 weeks. She's not, I know, what do you mean, wow? A bit of an insult, is it? Make it sound like it's a problem or something. I don't think you could do it either. I know you couldn't do it. But luckily, with me, it's a willpower thing. Because if I do it on the programme and they say I've done it and then I lapse, somebody goes, actually, I saw you having a drink the other day, Steve. And you go, yeah, I have. But I haven't. But there's no point in lying about it. I'm quite good. And so I think that's helped with sort of the diabetes numbers. But I've got to go, what am I going to do? I've got to get the last thing analysed in the hospital. The little machine, and then I've got to fit a new one, which I'll probably do for next week, and I've got another appointment in 2 weeks' time to see how we're doing. But I've decided you cannot eat red meat every day. I think this is my downfall, because I've been eating red meat every day, and then I think, no, I need to eat something else. I need to vary it. And I couldn't find anything, so I had some chicken the other day with broccoli, which was okay. It wasn't the most exciting thing I've ever had. So how long do you want to keep broadcasting for? Well, it's how long do you want to keep working for? And the answer, I mean, my driver this morning, we were sort of chatting. I have these conversations with my drivers every morning on, how many jobs have you had? And in his particular case, I was his second job. He'd been working since 5 o'clock yesterday evening, and I was the second job. And he told me how much he picked up last week. How much money he made last week after they take out the vehicle, after they take out the insurance, after they take out the car wash and things like that. How much money did he take home last week? 25 quid. £25. That was in a week. That was his net result at the end. £25. And I said, that is just stupid. You cannot exist on £25. And there's a family on that and a young child. Well, you can't exist on £25 a week. And this is all due to coronavirus. This is all due to the fact that, at one point, this time of the morning, most of the cab firms would be busy picking up people to take them into work, taking them out from work. But, of course, lots of people are not working, actually, in the places where somebody wrote to me the other day, a very rude old bag, and said, there's other people working from home. Why are you not working from home? I thought, you don't have to work from home. She was obviously a bit simple and stupid. And she said, that of course, there were loads of us who weren't working from home. Loads of us. You can't do a programme like mine and work from home. I need some sort of reaction for things. You can't say something funny and look in the mirror and hope you're going to get the reaction back, because it doesn't work like that in radio. Not speech radio. Might work for music radio, but even friends of mine in music radio were sort of the ones saying it just doesn't work. You need to feel the vibe, get with the groove kind of stuff. And then, laugh yesterday. A friend of mine, I did a FaceTime with a friend of mine, and he said you were on fire the other morning, and I went, yeah. Probably was. And he said, you don't know who this Radio 1 DJ is who's gone to the I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. I said, I've never even heard of him. He's known as... No, I can't remember what his name is, but whatever it is, he's been there about 6 or 7 years. He said, we think it's hilarious that you don't know who he is. I said, well, how do you know him? He said, he's a friend of mine. I thought, oh, God, that's all I need. So I said, I'm not going to go on air and say that. I said, because I don't know. If somebody's been somewhere for 6 years, he's known as the supply teacher, because he's basically cover for everybody. I said, well, it doesn't help, because I still don't know who he is. Even though I looked at the picture of him and I thought, it doesn't ring a bell. But mind you, he probably doesn't know who I am either. He will now. And so I was sort of doing that, and I spoke to a friend of mine and said, yesterday was actually not a bad day. Then I had to go. I bought a little umbrella. Because, we go out and they go, it's raining. So I'm going to show you this one. Wait a minute, don't go anywhere. Oh! Don't go anywhere. So, so I saw this thing for a little umbrella, and I thought, I can't carry anything too big with me. So it's that. Isn't that cute? That is a full-size umbrella. How does it work? Well, you take it out the thing, and then you open it up. I can't take it out, it'd be 7 years bad luck. But isn't that tiny? I've had smaller. Much smaller. So many times. And there's this particular... Look, that's it. When you take the cover off it, it's like it comes in its own little condom. That's sweet, really. Although I've never seen a black condom, but I'm sure they must exist somewhere. But, I thought that was the best thing that I could ever buy, because it fits in my bag nicely, with makeup, hair, brush, usual sort of things, And when I bought it yesterday... Oh, throw it in the bloody bag. Can't be bothered to try and put it back in again. And I thought, I hope it works when it rains, because nothing worse than walking outside the front door here and they go, we all say the same thing every day. I say to Corey, who are you? And he says, I'm your producer. And I go, oh, that's amazing. Why are you following me? And so I can walk down the road. He's still there. Seriously, it's like having a Shih Tzu with you, you know, and it sort of trails along the pavement, and you go, okay, so I'm praying for my bus to arrive really quickly because I've run out of conversation by the time we get to St Martin in the Fields. And I just turn left there, wait for the bus, and then luckily yesterday he spotted my bus before I did. And he said, is that your bus? I went, yes, praying that the bus would arrive and I didn't have to sort of stand at the bus stop chatting. And I always wave at him. All the people on the bus think I'm mad. I'm sitting there. There's hardly anybody on my bus in the morning. Hardly anybody. And we crawl over Waterloo Bridge because it says do not overtake cyclists. And so we don't. And so you've got to sit behind a cyclist who, generally speaking, cannot see that there is a socking great big bus behind them. And so they're sort of, oh, la, 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 all that kind of stuff. Today on the programme, it's 100 years ago today, the unknown warrior was laid to rest. I've told you the story. It's a very, very good story. Very, very good story. Also, potato prices could rise this year after heavy rainfall, so that means your chips are going to go up. Also, next week, guess who's in court? Can't wait. Colleen Rooney and Rebecca Vardy. Yeah, can't wait. Also, one of Shane Ritchie's children, called Shane Ritchie Jr. Nothing if not original. He's 31. He's decided he's going to call himself Ritchie. He's going to use that as a surname as opposed to using his mother's name, presumably trying to capitalise on the fact that, you know, you need to get off on something nowadays. And if you're a fan of Elvis, you're going to love this. You're going to absolutely love it. A lock of Elvis's hair is coming up for sale. They reckon it could fetch £6,000 because anything that Elvis touched was worth money. It's like Winston Churchill's cigar, butt ends and things like that. If somebody put it down, people would pick it up and hang on to it because he can find money. And Elvis's hair, a little piece of it from the hairdresser, worth £6,000. Not bad at all, is it? Now, I tell you what you need to do. You need to go to the emails and all the photos of the Prosecco glasses we need to pass on because I got a load yesterday. So for those people, I'll give you all the details again because today is the last day because tomorrow we're going to be putting together... Are you into the emails? Oh, right, okay. Or is it going to send me a... We're in. Oh, right. Don't we do my special number now or something? Or... Does it over the weekend? Yeah, very odd. But anyway, there were loads of things that came in yesterday of you sending in pictures of you with your Prosecco glasses, which we will pass on to Global's Make Some Noise. And then they're going to put it together into is it a collage? I think it's a collage. I'll give you the details in a moment. Have your company. Oh, I've got a great story for you. There is a place in London. It's 221B Baker Street, and it is the mythical home of Sherlock Holmes. It's just round the corner from Madame Tussauds, and every day when it's open, you get hordes of tourists who stand outside there. Of course, it's fake. From top to bottom, it is fake, because Sherlock Holmes was fake, okay? And, we've just found out who actually owns it. Who actually owns the building, the property, and it's a very interesting story, so I'll tell you about that later. Also, the Catholic leader who refuses to leave after the child sex abuse report. Now, we've had this problem before, and this problem has run with the Catholic Church for a long, long time. For years and years and donkey's years, as long as I can remember, the Catholic Church, if ever there were cases of child sex abuse, of which there were many, they brushed it under the carpet. They didn't have anything to do with it. And it was only a few popes ago that they finally accepted the fact that they had a huge, huge problem. Up until then, if there was child sex abuse that went on in a community, and it can be anywhere from Mexico to Guatemala or wherever else, they just moved the priest. They moved them to somewhere else, and they just carried on doing what they were doing. They didn't want to do anything about it. And now they made so many films and stories, which were then turned into films and books, about the abuse within the Catholic Church. I'm quite sure that it goes on in other churches, but it was certainly not as big as it was in the Catholic Church. And one of the leaders there has refused to leave. It turned out they were actually protecting the people who were doing the abusing. And the people, because if you're Catholic, now I don't know, because I'm not Catholic, but I do appreciate the fact that, you know, the Catholic Church runs its parishioners a bit like a regimented army. They're, people believe everything that the church says to them. They will, everything goes by in the Catholic Church because you trust people. But unfortunately, in the case of the Catholic Church and the amount of abuse cases, there was a huge one in Canada years and years ago, which was a children's home, which I've told you about before. They made it into a film, and they were being abused by the people who were paid to look after them and protect them. And it didn't work. It didn't work. There were people working within the organisation, working within this children's home, who were doing the abusing. And the boys, and it was predominantly boys, had tried to complain about it, and they were knocked back. At every turning, they were knocked back. They were told, no, don't be, you can't say this kind of thing. And so they were isolated. They were by themselves until eventually, I think it was a journalist who went round there and persuaded one of the boys and his brother to testify, because nobody would testify in court. What they needed was the one boy to go forward and say, this has been going on for years. And eventually they found somebody, and they turned it into a film, and they found the person who'd been the main abuser. And he'd moved with his family to Nova Scotia, I think, or something like that. And the journalist turned up on his doorstep and went, they're taking it to court. And it was at that moment that people started realising, and I think the Pope before this one was the one who was responsible for making sure that the people were got rid. They got rid of hundreds of priests within the Catholic Church who'd been abusing children. And the children, because they were young, nobody took any notice of them. Nobody cared. Nobody cared about them at all, and they just sort of said, oh, no, they're making up stories. Why would you make up stories? Why would you make up stories? Absolutely ridiculous. Steve, Tony Blackburn must be one of the oldest broadcasters, still working at 77. And David Hamilton, says Colin. Possibly. I don't know. I think because I think I'm the longest serving on any one station. I think I've worked for the same station for longer than... a lot of other people have been in the business longer, but they haven't been at the same station. I've been at the same station for 41 years. So that's some sort of record. Which is good. McDonald's are planning to sell a plant-based burger. That'll be for Luke. They're calling it McPlant, I think. Isn't it very boring? Is it? It's very. It just doesn't sound very interesting. McPlant. I did have something the other day. I did have a McDonald's breakfast roll the other day, which is, and the woman who made it in Richmond, McDonald's, she didn't have any gloves on. She was making it with her bare hands. And I remember thinking, I need to write to McDonald's and find out if they've got something. Because one minute she's cracking eggs and putting them into the machine to cook the eggs. And then she's making my burger. And I was watching it thinking, I think you're supposed to be wearing gloves, dear. It's like the woman on the till. If she takes your money, she puts a glove on and you give the money to her hand there. Perhaps they haven't heard of it at this particular branch. Seagulls have learnt when we snack. When you sort of go out there and they hang around schools. I saw a seagull the other day. Huge. Seriously, like 6 foot wingspan. 6 foot wingspan. Amazing. 4:25 is the time. I'm not prone on this programme, I have to tell you, to give out time checks, mainly because I don't want you to go anywhere. I'm a bit selfish. Other people, they go, oh, it's 6:22, it's 6:14, 6:15, 6:17, and they keep giving you the same, and I'm thinking to myself, if you were in a hospital bed, that would drive you mad, wouldn't it? Oh, it's only 2 minutes since he last gave us a time check, so I don't do that. So I try not to give time checks. It doesn't, seriously, it doesn't make any difference. It just means that I want to keep you as long as I possibly can, and judging by the latest figures, we're keeping you quite a long time, which is good. But if you did buy a Prosecco glass, I've got the address that you send to, because tomorrow, Thursday, happy hour day. Now, I don't know whether or not any of my boys know what happy hour is. That's when you go into a pub or a bar. Actually, Corey knows what it is, yeah, because that's when you get cheap booze, okay? I can have 2 Cinzano and lemonades with an umbrella and some ice cubes as well. You get 2 for the price of 1. Now, I've never been one of these people, because I work on the assumption I'm not that cheap. I'm cheap, but I'm not that cheap. I don't need to go for happy hour. So if I want an extra drink, I just go and buy an extra drink. But I'm not really a pub person. I can't understand why everybody in the north of England, in Manchester, goes and sits in the Rovers Return. What a dump of a pub. Why would you want to go and sit there? Miserable people behind the bar. Miserable people. Have you ever seen anybody playing the fruit machine? Never. Absolutely ridiculous. And yet all these places, Emmerdale, You know, the only place in the country that had 2 gay men running the pub and nobody realised. Nay, Mr. Brearley. I think they're happy homosexuals living together. They never had girlfriends. But of course in Emmerdale they kept it a bit quiet, and there's more shenanigans going on in Emmerdale than anywhere else. But so happy hour I never did. I couldn't. I think it's like asking for seconds. It's a bit like that. I remember taking my father out once. We went to what do they call it? Where you go into a hotel and they have food on sale and you can go up and sort of keep topping up your plate. Is it? No, it's not a buffet. It's an all-you-can-eat, but but you go up there and you can have some more, beef and there's a name for it. Carvery. That's it. Well, I only ever go up the once. Because I think it makes it look as though you haven't eaten for a fortnight if you go up second time. So I never went up second time, whereas my dad's going, do you want to go, Stephen, do you want to get... No, I'm fine. So, I mean, I could have been starving. I could have been anorexic. But I still wouldn't go up there for the second portion. I don't know why. Got no idea. Yesterday, I only had soup. Because after I'd come back from the doctors, I was sort of feeling a little bit, I've got to take all these bits of medicine and everything else. And so I had some cuppa soup, which, to be honest with you, was the worst blooming cuppa soup I'd ever had. It was so boring and so tedious. So today I'm going to have something more substantial. I've already had an injection this morning, which hasn't served me very well, because I said to Jake, I suddenly looked down at my shirt, which is pink. Okay, I'm in touch with my feminine side. I don't have a problem with it like some people. And I've got blood on it because where I injected, I've only got little bits of blood, but it's enough to notice the spattering. And because I sort of injected early this morning, I completely forgot that if you do it, you always get a little bit of blood leakage. Although, who was I talking to the other day? I was sitting next to somebody for lunch or something, and I said, about injecting. I went, no, don't talk about it. They're a bit sort of paranoid. And am I going to do what? Oh, yes, but tomorrow being happy hour. So I sidetracked myself. I said, many people do on this programme. So we and the Make Some Noise team want to see you posing with your Steve Allen Prosecco glasses. And many of you have. Many of you have. All you have to do is just take a picture or get a friend or a loved one or a neighbour to take a picture of you with the Prosecco glass. Doesn't have to be anything in it. I'm not encouraging you to go boozy-woozying. And if you tweet a picture, you then tweet it to @MakeNoise, which is quite simple, isn't it? Or you can email them to me on steve@lbc.co.uk, steve@lbc.co.uk. And by sending the photo, that then means you give us permission to make a nice collage. We've had plenty in, but we want more. We want more. And it doesn't, I mean, you might not want to sort of show your face, for obviously legal reasons or something to do with the police. In which case, that's okay. I don't have any problem with things like that. But get those photos, because today is the last day. They're going to put it all together for tomorrow. Okay? So it's tweeting @MakeNoise or email steve@lbc.co.uk. And we've had a fair number of pictures. Yesterday went a bit quiet because I think a lot of people were going, I'm not sure about sending in pictures. But no, you're a very good-looking lot, and people who've been to the shows before. We've seen you. Listen, also, can I remind you, can you please wear clothes? Okay, when you send in the pictures. It's very sweet to have somebody lying in a bath holding a small Steve Allen Prosecco glass, but to be brutally honest with you, it's upsetting some of the team. Okay? Mainly because they're not fully developed. And so if you send those in, that'd be very nice indeed. And then we can make stars of you. Steve says, I want you to continue with your LBC show until you can't anymore. Well, I would think that was how it would work, yes. I mean, obviously, you do it until you can't do it anymore. I mean, I've always told them, I want to go here. I actually want to go whilst I'm working. And just to really upset them. Because then they're going to be going, he's gone a bit too quiet. He's not saying anything. He hasn't said anything for a little while. And then they have to go, right, now what do we... I could just imagine the panic that would ensue. They'd have to sort of take my anorak, not that I have an anorak, I have a classy coat, with a fur collar, and sort of drape it over me, and then sort of decide what to do. The good news is I could still be on air. I might still be one of the tapes. And so they go, Steve's still broadcasting. How odd. But it's good news. So if Jeremy Vine wants to do it till he's 80, I want to do it till I'm 80 as well. Nicholas Parsons made it on air into his 90s, says Vegan Lizzie. Yeah, but was he at the same station for all those years? That was the thing. You see, most people moved about a bit, isn't it? Matthew says, I'm often disappointed that there isn't a McDonald's in Twickenham. There used to be. Used to be next to the chemist. But the bloke who owned it owns the one up at Hampton. and decided to sell it because it was only busy when the college was in operation. So, of course, the moment the college closed, there weren't enough people in Twickenham who were interested, which is interesting. Steve. Brian Matthews continued presenting Sounds of the 60s till he died at the grand old age of 88, says Kevin the Milkman. And somebody says, as you know, we live in the middle of nowhere. Every day our lane is strewn with litter that people have thrown at the vehicles. Why can't they take it home? Resize is in next. They now do larger sizes, which my daughters buy for me. In fact, since losing 4 stone, they're now too big for me. I love the dropping off the urine sample story. Only you, Steve. It is only me that can do the dropping off of the urine. I kind of sort of embellished a little bit. It's absolutely true. But I embellished it a little bit where Jasper Carrott was talking about he was sort of taking his sample to the doctors, but it was in an old whiskey bottle, which he ended up leaving on the bus. He said, I can just imagine somebody picking it up and drinking it and go, oh, it tastes like, 84850. Steve of the Groovy Gang, good morning. The government in Egypt have instructed the city taxi drivers to drive around Cairo sounding their car horns. It's hoped that they will return to familiar city sounds, restoring calm following the pandemic, says Rob. Yeah, I mean, I personally would go for that as well. Although, strangely enough, Steve, I got a job right on my doorstep today. I've got a sneaky feeling your driver's doing something wrong or tells porkies. No, absolutely they're not. So you're going round cruising, aren't you, for work? They can't go round cruising. They're private hire. They can only get the gigs. And in fact, I've told the story every day. I don't think I've had a day yet where one of my drivers has actually got any more than 2 jobs in the day. They can only get them when the computer allocates them. So because they know that I'm early in the morning, a lot of drivers start cruising around my area, hoping that the computer's going to find them and they're going to get the gig. But no, she said, my average is 100 a day, and I'm moaning. Well, they don't, because do you own your vehicle? They actually sort of don't. Jan says, I worked for 221B Baker Street in 1969. I was data inputting for the Abbey National. Yeah, you won't believe when you discover who owns the building. Oh, blimey. You wait till you hear this one. Very interesting. Jeremy Vine is apparently a few months older. I've lost the blooming thing. A few months younger than me. He's 55, says Kevin the Milkman. Brian Matthews did it until he died at the ripe old age of 88. See, that's the way everybody wants to go in the business. Oh, dear, I love it. Pete says, all the fuss over some old singer in a white flared catsuit. Ooh, do not inflame the Elvis fans. The Elvis fans are out there, I'm telling you. Oh, they'll be coming round. You'll be going home eating hospital food. Terrible. He was a legend. What in God's name is that? You're bringing soup, a flask. Why have you got a flask? It's got a smoothie in it. Is that your flask, or have you brought your own flask from home? Doesn't make you look manly at all. I can't believe that you brought it. Where'd you get that from? Must be some... Sorry? Morrison's. How lovely. The umbrella sounds fab, says Little Judy, but you can't beat the one you had that lit up. No. The rainbow umbrellas are my favourite. I gave them away to so many people, and I keep meaning to go and buy them because originally they were just lit up on the outside, fibre optics on the umbrella, and then they changed them for white fibre optic lights, and then they did the lights inside the cover as well. So they looked... Are you eating the Toblerone? Well, after what we were talking about earlier on, about you looking after your figure? Oh, good Lord above, honestly. You're supposed to be saving that for Christmas. That was a Christmas thing to hang under the tree, or to put under the tree, and you've eaten it now. Well, what are you going to do for Christmas? Going to be starving? You can't survive with just your nuts in one hand and a satsuma in the other, can you? How's that going to work? God, dear. I'm not buying you another one. You're terrible with food, honestly. Are you like that when somebody sort of puts food in front of you, you eat it before everybody else has even started? Oh, dear, honestly. Somebody needs to whip you into shape. I think that's what they said. Steve. Conan Doyle repeatedly said that Holmes was inspired by the real-life figure Joseph Bell, a surgeon at the Royal Infirmary of Edinburgh, where Conan Doyle... met in 1877 and had worked as a clerk. Like Holmes, Bell was noted for drawing conclusions from observations. But it's the fact that you get all these Japanese tourists who go to 221B Baker Street and they queue outside to go in there to see something that's fake from top to bottom. It's hilarious. Somebody must be making a bit of money out of it. Also, somebody else saying the umbrella sounds very good. Oh, it is, absolutely. I don't like anything too big. You know, if you're going out and they go, it's going to rain today, and so you go out and there's a little bit of rain and then you're stuck with a huge umbrella. So if you have a little tiny umbrella, all right, if it's windy, it doesn't kind of work the same way, does it? But I just thought to myself, no, get a small umbrella, because then you don't look so silly, do you? Walking down the road, nobody would know it's an umbrella. But if, I've got big umbrellas as well. Another one here, which says, I'm trying to eat my breakfast, and you're talking about your little tiddly thing, says Anthony, your urine sample. Well, I mean, everybody has to do them, don't they? I mean, I couldn't believe it, but they keep records. They actually keep records of the last time that you did a urine sample. And Roger says, Jeremy Vine is stick thin, spends most days cycling around London, eats only lean food. Oh, I can't lay claim to things like that. I'm not going to be sanctimonious about it at all. There is no point at all. But, Steve, I'm 6'4", 23 stone with a 44-inch waist. I buy everything from Next. Jeans, T-shirts. T-shirts go up to 5XL, as do jackets. Oh, not that big. I bought suits from Mospros off the shelf and tended to buy shirts from Giacomo. Oh. Because it's difficult. I mean, there used to be a shop called High and Mighty, and that was for sort of the larger. Georgia says, your record is the longest presenter of a commercial radio station in the UK. That's what, do you know, I think you're right, actually. I think you're right. Matthew says, in Stitches, the Flask. Incidentally, talking of chocolate, loving my tin of Quality Street. They're very good, aren't they, Quality Street? I mean, you can actually, it's so easy to put on weight now. You just go out and Corey's brought his little flask in. It's a good flask. 12 hours hot, 24 hours cold. So you made a smoothie. Wow, how exciting. What was in it? What was... all the fruit that I gave you. Oh, right. You just put it all in there, do you? Do you know if you go to Iceland... the shop, they do a bag and it's a smoothie mix, and then you put it into your blender, and it's all the fruits already in there, frozen, and then you just put them all in there and then sort of stick it in the flask, which sounds like quite a good idea, doesn't it? But it's because I went to Waitrose yesterday and I bought some frozen strawberries. I don't know why. No reason why I bought frozen strawberries. And so I was eating frozen strawberries, which actually is a lot more pleasant than you think. You put it in your mouth, and the heat of your mouth melts the strawberries slowly but surely. It was quite nice, actually. It was very therapeutic. I sometimes bite. I know, sometimes I bite. And that generally sort of, people get, no, you mustn't, and you do. Can't help it. But they had blueberries. I thought blueberries are everywhere at the moment. I bought blueberries yesterday, and I had them with sort of a yoghurt. I mixed them up with things like that, or a bit of cream, or some zero-fat yoghurt. Although, as I said to the doctor yesterday, I'm so bloody sick of blueberries, I tell you. If it becomes the new millennium and I don't see another blueberry, it won't make any difference to me at all, because I'm sick to death of them. I can't eat anything else. They've all got too much sugar in, the fructoses and everything else. I can't have mango, which I love. Can't have strawberries. Can't have grapes. Can't have pineapple. I can't even have grapefruit because it interferes with my medication. What a miserable person I am. A right little pleader. Oh, dear, that's Steve Allen. All he does moan, isn't he? Moan about this, moan about that, What I can eat, what I can't eat. I mean, I'd love to go out every day and eat curry. But I can't, because it's got sauce with it. And apparently if it's got sauce with it, that's bad for diabetics. But then I used to get diabetics writing to me going, oh, I don't know how you're allowed to eat all this food. Mind your own business. Go curtain twitch with somebody else, messing about with what I'm eating. But I'm doing quite well. I'm actually doing very, very well. But finding clothes that fit now, I've just, if I'm buying a jacket, it's got to be 3XL. Not because I'm fat, but also I like a wraparound. I don't want to, you see some people nowadays, you mainly see them on Towie. Young boys who look slightly camp. I don't want to make a big deal about it, but there's a lot of people looking like Bobby Cole Norris who go to Sugar Hut. And they're all there, and they've got their little beard trimmed properly, and, their hair is shaved at the side and all this kind of stuff. Very poncy. And then they're wearing sort of jeans and trousers. You can spot religion. I mean, it's seriously that bad. And then they haven't got any socks on. I mean, honestly, How poor do you have to be not to be able to wear socks? And you look at their outfits, and then along comes some girl with enough makeup on to be classed as a Thai ladyboy, shoving their boobies in their faces. And the boys are going, yeah, I mean, the arguments, it's all around relationships. It's all to do with, you diss me, you mugged me off. And I'm thinking, I'd mug you off as well, you boring little nobody. It really is terrible. I mean, yesterday it was arguments, and then into the frame meanders poor old Chloe Sims, the world's oldest grandmother. There she, what are you doing? What? It's almost like listening to Lydia Dim's mother. My God in heaven, there's a woman who's plugged herself into the electric socket and nobody's noticed. And so they've got all these, and the whole thing hinges around who they're going out with. Can we just be friends? As you know, I told you yesterday, poor old Gemma Collins, to Arj. Can we just, because, I like you. I thought, nobody wants to go out with you, dear. Surely you must have realised this. You cannot find anybody to go out with. I mean, pay them, yeah. It's not going to happen. She's even got her own programme on the television. Gemma Collins Diva, or as I call it, another boring old baggage on the television. And nobody wants to go out with her. They're not. Some bloke took her out. I mean, he looked a bit desperate, and so he took her out, and she had the car pick her up and all the rest of it. And then he took her onto a boat on the Thames, and there was just a table laid for two of them. So even the boat didn't want to be identified with it. And they sit down there. And she's going, yeah, because I like to be sort of taken out. I'm thinking, that's why you're single, dear. If you've not realised it by now, you need to get a reality check. And that's the whole thing is based around, people going out. And coming up to Christmas, of course, they're even lonelier than you can imagine, because there is nobody for them to go out with. I mean, if in this entire country Gemma Collins can't find anybody, it's got to be a bit desperate. I mean, God, no, I could understand it, some of the people I work with, but I mean, that's different, But most of my lot are in relationships. Well, they are now. They've answered the advert, and so that's actually good. But on this programme, they argue. They go into a relationship, then they argue. Then you've got little Pete Wicks, who's only about 2 foot tall, I discovered, with his tattoos going all the way up his neck and all the rest of it. And he might have been going out with somebody who might not have been going out with somebody. Then it turns out he's been having sex with Chloe Sims for 2 years. I mean, it's just really, it's a hotbed of sad, tragic people whose lives are disappeared. Even Arj. All those pictures in the newspapers, Arj is still single, but this time round we have an added twist. He's Brassic. He's got no money. Not that you ever thought they did have money. I mean, even poor old Gemma Collins doesn't have the sort of money she thinks she's got. And of course she's really busy. And then I open up a paper, the other day, and who was there a picture of? Somebody I thought had disappeared to another country and hoped to, dear God, she would stay there. Kerry Coke-Toner. And she was going, oh yeah, I think actually that, when they went to the jungle, Peter Andre and Katie, that was the match made in heaven. Well, his career was on the skids. She didn't have a career anymore. And poor old Petesy was working in his brother's gym in Larnaca. He had to turn up there and spent most of the time going, do you think it's all right? Because he was, if you remember, Rebecca Vardy called him Mr. Teeny Tiny in the downstairs. I mean, the worst thing you could ever say to anybody. The worst thing you could say. She said it was really tiny. But I mean, not that that's any indicator. I always say to somebody, it may not be big, but it filled a pram. And that's okay. It doesn't really matter. But in the case of Pete, she's now still droning on about, yeah, he was the one I loved. Yeah, because he ditched you. That's why. Like poor old Gemma Collins, all the people have ditched her, and there's not been that many. I mean, you don't want to go out with her. She's an embarrassment. You can't go out with her to a restaurant. She troughs. It's bad news. And she's on injections to stop her eating. Even I know how to eat in company. It's not good enough. They need to but the trouble is I'm a bit bored with these reality shows, as you can well imagine, but I get mileage out of them. Which is brilliant. I rent, says Monica. Owning a cab is just adding a problem. Costs similar because most of it's insurance, and if something happens, I'm not losing time and money. As you know, I'm private hire. And so she's changed it to a wheelchair accessible vehicle. The trouble is that the company that I use, they've got so many. I mean, they're losing drivers at the moment because you cannot exist on that sort of money. I mean, it really is appalling. And 10 of them, I think, complained a short while ago because you cannot exist on that sort of money. You really can't. And they can't go out and tout, because that's illegal, although still people tout. Nobody's out there with the orange lights on, are they? In London, I haven't seen black cabs driving around because there's no work. There's no work. I mean, there really isn't, anything out there. There's no Canary Wharf. There is no BBC. They've shoved everything up to Manchester. There's a few people on the radio down here. Where else is there not? Airports, dead as a doornail. Because if people come into the country, they've got to now switching. And it just doesn't work. I mean, it's really difficult. There's no pubs. I mean, normally, if you're in London on after midnight, there's cabs all over the place, a lot of illegal ones as well, picking up people for a pub. Well, there's no pubs open. So what's the point? I mean, the black cab drivers have gone and might as well stay at home. Matthew says, strange, I know, but you mentioned Towie. It's Towie night. I love it. You see, I love it as well. Don't get me wrong. I just think they're a bit shallow. And I used to live in Brentwood, which is where most of it is filmed around there. And the blokes are just very... And then occasionally they send them out to do something butch, like play a game of football. And then along come the bimbos, like that. That's just Bobby Cole Norris. They never invite him to play football, as you can well imagine, but he turns up in Sugar Hut. I mean, it really is. It's the whole thing is sort of degenerated. What they need to do is clear out all the old ones and find new ones. But the trouble is they can't do that because the new ones are even more stupid than the old ones that we've got. And it does revolve around their relationships or how much makeup they shove on. I mean, I've never seen people with so much makeup on. And they go, yeah, because I'm like model now, and Nobody's ever asked Gemma Collins to model. There's a reason. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Connie in Stockwell says, what would be a big sensation not only to listen to the Steve Allen Show, but to watch Steve Allen on the smartphone? We used to do programmes years ago in the Ideal Home exhibition down at Olympia, down at Earl's Court, and people would stand outside these glass boxes they used to put us in and watch us doing a programme. But I have to be brutally honest with you, watching a programme like this or anything else that is speech-based is very boring to watch. There's nothing to... We don't do anything. I don't juggle or anything like that. The producer just sort of sits there, counting the hours off till he can have his breakfast sausage. And trying to work out why Luke paid 20 quid for a haircut that you can get for 6 quid anywhere else. And he had to wait. Sorry, Jake, I do beg your pardon. So quickly one forgets in this business, isn't it, really, honestly? So quickly, it's like Jake who? That's showbiz. And it always works, doesn't it, really? Bless it. Listen, you got a Toblerone. What are you complaining about? You got the wrong Toblerone as well. You get the one that says, what does it say, to somebody special or something? To someone special? Well, there's a joke of the century. Because you can get chocolate now with your name on it. I've actually got, I've got Marmite. Jars of Marmite with my name on, which is quite nice. You've got one, haven't you? I gave one to Corey. And, that's showbiz. Thomas has got one as well, which is good. Jane in Bristol says, from your description, I'm glad I don't watch these shows. I don't know what they look like, except I have seen Gemma Collins. Well, let's face it, you can't miss her. If she comes onto your television, that's most of the screen taken up. Have you seen the new Bentley Continental Spur and the GT Coupe? Is your name on the order list? 2. Got me order down for 2 of those ones. Somebody says, I've got a 64-inch waist, says John, and a 28-inch collar. I used to buy from High and Mighty. I just buy clothes online from the USA now. Yeah, John, because they that's quite normal size over there. Although 64-inch waist is just a wee bit excessive. You don't want to be 64-inch waist. You really don't. I mean, it would be... That would be a little bit too big, I think. A little bit too big. Steve, I had to take a private hire taxi yesterday. The driver said he was busy during the first lockdowns. A lot of the other drivers were not working. He said all of the drivers are back on the road during the lockdown, so there's a lot less work. There's hardly any work. Hardly any work, because most of it now... Gone are the days where you had a controller, and the controller would go, OK, looking for a job in Ealing, and people would go... The first one who got through, I'm in Ealing, and they give it to you. Now it's done on the computer. You don't actually need to go and see the controller or anything like that, because it's the computer selects the people to do the jobs. It's as simple as that. But because there isn't anything, I used to get drivers that would go and wait at the airport, or they'd wait at hospitals. And there just isn't that kind of work. So, I mean, I've said to them, it really is terrible. Really is terrible. Shane in Sydney says, I bought an umbrella, cost me $30. I thought it'd last me for years. It blew a gale, and that was that. I know. What you need is a gustbuster. They've started nicking the idea everywhere. And it's an umbrella with vents in the top. so that when the wind goes underneath, it comes out again. The reason your umbrella blows inside out is because there's nowhere for the wind to go. It goes under the umbrella and then blows it inside out. So I don't think this one's got vents, but I can't open it indoors because that would be bad luck. And we don't do anything like bad luck. We don't walk under ladders. We don't, we don't go anywhere near black cats or anything like that. We just try and play easy, hoping that things get better, which is good. Have you seen the Emily Atack show? No. 4 minutes past 5. It's Wednesday, the 11th of November. Before you know where you are, we're going to be in December, and then, fingers crossed, but I don't think it's going to happen. The NHS have said it will. They're going to start giving out these vaccines, but they're going to have to test it. You cannot afford to make a mistake with something like this. You really can't. You really, really can't. It's every company. The tiny umbrella, Steve, I think it's a Totes. No, it's not, actually. I bought this on Amazon. You know me, I go onto Amazon and I find things, and then they go, oh, I'll buy that. I saw an even smaller one. What was the other one? Oh, there's 314,000 people redundant, 1.62 million people now unemployed. It's going to get worse before it gets better. Dawn Neeson's column in the Daily Star today says Harry and Meghan have made a great mistake. It's the old petulant stamping the foot. Strangely enough, actually, Dawn Neeson goes with her train of thought, which was my train of thought as well, that they're so desperate for the publicity they'll sell themselves down the river. Whereas Jane Moore, writing in The Sun, thinks completely differently. But I think she's a patron of Help for Heroes, and so that's why. Because I think Harry might be a patron or not. But at the end of the day, they said no, you're not having a wreath down at the cenotaph. And so he threw his toys out with the bathwater. They brought their own photographer in and staged their own little thing so they could have a picture day. It's still holding hands. Obviously, no, and he's not a member of the royal family. He's nothing to do with the armed forces. It's as simple as that. Mines on the Falkland Island are finally cleared. Can you believe that there were Falkland Island mines still on the beaches? They finally cleared them. It's taken God knows how long. That was the one thing, actually, that when we covered the Falklands War on LBC, that was the one thing, because we had a reporter out there and called Kim Sabido, and he was filing. I mean, how this boy ever slept, I've got no idea, but he was filing, and LBC's audience rocketed during the events that took place over there, because we were able to do it on a regular basis. It was in the days when you could send reporters around all over the world. It's so expensive to do it nowadays. So expensive. But the Falkland Islands, and I had some friends who worked for the British Forces Broadcasting, and they used to go out there to go and meet the troops and stuff like that. And it was certainly very interesting times. I don't know if you remember the chopper bike. Remember a chopper bike? Did you ever have a chopper bike? Yeah, it was like a sort of a sit-up-and-beg thing with a gear stick in the middle on the thing there. Well, apparently the teenage refugee who grew up in Britain to invent that, and a few other things as well, is still around at 94 and still designing. I mean, chopper bikes now are worth a bit of money if you actually get one, and it's in good condition. What's he called? I don't know. I didn't write that bit down. We just put, he's the inventor of the chopper bike. You'll find him. It's not difficult. Not difficult. Also, the 6-year-old boy. It's a lovely story. There he is. Alan Oakley. Oh, he's died. I thought he was still alive. Died of cancer at the age of 85. Is that the same one, I wonder? That was 2012. It can't be the same one, can it? I'll have to now find it in the newspapers. There's all these things. You find something in a newspaper and you sort of go, oh, that's really interesting. I've got a Craig Revel Horwood story for you a little bit later on, and Dominic West going on the run with his wife and a photographer. Makes me think there's something a little bit bizarre. Rebecca Vardy and Colleen Rooney in court next week. That'll be a good one. The palace is out of line on Harry, says Jane Moore. Isn't it funny? I thought I'd never disagree. He's, oh, look, here's another exhibitionist. Oh, sorry, it's Victoria Beckham. I do beg your pardon. She's kissing goodbye to Harper. Bye, see ya. Wouldn't want to be, And they said she looked more sporty than posh. She looked a bit emaciated, actually. But they were sort of out there, and she was going off to school, so she obviously gets chauffeur-driven car. Well, she can't get the bus like anybody else. I've got no idea. What else have we got? Well, it's obviously not in this paper, because if it is, I can't find the blooming thing. So it's not in The Sun. I don't think it's going to be in the Daily Star. It doesn't sound like a Daily Star story, does it? So, which I do beg your pardon. To anybody, I shall apologise immediately. Also, the Pope has been slammed for failing to cooperate with a public inquiry that found the Catholic Church failed sex abuse victims whilst protecting paedophiles. They did. They closed their eyes. They closed their eyes and the paedophiles were allowed to carry on abusing. And that was what was so bad about it. They've made films about it, but unfortunately, you don't argue with the Catholic Church. Well, obviously they do nowadays. Also, top 20 favourite crisps and things. I mean, they must be really desperate in some of the newspapers to run this one. Hula Hoop salt and vinegar. I hated salt and vinegar. I didn't like anything salt and vinegar. Wotsits. I like Wotsits, but your fingers go all orange, don't they? Scampi fries, knickknacks, nice and spicy. What is it with the spicy stuff that people like? Pringles sour cream and chive, never had. Pringles salt and vinegar, Doritos, Monster Munch pickled onion. I love pickled onions. Might have pickled onions today. Might go and get some. Salt and vinegar squares, bacon frazzles. Have you seen those? They sort of look a little bit like bacon. You know those very well, don't you, Jake? You know most of this stuff, don't you? You know frazzles? Yeah, I thought you might. Do you know hula hoops? You know hula hoops? Okay. Do you know Pringles? Monster Munch? Walkers? Yeah, okay. Doritos? Yeah. Well, you've answered all my questions this morning. Knickknacks? Yeah, you know knickknacks. Wotsits? And Scampi fries? Yeah, not well, obviously, I mean, let's face it, if you're eating all the other ones, I mean, you can't manage everything, can you? Good Lord above. How else do you keep that gorgeous figure? Must be quite a bit of a thing. Have you finished the Toblerone? Have you? You've eaten it. Oh, well, there you go. And did you eat the other two things as well? Oh, haven't you? Saving those for a little snack on the bus, I suppose. Yeah, between the 5 and 6 hour. Oh, okay. Wales has scrapped the 2021 exams. I wonder whether or not we're going to be doing the same thing here. Where is this stupid story? It does annoy me when you find something. Also, 5 teachers. Not a nice story. I apologise in advance. At the UK's only day school run by Benedictine monks were convicted of sex crimes involving children over 13 years. Sex abuse at the independent St Benedict's School in Ealing was extensive and gossiped about by pupils and staff. The inquiry blamed those in charge for inaction, allegations including rape and other offences against more than 20 children. But here it is. It's the leader of the Roman Catholics in England and Wales ignoring the suffering of sex abuse victims. Why is it they did that? Why is it? I just can't get my head around things like that. You know, they've been told about it for ages and ages. Also, since his death, Sean Connery now starts getting the bad publicity. A close friend of his first wife, Diane Cilento, reveals a violent streak that came from him and says, I saw the bruises that he left on his wife's face. You know, I mean, he's not here to answer, so, you know, but that doesn't make any difference. And also, a teenage Jehovah's Witness must have a blood transfusion to save her life, because Jehovah's Witnesses don't have blood transfusions, and the family would rather let somebody die than let them have a blood transfusion. But in this particular case, it's echoed Emma Thompson's court dilemma in a movie, The Children's Act. So they've said this 15-year-old must have a transfusion. Birthdays today, Leonardo DiCaprio. Whoopee! 46. A lot of people have said I look a bit like Leonardo DiCaprio. Obviously not. Demi Moore is 58 today. I loved her in Ghost, but I thought the film was rubbish. I thought it was good, you know, oh, my love, my darling, honor for your touch. And she was sort of making this thing on it. I mean, who has a potter's wheel at home? Hello? Any of you listening at the moment? Just get out of bed and get your hands into that clay. They were showing you something on the telly the other day. You know, have you ever seen that programme, How Do They Do That? Have you ever seen it, where they sort of show you how do they... Well, you must have seen it. It's been very popular on television. And they show you, you know, how do they make biros? How do they make, you know, engines? How do they make, you know, tractors or something? And this particular was, how do they make beautiful Christmas decorations? Hand-blown, they are, in a place in Germany, I think, where they sit there. Somebody have been making them for 20 years, and they blow them till they get to these sort of nice... They're quite expensive. In fact, they're very expensive. And then somebody they put something inside the glass bubble that they've made, which coats the inside with a silvering effect, and that makes them shine. And then people paint them on the outside and then dip them in glitter. It was the most amazing thing to watch. I love a good Christmas decoration. I don't like the cheap decorations. I like something fairly expensive. You know, if you're going to hang something on the tree, make sure it looks a bit impressive. You know, we used to have little chocolate umbrellas on our tree. Aren't they lovely? There you go, glass Christmas ornaments, yeah. It was really lovely. You look at that woman there, look. She can blow. I mean, that is amazing, isn't it? I mean, look at the size of that. I mean, this is quite... And you sit there, you know, she's obviously quite impressed with how big it's gone. She's working in front of a flame, and look, and she just pops it in her mouth, and it's amazing, isn't it, really? And then they sort of go on all these things. They have to keep it turning. It's all very mechanised, but then, here we go. Now, they're dipping it in this thing, filling up the thing... Okay, and they do different colours, and then it goes all shiny. It's amazing. And then it goes on a thing, and then they're sort of dipping it here, and they've now got an electronic machine that takes it and turns it, and they're all hand-painted. We used to have some really beautiful hand-blown Christmas... Look, and that's all the glitter, and it's the paint that it adheres to. I mean, they've got buckets... I mean, they must go in with that stuff all over the blooming place. I don't know if you've ever... It's like being on the beach if you're a little kid, and when you get home, you find sand in the most unusual places... You know, and your mother saying, stand on the towel. And after you've stood on the towel and brushed yourself down. Shane says, thank you for reading that poem. It's a good one, actually. It's a very good poem. We like a good poem. Plus. Oh, Dame Joan has got her Christmas tree up. That's about the first erection this year, I think, for Dame Joan and a few other people. I'm doing mine... Well, I'm having to go by Sandy's, the fish shop. The moment his go up and the lights in the town go up, then I'm going to put my tree up. I've decided. That's going to be the only one. Oh, that looks nice, doesn't it? All-in-one meals that taste great, cut down on washing up. I'm all in favour of that. This one's roasted sausage supper. And I do that as well. I use one pan for cooking. I don't use anything else apart from one pan. Braised steak with mushrooms, ready in only 3 hours. Turkish lamb and apricot pilaf. 50 minutes. Gorgeous. Absolutely wonderful. Really, really nice. Well, I can't find this blooming story. I seriously can't find it. They've got stories about the man that Diana, princess, sensationally admitted she loved and adored. And this is James Hewitt, 62. Mind you, somebody was saying the other day, did you see Michael Parkinson on the television the other day? He was on with, I think, Piers Morgan and Susanna Reid. He apparently has aged overnight. He doesn't look anything like Parky. You know, and did you see the picture? Oh, have a look at a picture of Michael Parkinson. Seriously, people were writing in saying, I didn't even recognise him. So just while we're looking for that, let's have a check on the travel, shall we? Let's get to work nice and quickly this morning at the road. We found the man who invented the bike, the Rally Chopper. I suppose there must have been a few of them, because the one that we discovered earlier on is dead, but this one here is very much alive. This is Tom Carron. He's got a book out. What a marvellous man. It's almost as good as the people you see who are on that Yorkshire programme, which is called Bangers and Cash, I think. And it's this company in this village, and they bring in old cars and everything. Absolutely, it's the most exciting programme I've ever seen, because it makes you realise in this country there are people devoted to making motorbikes and all sorts of cars for resale, and people buy wrecks. In fact, the producer bought one and he's still driving it. Aren't you? I mean, yours is hopeless. I mean, your one, you'll have to get rid of it. Get a bicycle. Or a tandem. Get a tandem, couldn't you? Yeah. It's hopeless, isn't it? Yeah, well, you need to get something. You need to be mobile. The trouble is, when you've not had a car, it doesn't bother you. When you've had a car, and then you don't have a car, it bothers you. Like, big time. So if ever mine goes into the garage, like it doesn't get very often, they give me another car to drive. It's always embarrassing. It's never like my car at all. You know, you take a Bentley in there and you drive out with a Cinquecento. Doesn't quite work the same, does it? You know as you're driving down the road, people look at you with pity. Little Julie says, I love Ghost the film. Well, I mean, I didn't not like it. But what I did was, I remember thinking, this isn't realistic. You know, he would sort of sit on settees and wouldn't fall all the way through to the ground floor and stuff like that. But I thought the film was nice, and I thought it was nice. I thought Demi Moore looked good. When she cried, she looked good. Some people look good crying. And And she looked good as well. Jane says, I thought the absolute love of Diana's life was a top surgeon. Well, she went out with quite a few people. Whether or not they would have thought those sort of relationships, but mind you, you know, Charles was having How's Your Father's with Camilla. So, you know, why shouldn't she have had a little bit of fun? I mean, she must have been very isolated inside the royal family. Nobody would talk to her. The Queen would just say, what can you do? You know, because they don't do anything. They don't deal with it. That's why... You know, if the Queen had any sway over Prince Andrew, she'd have had him packed on an aeroplane, dropped off over America, just over the FBI's headquarters, so he could fill them in on all the details they don't know. But, of course, being an arrogant little so-and-so, he doesn't want to do anything. You know, Harry, they go, oh, he might want to come back. We don't want him back. I think him and his wife, they've fallen in the British ratings. I mean, they're really fallen quite a lot. Quite a lot. So McDonald's planning to sell a plant-based burger in a range next year called McPlant. Apparently, Burger King, Dunkin', Donuts and KFC all sell it. Do you know, I walked past a KFC the other day and I nearly nipped in to get something from KFC, and I thought, no, don't. You can't do that and then go to bed. It just doesn't work. I'm trying to be healthy boy, you know, and if I'm not healthy boy, it's not gonna work. Phil Vickery has a chopper bike. He says, I bought it years ago after my father wouldn't let me have one when I was at school. He said they were dangerous. You see, your family must be very rich, Phil, because all I wanted was a pogo stick. A pogo stick. I didn't ask for a lot in life, a pogo stick. Or one of those balls that you sat on between your legs and you bounced a ball. Space Hopper. Never got that either. I never got pogo stick. I mean, it took ages to get roller skates. Ages, and I wasn't very good on roller skates either. You watch people now, like that, they're fantastic. But have a chopper bike. So, wow. So have you still got it then, Phil? Are you saving it? I mean, I can't believe it. Can't believe you've still got a chopper bike. They're worth money, aren't they? It's like Sinclair C5s. When they first came out, I remember thinking, oh, I'll get a Sinclair C5. And then you see them compared to the size of a Juggernaut. You think, I don't think so. I don't think they'd ever see you. I think you disappear completely. Everybody doing losing weight in the newspapers, which is good news, isn't it? I'm trying to be helpful, honestly. Everybody thinks I'm picking on poor Jake, but I'm not. I'm quite concerned that, you know, he's nearly as big as me. And but you know, so don't worry. Your secret is safe with me. Yeah, he's still got it. Phil's still got his chopper bike. How cool is that? Don't tell me that you get it out every so often and you go for a little spin. I think that's marvellous. I think that's fantastic. I mean, I haven't got anything from my childhood, apart from my memories. And memories are very good to have. I often wonder what happened to my puppet theatre that my dad made. I often wonder what happened to all my puppets. I used to have a wind-up gramophone. I bought in what we used to call a rummage sale. And it cost me 2 and 6 pence. And it was a wind-up gramophone. And I had a set of Scheherazade records. And it was absolutely wonderful. I love stuff like that. I mean, if I had a huge, probably way too old, says Phil. See, the trouble is, never too old. That's what I think. You know, it's sort of, you know, somebody pointed out yesterday, oh good, another 4 years, Steve Allen's going to be 70. And I thought, well, how is this possible? Where's that crept up from? You know, because it doesn't matter, does it? It's just a set of numbers. And if you listen to somebody and you think, gosh, you sound about sort of, you know, late... What did that say? Thought I was a hoarder. I am a hoarder, but not of stuff from my childhood. Not of stuff from my childhood, because I don't know why. What a funny question. What do you mean, why? How dare you question me? No. Well, because I left home quite early. Oh, here we go, play with the hair again. Thomas used to play with his hair as well like that, which was very entertaining. And, yeah, I mean, I left home, so all my stuff was left at home. So when my parents moved, presumably they just sort of threw it out or something like that. We never had anything new. So if Phil Vickery bought himself a chopper bike, that must have been a second-hand chopper. Must have been, because my father bought a bicycle for me for Christmas, but what he did, he bought it. He saw it in the local paper, you know, in the days when people had a local paper. And then he sort of tarted it all up and painted it. He was very clever with his hands, my father, and could do things like that. We never had anything new. I don't remember anything new at all. But that didn't make any difference, because what you didn't know about, you didn't worry about. Our price for Christmas was 25 quid. That was as much as you could spend on a Christmas present. But as we didn't know the value of money, didn't make any difference at all. Phil's got... Guess what Phil's got? Guess what Phil's got? Come on. He must have loved circuses because he's got a unicycle. And he can still ride it, he says. He said, I learnt to ride it when I was 14. I used to love circuses, Phil, because they would always have, and I remember seeing it on the stage of the London Palladium, when they used to do Sunday night at the London Palladium with Bruce, good game, beat the clock, here we go. And they'd have somebody on unicycles, and sometimes the unicycle would be so tall, they'd have to lift you up, and they would sort of, it was fantastic. I couldn't do it. I wanted to learn to juggle a short while ago. Clive, who drives Nick Ferrari's breakfast show here at LBC, he can juggle. And he's got a cousin who can juggle as well. And I was watching, I've got a thing called the Great British Circus, and I remember thinking, and I was watching this guy, he's only young, he's a teenager, juggling. He said you learn to juggle with one ball, and then as it starts coming down, then you throw the next one up, and so it goes 2. He said 3 is difficult, he said, because some people cheat on it, and then it means you can't do 4. But, you know, they had a little kid on, I think Sunday night at the London Palladium. He was about 12. He could juggle with about 15 balls. I mean, I think that's... I loved it. You imagine just being able to Phil can also juggle. Turning into a right clever dick, isn't he, this morning? I mean, honestly, he can do a unicycle. He's also got a chopper bike, and he can juggle. Right. You're bad. I'd love to learn to juggle. I would. I mean, people have sent me things before. I've had DVDs sent to me. I've had juggling balls sent to me, and I still can't do the blooming thing. We used to do it with half the fruit in the bowl at Christmas, and you'd end up throwing most of your satsumas on the floor. You know, I just wasn't very good at things like that. I don't think I've got good hand-to-eye coordination. Certainly haven't got it to the mouth, so, you know. My dad went to Germany, says Roger, in 1971, and bought a bright orange chopper bike for my 6th birthday before they went on sale here. How lovely. How lovely. Fancy having things like... You see, if you saved things like that, that'd be good, wouldn't it? But, as you didn't. Most people didn't. That's why they end up worth money. 5:30, that there wasn't any work in certain sectors. My driver this morning, his wife used to work in Tesco. Well, she got made redundant, and they're not taking on part-timers. I mean, it's really difficult. Really, really difficult for a lot of people. I said, that's why Martin says, would you like to try the new COVID drug because you're diabetic? No, I get it because I'm diabetic. And I'm over 65. So I get I get double bubble. Oh yeah, of course I'm going to be going for it, but I want to make sure it's tested first. You know, until it's been tested, we don't want disasters, do we? We don't want it. So, I mean, because I'm diabetic and because as I said, there were 4 of us yesterday on the video conferencing from the doctor's surgery, and then they'll now sort of analyse the wee, and we can do that. Honestly, it's such a difficult... Have you ever tried weeing a sample in one of those test tubes? Oh, it's a... Well, it wasn't. And, here all week. And, no, it's very difficult because the test tubes are so small. So, in fact, it's not a complete wee. You can only do sort of halfway. Then you've got to stop weeing. Otherwise, it just goes everywhere. It's very messy. Very messy. But they'll get back to me in 2 weeks' time. What they'll do, they send it away, it goes back to the pathology department, apparently, which always makes you feel like you're on your last legs. And then they'll sort of be able to... They can test my sugar levels and everything else in your wee. It's good, isn't it? Steve says, check out my bike, which I had in the early 80s. It was called the Raleigh Vector. The Raleigh Vector. That sounds a bit posh, doesn't it? Listen, I'm still impressed that Phil Vickery has got a unicycle. I always want one. I used to watch them at the circuses, and that's the Raleigh Vector. Oh, that was a bit posh, wasn't it? That's a bit flash. Oh, you'd want one of these, Phil. That looks quite good, doesn't it? Do you know, when we were kids, do you know what was the one thing that sort of happened later in life, and I wished I'd been younger? When they did E.T. and all the kids were on their bikes, and they were going up and down the hills where they were building the houses. And then my favourite bit was where all the police have lined across the road. And did you notice the thing that they'd done when they remade the film? They had to take bits out, because in the original, the police are standing there with guns. When they cut the bits out, they airbrushed out the guns. So the police are just standing there, but their hands are still in the same position, which is very odd. And as the bikes got there, they took off. Well, the cinema I was in cheered. We cheered. It was the only film that I've ever been to that people were clapping and cheering and then bursting into tears at the end. Everybody burst into tears. And all big grown men going, oh, I'm not going to be affected by a film. And then when he goes home and he goes, come and stay. And the one thing that kid had, and if you go to YouTube, you can see his audition. What's his name? I can't remember his name now, but he did his, was it Elliot? They did his audition. And do you know what he could do that no other kid could do? Well, not the ones they interviewed. He could cry. He could cry on cue. And so they explained the scene to him, and they said, listen, you've got this friend. Bearing in mind he hadn't seen anything. There you go. Henry Thomas's audition for E.T. And he sits in, they said, listen, I'm going to play the part of somebody from the government, and the president has said, and he had to ad-lib this thing here. And so you watch it on YouTube, and you will go, that's why you got the part. Because at one point, he bursts into tears. And he says, I don't want you to take him away. Which is exactly how it was in the film. And so we cried with him. I kid you not, I've never known a cinema like it. You know, where, look, I mean, he's welling up. And he's just playing a part with a film crew. At the end, the person filming it goes, OK, kid, you got the job. And he then smiles. It's the most amazing thing you'll ever see, because that was the one thing about E.T. We'd never seen anything like it. And Spielberg just went up 10 million points in my estimation. If you haven't seen the film, and there are still people who haven't seen the film, get it. Watch it, because to watch him sort of crying, they said, listen, just imagine somebody's coming to take your friend away. And he'd go, I don't want you to take my friend away. You know, he's my friend. You mustn't take him away. And they said, well, the president wants to. I don't care. And then he was so good. My favourite bit, though, was when E.T. got a bit tiddled in the fridge, and as the fridge door opened, it smacked him in the face and he fell over backwards, which was so funny. And then at the end, as I say, and then as the credits are running, they put all the lights up in the cinema, and all you could see is men with their handkerchiefs up to their faces. The women, of course, had given up years ago, because they don't, listen, it's okay. If you're a girlie, it's okay to cry. It's okay to cry. But for men, it's like, oh, I'm a big butch man. And yet when E.T. took off, and went away, and you just looked at them, and there were all these people, and it just kept cutting, and the drum was boom, 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 and it was just brilliant. I nearly said bloody brilliant, but I thought, no, you mustn't swear, Stephen. It's only a Wednesday morning. I know, thank you. If I'd sworn, can you imagine? Goodness sake, there's so many swear words now that you can... I turn on the television, the language is atrocious. On the television, I've seen things on the television which I cannot begin to tell you, kind of shock me to my core. Cup of soup, Steve, are high in salt. Yogurts, even when fat-free, are high in sugar. No, this one isn't. This is Yo. And I think it's 5%. Prawn crackers are a tasty snack. Oh, no. And Iceman says they should have the new bottles for urine testing. Larger bottle with a tube. To be honest with you, I really sort of think that they should make a different size tube. But they have added this extra bit. Obviously for men. How ladies manage it, I've got no idea. Steve, my dad always listens to your show. He's 60 today, and he's not very happy about it. It's not. Listen, 60 is great. 60 is good. Don't worry about it. Listen, 60 is a number. Just think, Chris, you get to 60, just think of the memories. Think of all the young... I work with young people. Seriously, there's nobody my age who I work with at all. Nobody. And the one thing that they don't have is what I've got, which is memories. You know, really good memories. Really, you know, all sorts of things which, you know, you couldn't make up. And people say, what, you went through that? You went, yep, absolutely. You know, I mean, you know, I went through, you know, Diana's wedding, Diana's death. You know, all these other... There's a piece in the paper today about the very dreary Sarah Ferguson showing you the inside of her house, which, of course, is a bit of a cheat because it's not her house at all. It was the Queen Mother. She's divorced from the bloke who's got it, which is Andrew, who we're not friends with anyway. And Sarah Ferguson on, oh, I hate it when they called me, you know, fat and all this kind of thing. I thought, why don't you just shut up and go away, please? And so she's living in a house because she's not very good with money, as we all know. And it's a case of, you know, I bet Prince Philip is spitting blood. She's living in what? Oh dear, no, that's not right. You know, I mean, she should be earning her own money, but of course, she appears not to be. Steve, if you had to describe Luke, Corey and Jake in one word, says Matthew, what would you say? Fat? That would be the one word. I don't know, there isn't a one word that describes them. There really isn't a one word. I mean, you know, enthusiastic? Talented? No. I mean, talent doesn't really come into it. It's a case of, can you do it? Enthusiasm would be the main thing that you would do, because if you're not enthusiastic for the job that you do, what's the point of doing it? You've got to be enthusiastic. It isn't just a means to an end. It isn't. I mean, I don't do this job for money. Huh? Yeah. No, you don't. I might have done at the beginning because it was a job, but then I've always done jobs for money. That's what happens. You do a job, you do well, and they give you money. I mean, to be honest with you, I'd rather have packets of cuppa soup, which my boss would be delighted at, I should imagine. But you do it because you're enthusiastic about it. My boss said to me, he said, "You still love doing it." I said, "Listen, you won't find anybody as enthusiastic as me." What a gift. What a gift. What a lovely thing to be able to do, to be able to sit in a little studio all by yourself, freezing to death, you know, cup of tea, your telephone, some lights, some television screens, talking into a muff, you know, and then sort of hoping people are listening the other end. And luckily they are. But, you know, it's a gift. But it's in the top word would be enthusiasm. You have to be enthusiastic for somebody. I have had over the years, not many, only 2 I could think of the other day, of people who, I think they were doing it for the wrong reason. They were doing it because they thought that, you know, this is what you did, but they didn't seem to get out of it what I get out of it. I mean, seriously, it's like doing anything. Even when I worked in a shop, I loved it. When I worked in a pub, I loved it. You have to love everything. And if you don't have that enthusiasm, it doesn't transfer. You know, it's like going into a bar. Not that I do that very often. And there's people standing there behind the counter looking miserable, and you think, oh, God, here we go. There's another person I've got to... Hello, I'm a person waiting to spend money. And so you find all these people on a Friday night, and again, I don't do that, and they're holding money in their hands, hoping to be spotted by the person behind the counter, who sometimes will be chatting away. I mean, I went to somewhere the other day, I can't tell you where it was, and the person had their back to me, and they didn't even think to turn round and see... And when they turned round, eventually, after what seemed like an eternity, I'd grown a beard, and they didn't go, "Oh, sorry." Nothing at all. You don't get that in shops now. They seem to think that, you know, it's they don't have to be beholden to you. I'm not asking people in shops to be sort of subservient, but at least you want some kind of, you know, I'm spending money. You know, listen, I've worked for my money. Why don't you work for yours? I'm very easygoing, actually, really. Such an easygoing person. It's almost embarrassing, really. People say to me, "You're so easygoing, Steve." A friend of mine said to me the other day, because we haven't had the Steve Allen lunch for ages and ages, and he said, Gavin said, "Why don't we have a virtual Steve Allen lunch club?" So I mentioned it to my friend Jordan, and he said, "How's that going to work?" I said, "I'm presuming I sit at home with a piece of cheese and a Ritz cracker, and we have a chat about, well, how's that going to work, is it? Because you've got to eat something and you've got to hold the phone at the same time. It doesn't work. You need to see people." And that's why, the sooner this is over... Steve, groovy is one word to describe them. Well, no, it's still enthusiasm. Enthusiastic is what I would expect. If somebody said to me, "What do you look for in a producer?" I generally used to go good looks, but we kind of gave that one up some years ago. And so I go, no, enthusiasm. I mean, looks help. Not on this programme, but, you know, on other people's programmes. Because there's no point. If you've got to sit there for 3 hours looking at somebody, if they're unattractive, I tell them they're unattractive. I've done it at my shows. I've said, "Listen, it's lovely to see a room full of good-looking people. Some ugly people as well. I don't need to point you out. You know who you are." And it's the same here. I've got to sit here for 3 hours looking at them, and they have to smile or laugh or sort of play with their hair, which is what, you know, Jake does all the time. You know, I mean, literally, might as well just twist it round his fingers and put a curler in. You know, to see what it looks like. Oh, we need to do the travel, don't we? Apparently I'm going to be bought a present by Mr. Moyles. He says, "We need to get you a phone holder so you can eat your cheese slices hands-free." I nearly bought cheese slices the other day until I suddenly realised, and I don't know who told me, if you look on the back of a cheese slice thing and you read I thought it was just cheese. Oh no, it's a composite of things. It's like, you know, if you go and buy a pizza... Well, the cheese that they're using on there is some rubberised thing that goes into a machine. It's not proper cheese. You know, and even if you buy bags of grated cheese in any of the supermarkets, the ingredients on the back are hilarious. It's plastic. It's plasticised. I always tell the story of McDonald's fries. You just think it's a potato. 14 ingredients in a McDonald's fry. For colour, for longevity. Because if you buy a packet of McDonald's fries when they're first done, they're stiff. And they're there. 10 minutes, they've started flopping. They have a shelf life, you know, of, well, I don't know whether it's on purpose or not, but I mean, you're supposed to eat them when they've sort of just come out of the fryer, but to be honest with you, they're way too hot. And they do go soggy. If you pick them up afterwards, they've gone, it's because of all these different ingredients. I mean, it's quite clever. Pete, the train driver, says, Steve, I've just ordered my Prosecco glasses. Apologies for the delay. It's outrageous. I need a letter from your parents and everything else. Steve, the RAF Camp Cinema, Ivanhoe, hoots, screams and stamping. The whole audience in sync on a Saturday morning. Saturday morning was particularly brilliant. You know, for kids going to the cinema, it was the opportunity for parents to go off and do their shopping, and they'd shove the kids at the ABC Miners. 9pence and 6pence. Somebody just said, what's your muff? It's this thing in front of me. Here. It's, what it is, you've got the microphone, and then over the top of it is the mic muff. And that stops you ing. Yeah. That doesn't mean anything to anybody driving a Juggernaut at the moment. They're going, what the dickens was he doing there? And it stops you popping on the microphone. So you learn to do, pardon the expression, a silent P. You have to do all the letters that would against the microphone, you have to learn to do. It's a little trick of the trade. I mean, I don't want to make out that it's really complicated, but you have to learn to do that. Because otherwise it sounds as though it's banging. And it doesn't sound right. So they put these muffs... You see them on all the television reporters. They've got a microphone with a muff over the top of it. And we've got them over... I mean, I wouldn't like to imagine how many hundreds there are in this building. Loads and loads of them. And somebody says, I had a premonition a few hours ago that you would say, I love doing my job and it doesn't feel like work. It's true. It doesn't feel like work. When I hear of people who have to go out there, and bear in mind, I have done normal jobs in inverted commas. I've worked for, sort of 8-hour days and stuff like that. But, this is sort of what it is. And it's good fun. I first saw the Raleigh chopper on Blue Peter and thought I might get one for Christmas, but to no avail. Steve says that Phil, this is another Phil, this one's in Stamford, Lee Hope. He says, my parents didn't have that sort of money. No, my parents didn't have that sort of money either. Many parents didn't. He said, but I bought one around 15 years ago and it's now hanging up in my shed. But isn't that, I mean, I wish I'd kept all of my toys from childhood. If I kept them all in the boxes, I'm good at buying stuff now, strangely enough, which I don't play with. I'll see something. So I told you I've got some ETs in their boxes, light up finger. He stands about yo tall, and I've kept them in the boxes. I haven't opened them or done anything like that, working on the assumption that, when I eventually pass on, whoever inherits all my stuff is going to be able to sell things like that. I tend not to. If I like something enough, I'll buy 2. So then I've got one to look at and play with and one to leave in the box. It's a strange thing that people do. Everybody's got little foibles, haven't they? Everybody's got little things that they do. Also, I've just bought a 1984 Raleigh Record Sprint. It's black and gold, has the original tyres, says Mike. It's been stuck in a garage all its life. Not at all surprised. And what's the film where the spaceship plays a tune, says Jackie? You mean the one that goes... Do, 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 do. Close Encounters. Oh, yes. And my friend Chris says, you must be doing it wrong. He says, because it feels like blooming work to me when the alarm goes off at 04:30. You see, I bounce out of bed. I mean, I'm always horrified when I check with people what time they go to bed. They're always going to bed really late, whereas I go to bed. Yesterday, I was in bed at 5:30. And I hit that pillow, memory pillow, and which forms to the shape of my head, so it looks the same every day. And I'm out within seconds. I don't hang around at all. But I am going to bed early. But poor old Chris, when the alarm goes off at 4:30, you see, I mean, I'm awake before the alarm. I've never woken up on an alarm, and yet I've got 5 alarms, just in case I oversleep, but it's never likely to happen. Far too professional. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So please send in your pictures of the glasses, which is great. And Steve, my mother wouldn't allow me to have a bike in the 60s where we lived. It was factories, but I borrowed a friend's bike, which she didn't know about, says Shane. Yes, I mean, do you know, I nearly bought a mini car, a proper mini motor car years ago. A friend of mine was selling one, and I didn't have a car. And it was a black Mini with with gold glitter in it as well. It was a glitter finish. A black Mini. How much did he want for it? £70. That's what he was selling it for. The first car I ever bought was a Ford Popular, and it was £100 for a car. I mean, I'm sure nowadays you could probably buy things like that, but, it's sort of, the very first brand new car I bought was a Mini. Very first one. I don't know why. I suppose because you thought that Minis were sort of cheap. And, oh, look, the music starts. It's Wednesday. I go, oh, is it really? I go, yeah, it's Wednesday. It's the 11th of November. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. So, we sold a lot of Prosecco glasses. We've still got a few left. So if you're looking for that last-minute Christmas present, all you have to do is go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, and you'll find all the details on there, and they will sell you 1, 2, 4, 6. They'll sell you any number of glasses. The more we sell, the more money goes to our charity Make Some Noise to help people who've been affected badly by coronavirus, and that's people who have lost their jobs, people who, with the help of charities, are finally being fed again, and they're finding it very difficult. So the money that we've raised so far, well in excess of £50,000, just through selling some Prosecco glasses, is going a long way to making people's life a little bit more bearable. So if you're in a fortunate position and you're able to buy some glasses, I thank you in advance, and thank you from the people who are going to be benefiting. And so after we sold a load of glasses, the team, the Make Some Noise team, and my team came up with this idea that tomorrow is happy hour day. And so what we want from you is a photograph of you posing with your Prosecco glasses, your Steve Allen Prosecco glasses, making sure it's facing the camera so we can see it says from the Groovy Gang. And it's got the Steve Allen Show. And it doesn't matter if there's any booze in it or orange juice or anything like that. A few people have cheated and put alcohol in there, which is outrageous. But we don't mind. And if you tweet the picture, get somebody to take the picture of you. Make sure you're looking your sparkly best, because you're going to go on the internet. And you can tweet us a picture. So you take the picture and then you tweet it to @Make Noise, okay? Or you can email them to me, steve@lbc.co.uk. And I'm looking actually at, we have attempts that the boys did them. Corey's got a picture of course, nothing in his glass at all. And this was a glass he was going to take home, if you remember, the outrageousness of it all. And Luke's picture as well. And so they're going. So that'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? Are you submitting them? Oh, you sent them in. Good idea. It's amazing how Luke looks so much better, doesn't he? And no, I mean seriously, I don't mean that in a nasty way or anything. I love the way you say that picture posing that you might be seeing from Corey tomorrow has been used on many an occasion now. He obviously knows which way he looks best. So tweet those pictures by sending us the photo. You give us permission to make a nice collage, and we can share them on Thursday. We've had plenty in, but we would love some more, please. So do that. So take a picture of you with your Prosecco glasses, and then tweet the picture to @MakeNoise. That's all it is, @MakeNoise, or email them to me, steve@lbc.co.uk. And I say I thank you very much indeed for that. Front pages of the papers we'll get round to in a moment. And Kaz says, through this pandemic, so proud of my colleagues at West Mid University Hospital continuing to work through. Oh, I don't think there's any doubt in that in my mind whatsoever. Steve, you're always complaining it's very cold in the studio. Yeah, you know why it's cold in the studio? It's because if it was warm, I'd go to sleep. Because heat makes you drowsy. So now that you go to hot countries, you find people around swimming pools. You go to sort of Ibiza, if you must, and other places, San Antonio, or maybe the Maldives, and you sit on a beach, on your sun lounger, and because it's hot and we're not used to it in this country, you go to sleep. And then you wake up and discover you've been burnt all down one side. It's not a good look. You look a bit ridiculous, don't you? Don't ever wear white outfits when you go on holiday. People do that. They always take a white outfit. They go, oh, it'll show off the tan. No, it shows off the burns. And that's not particularly good at all. But that's why. So if there's heat in the studio, and I think it works for most people's studios, strangely enough, television studios are boiling hot. Do you know why? The heat from the lights. But I have no such worry in here. I've got, I'm trying to think how many lights I've got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Isn't that funny? 9 or 10. Could be 10. Oh, Lord above. Oh, don't put those on. That's far too bright. No, I don't want any more lights on. We've got, because it can be, I can appear on a television screen near you soon. Far too bright. Far too bright. They're literally, it's really bright in your face, yes. I remember, it comes from this light up here. There's like a floodlight. Well, it's little, but it floods. They're called floodlights because they flood the area with lighting. Look, and so there's also blue lights on the walls. Have you got the blue lights as well? Did you have those ones? Oh, well, you did have them a minute ago. They actually came on. And the LBC bit lights up behind me as well, which is quite nice. To be honest with you, if I actually took my top off, and don't all ask at the same time, I could probably develop a tan in here. It's like being on a sunbed in the studio. But anyway, so that's why. But I mean, it would be possible to fall asleep. It would be very easy to fall asleep if there was heat on. So consequently, they keep you freezing. And so I'm more than happy to sit here, freezing to death with my gloves on and my scarf and my hat. So, and you're the same. You're the same as well. But you're lucky you've got hair on your head, see, Jake, so you can use that, as sort of a winter warmer. Just pop your fingers into your hair, because you spend a lot of time doing that, and then it keeps your hands warm at the same time, which is lovely. I'm all in favour of things like that. Of course, I don't bother with hair anymore. It's an unnecessary advantage in my career. First car was a Ford Popular, says Sue in Perth and Kinross. I paid 40 quid for it. Ooh, she says, how I wish I'd kept her. Oh, I wonder what it looks like now. I can't remember the number plate of my little Ford Popular. Only had 4 gears. First, second, third, and reverse. And I've told you before, the windscreen wipers worked on pressure. The faster you went, the slower the windscreen wipers operated. Don't ask me why this was. So if you went down the motorway, you'd have to crawl down the motorway. No, that's not a foot. That's a foot. Oh, no, our car didn't look as bad as that. No, they must be that's it. Looked like that second one there. Second row down, middle. Looked like that. Not in that colour. I think it was in grey, but it was £100. And it was very nice. Well, I think it was to be honest with you, it was my first car. And I think we put the insurance on my dad's insurance, which is how most kids... But nowadays, if you're a young person and you're learning to drive, your parents don't want your insurance. It'll, take them up through the ceiling. I think my godson's insurance, I think the car was about 3,000, the insurance was about 3,500. They don't want them driving on the roads. Terrible. And another one here says, was there another bicycle? You're talking about the Rally Chopper. Was there a smaller bike called a Chipper? Not a Chipper Chopper. I don't know. A Rally Chipper. I don't think there was. Mind you, I have been proven incorrect on a few occasions before, but we try not to mention it too often. So was there a Chipper bike? Wait a minute. Rally bike? No, Chopper. Only Chopper. We think... wait, no, Rally Chipper. A Rally Chipper. Or Chippo. Good Lord above. There really was, actually. The Rally Chipper, used for sale in the UK. They've got 35 used ones for sale online. I'd love a bicycle now, but to be honest with you, people pinch them around London. There's a lot of people get their bicycles pinched because they're worth money. You see some people, and they're really flashy bicycles, but people nick them. The police have done stakeouts. Can't tell you which area they're doing this morning, but they will be there to make sure that people can't do it. The North has been the worst affected area in England during the coronavirus pandemic, increasing the levels of inequality. Rally is pronounced rally. As opposed to what? Raleigh. It's a Raleigh bike. I think you can say either. It's like, what was that programme on the television where they were talking about a piano? Can you play the piano? It's actually pronounced piano. Which I thought was fantastic. Right, front pages. James Martin's got a winter warmer. Some great... Do you know what's a winter warmer? Something like cottage pie. That's a winter warmer. That's quite nice. Or failing that, beef stew with dumplings. That's a winter warmer as well. That's quite nice. Plus, Bozo's Cluck Cluck Jabba Jabba. This is Dawn Neesham's column today. Her mother will be listening. And Phil Collins, his ex-wife, she's not been at all kind about him. I mean, she really hasn't. I mean, to be honest with you, he's obviously better without her. But she wants half of his £30 million fortune. She claims that he was impotent. I mean, Well, I mean, honestly, what a horrible person. Why do people say stuff like that? She said he was incapable of having, that. And he stopped showering, brushing his teeth and dressing properly. He became like a hermit. I like him. He came into me, actually. I was such a fan. Such a fan of Phil Collins. In fact, went to see him at the Royal Albert Hall. And because he was a drummer. And he was an actor. I think people forget that he was an actor, and very good at it. He was in Buster, the movie, which was about Buster Edwards, who was one of the bank robbers, the great train robbers, Buster Edwards, who used to have a flower stall down at Waterloo Market, Waterloo Station. Every day I used to go down there, and you would see Buster Edwards selling his flowers. And then he took his own life because I think he was suffering from depression and things like that. But for ages, I used to see him down there. But in the film, it was Phil Collins with Julie Walters, I think, who played the wife as well. Such a good little film, very good little film. Oh, I must tell you that John Fraser has died at the age of 89. Many of you will not know who John Fraser is, so I'll tell you now that he was the star of the Dam Busters movie. He'd had a year-long battle with cancer, but he decided not to have chemotherapy. Now, there's two things interesting about this. He was discovered very peaceful. He died in his sleep, in his bed, by his partner, called Rodney, during the height of his fame. Of course, as we discussed the other day, when we were talking about Alan Turing, homosexuality was illegal, and as a gay man, this played a part in his desire to step out of the spotlight. So he'd shot to fame playing Flight Lieutenant Hoppy Hopgood in the British war film The Dam Busters. He would star in more than 20 films, including El Cid, The Waltz of the Toreadors, but he got cold feet about Hollywood. Brought up in Glasgow. In recent years, he lived in Italy with Rodney because it was illegal and people weren't able to come out. But he decided at the age of 89 that he did not want chemotherapy. So, bless his heart. He's gone to a place where there is no prejudice at all. There was a Raleigh Tomahawk. A Raleigh Tomahawk, or Raleigh. It depends where you come from, doesn't it? So that was the smaller version of the chopper, says Simon. Things we learn on this programme this morning. The things we learn. Leicester Picket has sold trophies and other prize mementos. I don't know why, but they actually fetch about £112,000, which is always useful, isn't it? And TV's Susanna Reid had a When Harry Met Sally moment, hearing the news of the COVID vaccine. I won't do it again. We did it earlier on in the programme. We don't want to labour the point, as they say. Let's take a short break, shall we? 6:15-ish. Nice to have your company. Gina says, love your show as always. My first car was a Morris 1000. 50 quid in 1975. Steve says, Linda, found my old Mathmos lava lamp. Well, surprise, surprise. If you go to Robert Dyas, they're selling Mathmos lamps. They're selling... And seriously, I saw them the other day. 2 sizes, small and bigger. So, there you go. Because I've actually got 2 in the sitting room. I don't use them anymore, but I had them in the sitting room. Mainly because you have to use a bright bulb, because then it heats up the stuff inside the lava lamp, and then it sort of moves up and down. They're quite good, actually. I've got a thing where it's a ball, a silver little tiny ball, and it floats in midair. Because the thing it's in is a magnet around the outside. That's quite nice. It's got little lights in it. That's quite cute. Front page of the Daily Mirror today. Drug dealers working in care homes to recruit kids. What, working in... Oh, children's homes. When it said care homes, I was trying to work... But why would pensioners want to be distributing drugs? In one case, 4 workers have been quizzed. The kids became easy targets for criminal gangs who want to exploit them. Yeah, and of course the ultimate end to that one is you go to prison. There were those 2 stupid little boys the other day, one 17, one 18, and they were so thick, a bit difficult to prove just how stupid somebody could be, but they were dealing in drugs in Wales, and what they were doing is they took pictures of all the money that they'd made, the £20 notes and the £50 notes, and so they've gone to prison for 3 years each. I mean, you can't be that stupid. But they are, so, any kids listening in care homes and thinking, oh, I'll end up with all this money and all the rest of it, you're going to end up in prison. Very stupid. Very stupid. I see that Marcus Rashford is now an ambassador for Burberry. What? For Burberry? I didn't know Burberry was sort of still back or in fashion. You remember Daniela Westbrook years ago in the Burberry outfit, which killed the brand practically overnight? She had Burberry skirt, Burberry pram, Burberry, and everybody's going... bit chav in it. I think it was the most copied thing, and now you've got Marcus Rashford, who is, he's also been given an MBE. Only going to prove that, you know, if you do good work... Yeah, look at Daniela Westbrook. What in God's name was she wearing? The kid's wearing a Burberry skirt. Matching pram as well. I mean, it really looked... Poor old Daniela. Where is Daniela Westbrook now? Where's she gone to? Disappeared completely. Way too much tarn. Well, it's Burberry, isn't it? If you go to markets, the most faked thing would be Burberry. Whereas I just look at them and go, naff. You know, you have to go up market. Oh, look, people in Cardiff. After Wales comes out of lockdown, are they wearing masks? No. Are they all socially distancing? No. I mean, it's just unbelievable, isn't it? You know, the world latest cases, 51 million cases of coronavirus. The UK's 1,233,000. How many deaths? Just under 50,000 people are dead. Okay? And here you've got 5 stupid people in Wales, not socially distancing, not wearing... One of them's even holding his mask in his hand. I mean, it just beggars belief. It really does. I can't believe things like that. Also, what else we got? Oh, yes, Jeremy Vine says he wants to stay on the radio until he's in his 80s. He's only 55. And he says, I'd love to still be on radio when I'm 82, because that's when Jimmy was there. That's Jimmy Young, which is good. Also, after 200 days since the Minister went on the show, this is an interview with Piers Morgan, who said, I dress as the Mirror Chicken to tackle Boris over COVID. I suppose they're all worried, aren't they? You know, we have no trouble getting ministers on LBC. Even Keir Starmer comes on to LBC to do his phone-in. And another one here. I began listening to LBC, Steve, at the time of the Falklands. And it was the best way of keeping up with the news. It's been my favourite radio station ever since. He says, I have a complaint. Sorry to mention this to you this early in the morning, but I've become addicted, says Paula, to your programme, which means that my internal alarm goes off at 3:45 every day, but I will continue to be a part of your spike. Thank you. She says, I have one of your tea towels, a tote bag, and 2 Prosecco glasses. But have you sent in a photograph? Oops. Nearly sat on my my hand wash. Will Guyot says, I love lava lamps. Well, they're selling them in Robert Dyer's. They've got a whole display of lava lamps. I want the little one. They do one which has got water that bubbles up. It's only about yo big. Doesn't help, does it, if you're listening in stereo, but there you go. And it's got water in it that bubbles and fish swimming up and down inside it. And they've got it in the Strand, in the Robert Dyer's there. The one in Richmond and Hammersmith, they don't have it in. They've got the bigger one, but I don't want the big one. I want the little one. My first car, says Will, was a 1985 cream beige Ford Fiesta. The stories it could tell. Well, it was a talking car. How embarrassing. How much were you drinking? Goodness sake, well, the car spoke to you. What did it say? The stories it could tell. You should have put it forward to sort of children's BBC. It could have sat there going, I'm a Ford Fiesta and I've got a story to tell you today. It were deep down in woods. You know, a talking car. I thought the only person who had one of those was Kit for Knight Rider. Yes, Michael. I see, according to my... Oh, go away. Have you ever heard anything like it? A talking car. Ridiculous. It explains an awful lot. The Pope slammed in all the papers today. This is the church abuse snub. And they also found in this report that the head of the church in England and Wales, Cardinal Vincent Nicholas, seemingly put the reputation of the church above his duty to victims. The inquiry chairman, Professor Alexis Jay, says the responses of the Holy See appear at odds with the Pope's promise to take action on this hugely important problem. Richard Scorer of Slater and Gordon, representing victims, and there are quite a number, said this is a church that cannot be trusted to protect children. And you've seen the television programmes, you've seen the films, and you've seen the report, the newspapers that covered things like this. It was a huge problem for the Catholic Church and still appears to be a big problem. One survivor who gave evidence says the head of the church should have the greatest morals of all. Instead, they were sending paedophiles to other areas of the country. That's what I told you before. In one case, and I think the BBC covered it as a television programme, they found a priest who'd been abusing children, and they just moved him to another parish. He just kept on abusing. They brushed it under the carpet. It was an absolute scandal. Yoko Ono appears to have stopped working. Yoko Ono is 87. She's been vocal for decades about global peace and used to personally attend exhibitions of her artworks, but she's not been seen in public for more than a year. And on October the 5th, Sean, the son, Sean Yoko Lennon, was appointed a director of 8 companies. She brought an album out, Yoko Ono. It was most bizarre. It really was a very bizarre album. In fact, the whole thing was a little bit bizarre. She's still got John's glasses from the night that he was shot, and which she exhibits. And I don't know how much money she inherited, but I'm assuming it was an awful lot of money because the money still keeps rolling in. But a spokesman told the Mirror Yoko has continued to oversee John's estate, but has drafted in Sean as a director to assist where necessary. Because when she first met him, he was in an art gallery, and she just went up and gave him a card. And it had one word on it. Do you remember the word that was on it? Breathe. Breathe. That's all it said on the card, and John was a bit intrigued by this. And I think she was the one who managed to persuade him to take all his clothes off for the Two Virgins album, which then had to be... Nobody'd realise that they were both stark naked. They had to then sort of sell it in a brown paper bag so that people weren't offended. Although, why would you be offended at things like that? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Di in Caerphilly says, can't believe people in Cardiff, it's bonkers, but love lava lamps, which is good. And one here says, I bought a Mark I Consul Cortina. I paid 50 quid for it from a neighbour. Wonder how much it'd be worth now, Martin says. Pound. All these things, they just have a shelf life. Cars, don't they? I mean, the latest thing was a Ford Capri. Everybody wanted a Ford Capri because it was really flash. Really, a Ford Capri was like, whoa, you are cooking with gas. Monica says, I bet none of listeners know my first car, a Polonez. I mostly agree with the testing of it made by Jeremy Clarkson years ago. Oh, how funny. I've never heard of it. So is it I'm tempted to ask the stupidest question ever. It's not a Polish car, is it? Or Russian? Is it something like that? I don't know. A Polonez. Polonez. I'm hoping it's going to be Polish. I would like to think it was Polish. Is it Polish? Wait a minute. Polonez car, developed in Poland. Hello? Honestly, it's a gift, isn't it, this programme? How to be right all the time. Perhaps I should do a book like that. I could rival James O'Brien. Steve Allen's How to Be Right All of the Time. Make it much easier. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Nice. On this Wednesday morning. I don't even know what do you know what? Tell you what we've not done for ages. We've never found out the state of the weather. Hey, Siri, what's the weather like today?
It's currently cloudy and 11 degrees. Expect rain starting tonight. Temperatures are heading up from 11 degrees to 14 this afternoon.
Wow, that's good, isn't it? 14. So double it and add 30. So 28, 50. It's only 58. It's not very much. Chance of rain is 10%. Chance of rain's 10% today. So luckily I've got my umbrella. How cool is that? Very pleased. Very pleased. Steve says, Carl, whatever happened to... unfortunately, the first person who mentioned never worked at LBC, ever. Thank goodness. A thief of the first order. A thief of the first order. Which, of course, then... brought about the demise of the aforementioned person. Steve, when I was a young 13-year-old lad, my parents saved all year to buy me a rally chopper bike for Christmas, which was nice in Nottingham. Well, you can call it a Raleigh. I think Raleigh is very good, actually. It sounds so much better. I mean, if you're common, it's Rally. But no, Rally would be R-A-L-L-Y. Raleigh is R-A-L-E-I-G-H. I had a Raleigh bike, actually, as well. Just normal one. Normal sort of bicycle. What else we got? Front page of The Sun this morning. Good health. 3 jabs by the end of 2020. I thought we were only having 2 jabs of the vaccine. They're saying 3. 3 jabs now expected before Christmas. That's 3, not free. And I still don't know the answer to the question of whether you have to pay for it. If you're in a high risk, a friend of mine, she said she was in Group 11. Group 11, which is a bit amazing. Government advisor Professor Sir John Bell told MPs he was confident we can hit the new year with 2 or 3 vaccines. But they have to test first. They have to test. Chris was talking about they did that story all day yesterday. Do you remember about the kids who couldn't use a knife and fork? Turned out to be the biggest pile of hokum we've ever heard of. We've never heard of such a stupid thing. Kids, because they're at home now, they just they eat with their fingers. To be so stupid, honestly. Where does this come from? Tina from Moray received my 2 Groovy Gang glasses on Friday. Chuffed to have you and Corey and Luke in my home in spirit. Oh, you're not putting spirits in the glasses, are you? Don't start that one. Are there pictures of Luke and Corey on the website? Sadly, Tina, yes. Sadly, you don't want to see what they look like. Seriously, no, you don't. Do you remember the Hunchback of Notre Dame, the film? You know, which was very nice. The bells, the bells. I was never sure whether it was just a Disney film or the person actually existed. Well, that gives you a rough idea where we're actually coming from. She says, but thank you for the chatter. It would be good to put faces to names. That's what the police said when they had them in. They said it's very good to actually put a face to the name now. We've heard about him on the programme, and now we've got him. I never understand. The police, they always put up all these pictures, don't they? We're looking for this person and that person. They show you the photographs. You think, why didn't you keep them when you took their photograph? Seems a bit of a pointless exercise, sort of, you know, taking their photograph, letting them go, and then going, where are they? Should have kept them there. But she said, you make a lot of difference to me and a lot of other people. Well, that's what we're delighted to say. Would you ever consider moving to an electric car? No. No, they don't interest me. I mean, they really don't interest me. I don't know why. I always think that the thing's broken. You know, I've been on buses before now, and a lot of them are electric in London, probably your neck of the woods as well. Oh, look, Sarah Ferguson writes for The Sun. Oh, God. I've got no idea why. No idea why. The headline is, and this was such an old story, I mean, from years and years ago, being called Duchess of Pork hurt, but I won my weight battle and this country can too. I mean, what does she do? Does anybody know what Sarah Ferguson does, apart from sort of, you know, go to America and pretend she's a member of the royal family? She's divorced. She's living in the Queen Mother's house. But she's talking about things which, I mean, to be honest with you, when she struggled with her weight, eating cake and stuff like that, nobody's interested. I mean, really, we're not interested. Really. You know, she's living... I mean, I'd have thought that she was sort of worth so much money, not... that she'd have bought her own house and been independent, but apparently not. She needs to rely on Andrew for somewhere to live. And, as I say, of no interest to a lot of people. Abby's bikini has pooling power. Abby Clancy in a bikini. Will please the boys. I like a picture of a girlie in a bikini. Mind you, we haven't had the weather to do bikinis at all, have we, recently? Which is a bit of a shame. And Steve, and that would be the thief of the highest order. Yes, absolutely. Front page of the Daily Mail today. Leave lockdown lighter. They're obsessed with this slimming. People doing... Every time I read a story about somebody who's lost a load of weight and here's a picture of what they used to look like, you know damn well that it's going to be linked to one of these clubs where they sort of say, oh, join us and we can help you lose weight. It's little and often. You don't need to join any club to help you. You know, if you're sort of one of those people who finds it very difficult to lose weight, go to the doctor. Go to the doctor. You know, and the doctor will give you a diet sheet and you just adhere to it. A bit like being a diabetic. They'll sort of give you a rough idea of what you can eat, what you can't eat, what's good. We've decided, actually, it's Sir Walter Raleigh. It's not Sir Walter Raleigh, is it? Nobody ever said Sir Walter Raleigh. Hello? But, you know, people can't do these things. So as number 10 backs the BBC probe, 25 years on, they're talking about the lover that Diana adored. The years have not been kind to Mr. Hewitt. Not kind at all. But he's sort of he's 62 now. To be honest with you, he's an old-looking 62. But there again, I saw a picture the other day in the paper of Michael Parkinson, who is unrecognisable as Parky. He's 85 now. And there was a sort of picture of him in the paper, and people were writing in, going, are you sure that's him? He looks completely different. Well, he's 85. He's 85. He's never had a problem with his weight. He's always been a slim person, very much a slim person. If you want to know about the vaccine and who it applies for, how soon you can get it, who will give you the jab, what are the challenges, is it effective for the elderly, will it stop the spread of the virus, and if you get it, how long will you be protected for? They think it'll be effective for at least a few months. So in other words, you'll need it every year or even more frequently. That's what they're saying. And they've got the vaccine's journey of hope. They're also having to keep it frozen for delivery. But once you've started using it, then you can keep it out of it. Because nobody's got the refrigeration, unless you know somebody with an industrial fridge that can take it down to minus 75 degrees. Well, that certainly doesn't apply to me, and I shouldn't imagine it applies to any of you either. Columnist of the Year, Sarah Vine, talking about Dominic West's wife's Catherine. She should leave him if that's what she wants to do. She's too attractive to wait around for a man who is clearly wedded to no one but his own ego. But that's the problem, isn't it? I said yesterday, it's not really our business. If he wants to snog somebody he's working with, that's his business. I mean, I don't know whether it's going to work or whether he's going to stop. They were out running the other day, and it seems to be, okay. It seems, we've had this before, though, haven't we? Had it before. 84850 and Steve, I read last week that all new Bentley production are going to be electric by 2026. I think it's highly unlikely. Not everybody wants to be driving Steve, I hate to be pedantic, says Keith. How do you pronounce Raleigh in Essex? That would be Raleigh. Raleigh to everybody else, as in Sir Walter Raleigh. Nobody called him Sir Walter Raleigh. That would be silly. That would be very silly. The showdown with the MPs for the families in the battle to visit the loved ones. But don't you remember yesterday we came up with that brilliant story of a lady who wanted to visit her father in a care home, and they said you can't, so what does she do? She got a job there. Now she can see him every single day. How intelligent is that? How intelligent is that? Nobody had ever come up with that before. I think it was absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. For some reason, the Jeremy Vine story, wanting to stay in radio till he's in his 80s, seems to make every single newspaper. I would have thought if you love doing something, you just keep going until you can't do it anymore. I mean, I actually want to be a hang glider, but there's very little chance of that happening. Also, here's Dominic West on the run again, but not from his wife, but with her. They went jogging in the Cotswold, and there just happened to be a photographer who took pictures. Wow, wow, wow. Pollution from open fires inside the home can increase the risk of suffering dementia dramatically. An alarming study has revealed. And, as I say, John Fraser, the Dam Busters actor, who was gay. He is once called the most handsome man in Britain. Nominated for Best Actor. Starred in more than 20 movies, but as a gay actor at a time when being gay was illegal, he admitted having cold feet about Hollywood, because there is nobody in Hollywood. Now I can think of a few actors, but I remember a few years ago, actors who were gay used to get married, like Rock Hudson. Worst kept secret in Hollywood. Everybody knew that he was gay. But of course, the moment Luella Parsons and people like that used to pick up on, well, we haven't seen him out with anybody, they married him off. The trouble is, they married him off to the secretary of his fan club, who had no idea he was gay. She was the only one who never knew. He was off at sort of parties with the boys and all the rest of it. And if you remember, his last boyfriend, Rock Hudson's last boyfriend, after Rock was diagnosed with HIV, his boyfriend, after he died, the boyfriend sued him. There's a book, which is Rock Hudson in Court. They literally charged him with deliberately infecting somebody with the HIV virus. Unfortunately, by that time, Rock Hudson was dead. And so in the court was an empty chair, which is where Rock Hudson would have sat. But I think the person who took him to court was awarded 60 million, but I don't think there was 60 million left. It was one of those cases, because you couldn't be gay, and for some reason, I don't know how it ever worked. But as I said to you the other day, even Queen Victoria didn't believe in the word lesbian. She didn't think things like that existed. People were incredibly naive, weren't they? Incredibly naive. 4 to 7-ish. Take it as an ish. I mean, put it, if you think you're going to miss the bus, you probably will. Front page of the Express today, they're talking about the NHS vow will get the vaccine out by Christmas. They reckon that the surgeries will open round the clock. How they're going to manage that, I've got no idea. They're exhausted at the moment. To deliver 1.2 million doses every week. They reckon it'll just be, you'll just sort of wander in and go and get another dose. I'm assuming that's how it's going to work. I mean, they seem to have ordered millions of doses. I think it was 10 million they've ordered to start with. Then there's another, goodness knows how, 400 and something million. Because you're going to need it. Well, I thought it was twice, but it turns out 3 times you might need it. And they're ready to give the first doses next month to people in the high bracket. When somebody said to me, how do you pronounce Raleigh in Essex? It's Rayleigh. See, it's same spelling, Rayleigh in Essex, says John, who, sadly, poor soul, is in Rayleigh. So everybody else, Raleigh, or Raleigh, and so can you imagine, if you're a foreign student trying to learn the language, and they go, well, actually, 3 different pronunciations of Raleigh. Is it just me, Steve, that's enjoyed lockdown, working from home. It's actually been a relief for me not to have to go into the city. I don't miss the rat race, scurrying down the streets and those dreaded buses. One little bit. But you're not alone. I know a few people, actually, who also enjoy working from home, which I thought was so funny when somebody said, everybody else is working from home, why are you not working from home? Because I can't. And also, you don't have to work from home. This was some sort of curtain twitcher the other day, which was very odd. Charles Lawton, the Hunchback of Notre Dame, one of our greats, Steve, says Mark the Glazier in Shepperton. Good Lord, honestly. Are glaziers still used? Yeah, boarding up, I should imagine. Is that not it? Steve, electric car, no way. My car is the same V8 fitted to the Bentley GT. The sounds, the smells, says Mark. Actually, that was the funny thing the other day, wasn't it? Gemma Collins, who said if she's going to go out with somebody, so highly unlikely, and before we've even left the base, she wants the Bentley to smell of perfume, which, of course, anybody will tell you that they only smell of Connolly Hyde. But, of course, I don't think she'd really understand that. Do not forget, because tomorrow's happy hour day, so our little team and the Make Some Noise team, much bigger, want to see you posing, when I say, but with clothes on, please, with your Steve Allen Prosecco glasses. And so just get somebody to take a picture of you holding the glass, doing cheers, or, sitting there, or sort of with some Christmas tree baubles around it or something like that. That'd be quite nice. And then you tweet the picture, because we're going to put you up on the internet. I thought that would frighten you. Tweet a picture to @MakeNoise. That's it, @MakeNoise. Nothing else. Or you can email them to me, steve@lbc.co.uk. Email to steve@lbc.co.uk. And by sending in the picture, that's giving us permission to make a nice collage of the pictures to share on Thursday, which is tomorrow. We've already had plenty in, but being greedy, we want some more of you. We want to see what you look like, if the truth be known. I want to see just how good-looking you are. I've seen you at all the shows, and hopefully, wouldn't it be nice if next year we actually managed to get some more live shows in and go back to restaurants like Little Italy and like Joe Allen's? Please, God. It can't go on for much longer. That's why I'm pinning all my hopes on these vaccines. I really am. But they've got to test it first. You can't just say, we've got it and we're going to sort of give it to people. It's got to be tested properly. So tweet your picture of you with your Steve Allen Prosecco glasses, or glass. Doesn't have to have liquid in there. You could do anything. And you send it to @MakeNoise. Or email them to, probably easy to remember, steve@lbc.co.uk. Surprisingly, that will be it. Front page of the Eye, the Jurassic Clark, the FA chair, resigns over the language on the black footballers. I mean, they seem to have disasters, don't they, with chairs of the Football Association, which is very odd indeed. Also, the Pope asked the Cardinal to stay on in the abuse row, despite this damning report that criticised his leadership, and concluded this report that the Church repeatedly prioritised its reputation over the welfare of child sex abuse victims. In fact, they really didn't do anything for child sex abuse victims. They seem to be looking after the people who perpetrated the crimes in the first place. I mean, really awful. The booted out picture is in a lot of the papers of the FA boss forced to resign over gay, race and gender slurs. I mean, I'm assuming, I don't want to be incredibly naive over things like this, but there are still people who would be very homophobic but wouldn't even think that they were homophobic. They wouldn't actually, they would just think that was sort of normal sort of patter, I suppose. A lot of other people now writing to me telling me that they also enjoy lockdown. I've got a godson who likes lockdown. It saves him having to do 3 hours of travelling every day, which is good news. Also, a bit of uproar. And this is a statue in honour of Mary Wollstonecraft, who's the mother of feminism, has been derided for looking like somebody who stuck a Barbie doll on top of a kebab. Maggie Hambling, the artist, produced a naked every woman with a model's physique standing atop a silvery mass for the sculpture in Newington Green. Critics have asked why the famous men are never commemorated without their clothes on. And people are asking questions. Why nude? I also don't understand why nude either. You're right, actually. Although if you go to art galleries, you'll find loads of pictures of nude children all over the place. You can't walk through the V&A without nude babies or little cupids or things like that. And nobody says anything about that, do they? They've even got a statue of David in the V&A. Huge. It's a casting. and it's absolutely enormous. It must be about 25 foot high, I think. Foreign takeovers could be blocked by ministers under sweeping new powers to crack down on national security threats from places like China and Russia. We only discovered the other day, didn't we, that Russia has got a huge problem with coronavirus. So listen, I shall leave you pondering how good you're going to look in the photograph of you with the Steve Allen Prosecco glasses, and tell you that we will be back with you tomorrow morning. I do have a free little bit extra podcast today where we're maybe not as kind as we could be to celebrities, but there again, they bring it on themselves. Gillian Anderson reveals she had to wear a fat suit to play Maggie Thatcher on The Crown. Incidentally, in Wales, there's no Versace hotels for the I'm a Celebrity camp. They found them a caravan site. And we'll find out why Lizzie Cundy is not a TV personality. It's like a cheap thing they throw in. They go, Lizzie Cundy, TV personality. Hi, Theatre Royal Windsor. It's a nice theatre. Also, for some reason, they seem to think it's a worthy news, so I'll bring it to you anyway. Joey Essex is returning to I'm a Celebrity. Blimey, I thought that old has-been passed on years ago. I had no idea he was still around. Obviously must need the money. Mind you, I suppose as the work dries up, what do? You faff around. He was sort of, the only reason he was on he came fourth when he was on it last time, so hardly even in the running. And it's a case they go, oh, isn't he funny? You go, no, he's stupid. He can't tell the time. He's an adult. He's over 30. Why is it that a 30-year-old can't tell the time? I mean, that's really embarrassing, isn't it? I mean, perhaps he didn't go to school, but I know he did. Jamie's sad goodbye to a boyhood pub. This is Jamie Oliver, his parents' pub. They've sold it on to a chain. They've had it for years. He grew up in that pub. That's where he learnt how to do his cooking before he moved on to River Cafe. And so that's sad, isn't it, when you see something. I don't know what it's because I didn't. I'm sure I shall better find out the name of the chain that's bought it. But no, we only liked it when it was with them and it was in the family. But, you know, that's the way things go nowadays. A girl of 6 has written to Lego demanding that they, at 6 years old, you can imagine what she's going to grow up to be, can't you? Demanding they add more female characters to the play sets. I don't know if they had different characters in the play sets. I thought it was just Lego bricks. No idea, but apparently they have men and women. The only Lego that we had when we were looking for a property years ago, we had a big bag of red and white Lego. Apparently it comes in all different colours now. And we had some window frames and stuff like that, so you could make a house. And we had a big bag of this stuff, not the biggest bag in the world, and we were quite happily playing with Lego at the age of 13, 14. Nowadays, I mean, we used to have a Lego shop in Kingston. Had all different coloured Lego in all bins and things like that. Yellow and blue and green and stuff like that. Sorry? There's one in Leicester Square, is there? Good Lord. How marvellous, honestly, and you know that, do you? Good Lord, have you been in there? You've been in there? Where do we get them from? I don't know. Where do we get these people from? You've been in aren't you a bit old for Lego? Isn't it for little people? No, it's fun. It's fun? Okay. Well, there are other things. No, you haven't. Well, obviously not. And, yes. So Lego, you can play that as an adult? Really? Oh. There are sets for adults? Good. Oh, yes, you're right. There are actually, aren't there? Yes. I think a friend of mine might have made one. Can you buy that at the Tower of London or Tower Bridge or something like that? Big Ben. I remember no, it doesn't matter. Robbie Williams is ready to have a second hair transplant. I'm not sure if I would ever have anything like that. I'm slightly dubious about sort of people who have hair transplants. I mean, if it's going to go, let it go, for goodness sake. What's the point of worrying about it? There's nothing worse than having either a hair transplant or you end up looking like Michael Fabricant. And nobody wants to look like Michael Fabricant. I mean, seriously, that poor soul. I mean, he can't wear it to bed, can he? I mean, it's not the right size. It's the wrong sort of colour. It's the wrong style. It's the wrong everything. I mean, I begin to wonder whether it was fitted by a professional or whether it's fitted by somebody who just thought, we'll stick it on his head and it'll just look funny because it looks ridiculous. You can get so much better things nowadays. Paul O'Grady says he hates gastropubs. He wants normal boozers. I've not been in a pub well, nobody's been in a pub in ages, have they, really? I just don't... I'm not one of these sort of people who would sort of go and sit in a pub, you know, and have a... I mean, even years ago, I was never a pub kind of a person. I was sort of, you know, more... In fact, I don't think... I mean, sitting outside is okay if you're having something to eat. But I wouldn't actually go and sit in a pub. I used to hate the whole experience of having to go into a pub. It's all right if I was sitting outside and people were buying me drinks. That was quite a nice idea. But the idea of having to go and stand at the bar and sort of trying to attract somebody's attention. I mean, I'm lucky because in a few of the pubs around Twickenham over the years, I have got to be known. So it was easy to just go, Steve, usual. Glass of water would appear, and because it's, I would normally order a bottle of wine or a bottle of Prosecco because then it would last a little bit longer than having to keep going up to the bar to go and get your drinky poos. What else have we got? Care about our trees, eat venison, apparently. If you care about trees. And also the FBI. The FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation, will today share its findings into Jeffrey Epstein. Nothing, of course, from Andrew. Not a peep out of Pipsqueak Andrew. Also, the average person, this is not us, because this is average people, loses the thrill of Christmas by the age of 23. That's sad. I kind of picked up on the thrill of Christmas from the age of about, I can remember back 13, 14, no, in fact, probably 10. 10 is the age where I can remember Christmas from, my earliest memory of Christmas, and it's stayed with me ever since. Perhaps some people lose it, don't they? So some people sort of go, I'm not really interested in... OK, ready, first number. OK, is that? Second number is... You have to repeat them to me so I know you've done it right. OK, next one is... the other one is... yeah. OK, wait a minute, I've lost the other two numbers. We have to do this every day, actually. And, I've lost the blooming thing. Where's it gone to? Wait a minute. Come here, you stupid machine. Don't you just hate it when it switches itself off? Then the next one is... And then... Yeah. We had to do this because we got so many of your photographs of you and your Prosecco glasses. We had one of... Did you submit yours, Corey, the other day? Oh, how lovely. That's so sweet, honestly. Did Luke do his? Lovely. Did Jane? No. Yeah, OK, awkward, yeah. OK. So that's a no. Steve, says Matthew, I watched the news last night. Can't believe somebody did the Rubik's Cube in 17 seconds. Must be artificial. I've talked to a 13-year-old who did it in about 25 seconds years ago. I mean, seriously, some people... It's called a speed cube. The speed cube is different from a Rubik. It's the same thing as a Rubik's Cube. It's just that it moves faster. Because sometimes the Rubik's Cube, they get a bit stiff. And they don't... you've got to... Sometimes people twist them a little bit too hard. On a speed cube, it really moves fast. I've got a speed cube. In fact, I bought a few speed cubes. I still can't do it. I'm totally useless. Anything like that, anything involves brain power, I'm absolutely rubbish. But no, 17 seconds. And he was British. Steve, Jamie Oliver's parents' pub, the Cricketers in Clavering, has been bought by the Chestnut Group. It's their 13th property, says David, in Fressingfield. That sounds like Fressingfield. Oh, that sounds like a nice place. I bet that's a lovely, comfy village. I always imagine if I was going to retire to a village, it'd be something like Miss Marple lived in. There'd always be somebody who's lived by a little bridge over a stream, and you'd pop round for a cup of tea and she'd solve all the murders in the village. A bit like Midsummer Murders. I mean, you wouldn't want to live there, would you? I mean, dear God in heaven, every other day there's another person murdered in one of the houses. I mean, how the estate agents function in a place like that, I would have no idea. Sometimes it does seem. Well, that I live in, I've got my own... Yes, I know. Actually, the funny thing is, everybody's got what I've got. Everybody's got what I've got, which is, if you live in an area, then you should go out. And I know this because I've spoken to various other people who've also lived in areas of London. Gok Wan is exactly the same. When he moved into his area, he went round and checked out all the local shops, went in there, introduced himself. I mean, he's obviously better known than I am. But, I mean, in Twickenham, I know... the postmen and women, the people who deliver. I know the people in a few of the pubs. Not that I frequent pubs anymore, as you know, because I don't drink, because I'm a good boy. I know the people in Paul Cooper's, all the people there. I know all the staff in Goods, the chemist, because that's where they do my prescription. I know Andy in the framing shop. I know the Modis who've got the newspaper shop. I know a few of the staff, quite a few of the staff in Marks and Spencer's. Sandy's, yes, as well, yes. I mean, I know quite a few, but then I've lived there for a while, and I make it my business to go around and sort of chat to people. which is, and the hairdressers, I know the hairdressers. So you have to get to know places. I've been in the Twickenham Museum. Not to feel like I'm living in the Twickenham Museum, to be honest with you, half the time. But that's what you should. You should get to know your area. And then when people say, "Oh, where do you live?" you can say so-and-so, and it's really nice. And, I'm within striking distance of, because Nick Ferrari will bear this out as well, of Hampton Court Palace, the motorway. We're well serviced for tube trains. We're well serviced for buses. We're well serviced for overground trains. And because we've got the motorway down the road and Costco, it's all there. I mean, there isn't anything that you need, apart from some decent weather, and we're not likely to get that, are we? I was talking to my driver this morning, and we were sort of he's in the same situation as lots of other of the drivers that I get from this company. I have an account with them, so I don't have to pay for it. It's on account, and business is terrible. He said, "Do you think it will get better?" I said, "Well, let's hope that the antidote." Oh, what we're hoping is the antidote is going to make things a little bit easier, but don't hold your breath just yet. It's going to take a while. You're going to need at least 2, if not 3, vaccinations before we can sort of sort it out. And some people will not qualify. James O'Brien was talking about it yesterday. Now, he doesn't fit into a category that qualifies for it. So he'll have to wait. He's way down the list because he's not... I don't think he's 50, is he yet? Is he 50? I can't remember if he's 50 or not. But anyway, he didn't qualify, whereas I'm way up the list because I'm over 65 and I'm a diabetic. And I've had heart surgery and stuff like that. So, I'm way up the list. But he said that people who can afford to buy it, and he can afford to buy it, can probably go and buy the coronavirus antidote. That's what we're hoping it is anyway. So, but it has to go down... It has to go down a route. They have to test it properly and make sure. But the boys in here, they're way too young to get anything like that. You're going to be so far down the list. But there's going to be people in old people's homes, the over 80s, who are going to qualify for it. NHS staff, absolutely. They would have to be up the top end of the list. But I'm about third in, I think. Best wishes, says Matthew, to Corey, Luke and Jake. I know. It's tragic, isn't it, really? Tragic. No, Jake's in a very good mood this morning. Won't last. And he was sort of, he was... because I said to him, the worrying thing about putting on weight, because I associated it with myself, is that when you get to 25 is the cut-off point for men. And it means it's very difficult to lose a little bit of the weight that you put on, because you can... when you're young, you eat and eat and eat and eat, and it doesn't seem to make any difference. Then all of a sudden, ping, overnight... Where did that come from? And you suddenly realise that you'd be lying in bed, flat, can't see your feet, or anything in between. And you start thinking, well, that's ridiculous. And then you think, don't worry, I can hold my stomach in. And people have learnt to hold their stomachs in. You sort of go, yeah, I can hold my stomach in. Look, I look good. And then all of a sudden you can't hold your stomach in anymore because it hurts. It doesn't work, does it? You can't hold it in anymore. But I bet you did. I bet at one point you were able to... You're on the cusp. Oh, right. That's a C or something. What's that? On the cusp of what? You can still just about hold it in. Stand up. Stand up. Turn sideways. Hold it in. No, hold it in. See, it's not easy, is it? Corey, please. Don't way past. Corey's gone way beyond that one. He's not only on the cusp, he's gone over the cusp and far away. He's not much younger than you. He's not. How much younger are you? You're not much younger, are you? How old are you? How old are you? Oh, no, it's less than a year. Less than a year. That's not, believe you me, in broadcasting terms, that's not a lot at all. Steve says, Carla, I've just woken up from a dream where I bumped into you in the Maldives. No, you'd never bump into me in the Maldives. I've never been to the Maldives. Never been to the Maldives. If only dreams were real. Also, Prosecco glass, selfie done. Did you all do that the other day? I know we had loads of them, which Corey's passed on. And he's sent off loads of them. And so we should start getting those through today. And, but I think they had to write back to people just to make sure you were okay with it going online. Very good-looking bunch, aren't you? I tweeted yesterday, very good-looking. I might consider employing many of you to work on the programme. Not that I think looks are important. Not many. So you didn't have a Baby Sham in your local since they don't sell Jersey milk. What do you mean they don't sell... You can get a cup of coffee in a pub now. You couldn't get a cup of coffee years ago. Craig says, I can understand the Christmas thing. At that age, it was all nightclubs and girls and getting as drunk as possible. Now I'm a little wiser, 33, and I enjoy decorating the house, and now love Christmas more than ever. You see, I think so as well. You do things differently when you're young. If I was the age of the boys working on the programme, it would still be... not really. Sort of nightclubs and boozing and sort of, holidays to Torremolinos and to Benidorm and to Ibiza and places like that. And then you get a little bit older and you suddenly think, I can't be doing with that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to go out to a pub and sit there I have, in my time, staggered back from various pubs in Twickenham, being helped down the street by friends, as my trousers slip gracefully to the floor, and they sort of basically drag me back. It's all a bit sad, actually. Roger says, I've just tried lying flat, and I can see my feet, but nothing else. Well, that's what we got here. Same sort of thing. It's very easy to put weight on without even thinking about it, and very difficult to get rid of it. Very difficult. Also, another one here saying, I'm dying to see the episode of Miss Marple where she's at a murder scene and giving her deductions, only for the detective to say, hey, you're not a police officer, get lost. They say that now. If you read Murder, if you watch Murder, She Wrote, she's constantly being told off by the police. Can you just leave it to us here? And she goes, well, I've been right every other time. Oh, I'm late, aren't I? Sorry, what's the matter? Is it your fault? Yeah. Very lax yesterday, I noticed. We didn't manage to hit any of the out times at the time we were supposed to. And you know me, I'm terrible. I'll just sit here and waffle on till the cows come home. I am known as King of the Waffle, which isn't that nice thing that they make where they put some fruit on it and then cream on the that sounds lovely, doesn't it? I was dreaming the other day about having fish and chips. I dreamt about fish and chips. I'm having the oddest dreams at the moment. And then we were dreaming because just down our alley, down here, they're putting in a Chinese restaurant. Can't wait. Can't wait. We used to have a Chinese here. It was one of these, a Chinese buffet. Eat as much as you like for £4.50. But to be honest with you, the food wasn't that much. It was just basically chicken and boiled rice and a few other naff. I'm doing a break. I'm just explaining about how expensive it is. And then they're going to put this sort of big Chinese in, which I think was where the halal guys were. That didn't last very long at all, unless it was in somewhere else. And they said opening soon. I thought, God, you're taking your life in your hands. But I shall be spending my hard-earned money there. Today's Thursday. I keep thinking it's Friday, but it's not. It's Thursday. I won 20 quid on the lottery the other day. That was good, wasn't it? 20 quid. I don't know what to spend it on first. Bottle of Prosecco? No, not till Christmas. And I wrote to my brother, and I said, hoping to see you soon. And he went, why have you put that? I said, well, at the moment, I can't go anywhere. I'm sort of self-isolating apart from coming into work. Because I love coming into work. And the boys love coming into work. Why? Because they get to see me. And that's nice, and we're all happy, aren't we? Very happy, and then, yeah. She loves you, yeah. Beatles, very popular group. With a love like that, you should be sad. Woo! When you think the things we did years ago. Steve, if you had to spend Christmas this year with Meghan and Harry or Andrew, who would you choose? I'd rather choose throwing myself off the top of a cliff, thank you very much indeed. And that's not Cliff Richard. Let's have a short break. It's a good look at the time. I'm a celebrity. Dear Lord above, what are they doing? Going round sort of homes for retired people who used to be on the television. He's not been on for ages and ages, mainly because he's not the brightest penny in the box. Also, we're getting an extra bank holiday. Not till the year 2022. Does that make any difference? Not going to make any difference to me, I don't think. I always work the bank holidays. What was the other one? The BBC have said no TB licence amnesty for pensioners would cost too much money. Robbie Williams ready to have a second hair transplant. Why don't you just leave it? Let it sort of disappear. You don't need to worry about things. It's a dreadful waste of money. Obviously not for people who really, really want to have a hair transplant. What was the other one? Oh, they're looking at a piece in the paper today. After some woman the other day is going to marry a convicted murderer in America. And you think to yourself, is there something the matter with these people? So they've done a list of women who are attracted to cold-blooded brutes. Basically, they're doing it for publicity. There's something the matter with them. And the other one, which was interesting, which was the pantomime going ahead in Windsor. It was going to be with Britt Ekland, but now it's not. I think it's going to be with Paul Daniels' widow, Debbie. So she's going to be doing it. So she's got to learn quickly because we're heading into December. And I think they'll be doing it there. I forget which one it is. Could be Snow White, but she's done Panto loads of times before. Chris says, who could be Sean, I wish I could put weight on. I can lose weight, but I can't put it on. I'm 43 and always being the same. Yes, I wish I was the same as when I was born. That'd make it a lot easier, wouldn't it, really? You mentioned the women's rights activist, says John, the other day, author Mary Wollstonecraft. This lady had quite an eventful, if distressing, life. Yes. In fact, people have covered up the statue because she's naked. We don't want things like that, it'd be like seeing a picture of people I know. You go past the statue and they go, oh, look, a naked person. It's like if you go through some of the museums, there's more naked people there than you can shake a stick at. The Victorians were obsessed with painting people who are naked. Botticelli, lots of big-busted women, sort of vastly overweight, but people naked. And you look on some of the Sistine chapels and things like that, and there's naked cherubs up there. I mean, there was a lovely line in do you ever seen the film The Cage aux Folles? La Cage aux Folles? No, probably not your sort of film. No. It's a film based around, well, Robin Williams did a remake, but I saw the original. And it was about two gay guys, one of whom used to be married to a woman, who own a nightclub in Cannes or Saint-Tropez or something like that, and it's a gay nightclub called La Cage aux Folles. And one of them, because he used to be married, has a son. The son is heterosexual and is going to get married, so they invite round the son, his fiancée, and her family. And her family, well, the father turns out to be sort of the leader of the moral right group, so anti-gay, anti-pornography, anti-prostitute, anti-everything. And so they go round to this restaurant. Well, it's their house, but it backs onto the nightclub. And they decide to have soup to start with, but all the soup bowls have got naked people on, naked boys. There's pictures of naked boys on all the soup bowls. So they're putting the soup bowls out, and the man who is the leader of the far right, the moral bastions of everybody, sort of like a male Mary Whitehouse kind of thing. And he was going, I can't quite see that. Are these naked boys? And the servant immediately throws soup in the bowl so they can't see them. It's hilarious. It's a very good film. Try and get the original. Because they did two. Cage aux Folles 1, Cage aux Folles 2. And they were subtitled, which you may think is a bit of a sort of a lost leader when it comes to films, but they did it really well. It was lovely. It was very, very funny. Very, very funny. So I bought 1 and 2. And I did see the Robin Williams one, where Robin Williams sort of attempted to play gay, and it didn't quite work. It was still good. They obviously had a bigger budget, but the originals you must get. They're not very expensive. They're very, very inexpensive. And Steve, Noel is in Freetown, which is in Sierra Leone. Anybody ever been to Sierra Leone? Any boys been to Sierra Leone? No. Corey can't afford to go there, and unfortunately, Jake's never heard of it, so that doesn't help, does it really? But he says, let you know, we've created a WhatsApp group called Sierra Leonean Fans of Steve Allen. I'm around the world, I am. I tell you, when you consider that we're sitting here, I wish I could invite you all in. You'd love to come in here, but you can't. So don't turn up, for goodness sake. It'd be a nightmare. Imagine all these people turning up. But we're in the middle of Leicester Square. Well, we're to one side of Leicester Square, but we're actually in the square. We are part of history. And at the moment, they're getting ready to dig it all up to put in another substation in the middle, underground, which, the boys are never too sure about. But I've got ardent fans living in Sierra Leone. I think so too. I've got people all over the country. People are starved of good radio. I was somebody the other day said to me, they said, because there's somebody going into the I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, who apparently is a Radio 1 disc jockey, are known as what do they call them? I can't remember what they call this person. The supply teacher. I've never even heard of them. I mean, I thought if they do a celebrity version, we're supposed to have heard of these people, but I hadn't heard of this person. Well, nobody cares whether you've heard of them or not, Corey. I mean, you're a child, you're a Twinkie. I'm a more mature person, and I've never heard of them. Because I'm assuming it's another name for swing. It's somebody who covers, isn't it? Yeah. So in other words, they have people in West End shows who are swing. it's sort of you're actually covering for the main part on something like that, or, you're the understudy, and that's what he is. He basically covers when people go away. But I've never heard of him. Mind you, he's probably never heard of me either, but I bet he has now. And somebody said to me, would you like to go onto a podcast and talk about it? Absolutely not. How can you talk about somebody with any gravity that you've never even heard of? It was bad enough when they shoved poor old Clara Amfo on there. The BBC must have some backhanded deal going on where they go, listen, can you take 2 people nobody's ever heard of and put them on there so we can try and boost their profile? Good Lord, I'm in a building full of talented youngsters. Some of them very young. Very young. Not all attractive. I don't want to, be rude about some of them. I might mention names later. But it's a case of, in sort of the world of music radio, everybody's hip. Me, I'm like I'm kind of a bit sort of stayed in my way. I wouldn't wear bright clothing coming in. I'm not that sort of person. But some of them, I walked past one of the studios earlier on to go downstairs and say good morning to the boys. And one of the boys was wearing what can only be described as look at me outfit. It was baggy jeans and trousers and stuff like that. I mean, people seem to dress differently now to they did when I was when I was younger. AJ gets the all clear to go to camp. That's for the I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. And the other one, what was the other one the Royal Clothing range. It's just not for us. I don't know who's going to buy it. I suppose that there will be people who will buy stuff like that, but the coat is like 1,400 quid. And madness, the fact that scratch cards and tickets for the lottery can be bought at the age of 16. And now I'm late for the news, so I should go very, very quickly with hand on heart and deep apologies. Nice to have your company. Did you say the garden in the middle of Leicester Square is being dug up and replaced by a tube station? No, we said they're putting in a substation. Electricity. There's one there already. Goes down three levels in there, the stairs. And so they're going to be putting in extras. I don't know what they're doing, to be honest with you, but it's going to be 2 years. 2 years out there. Mike the painter said the bloke who painted the Sistine Chapel ceiling took him 70 years. I could have done it in a day with a roller. I know. You thought they'd have done that. I think it was painting all the different people, don't you? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And somebody says, I still remember the story when somebody married Ronnie Cray, thinking why? Firstly, he was in for life, and secondly, he was gay. Yes, he was gay. Well, somebody found out to sort of do it. It was one of those sort of things. Somebody called him gay. They didn't call him gay. They called him a big fat, the P word. And that was the last thing they actually said about him. He had a chance of them coming out. And there are pictures of Ronnie inside, where was Ronnie? Inside Nick. I mean, there was no chance that he can get married. I mean, I know he did, but then loads of other people got married at the same time. Steve, Benny Luke, who played Jacob, the domestic in Carjo Foal, perfect character. And then somebody, is this one you put through here? Neil, who says, Cor Blimey. I mean, dear Lord above, who writes Cor Blimey? Unless you really are a snowflake. You and James don't half love the sound of your own voice, don't you? Yes. Do you mean Dave O'Brien? Oh, he gets a bit confused, doesn't he? Yeah, that's why it's called the Steve Allen Show. Never going to be called the Neil Show, is it really? A bit like Fred, who we had to lose the other week, because Fred... Poor old Fred, honestly, I felt a bit sorry for him, actually, but he's disappeared completely. But that's what everybody loves, the sound of their own voice. That's why we're radio presenters. If I could juggle balls, Neil, and I bet you wish I could, I'd be known as a juggler. But I can't juggle. So I do this for a living. Chat station or monologue? Oh, the same thing, dear. Same thing. Poor old Neil, honestly. I bet you've got a middle name. Neil. I can't imagine what it would be, but it's obviously something you're not very happy with. Click on Victorville Airport graveyard. It shows hundreds of planes waiting the scrap man. Oh, there's loads of places like that around the world. Go to India. There's places where they pull ships apart. They put all the big cruise liners there, and then they're just hundreds of men all over the place. All over the place. Wonderful. Dallas says Midsummer is a fictional county, not a village. That's how the settings change in every episode. It's also a play on the word midsummer, as every episode is always set in the summer months. No bad weather there. No, just a lot of dead people. I mean, that's all it is, isn't it, in Midsummer? Dead people. And but I've never watched one. I've heard the music at the beginning, and I just click. I turn over. I mean, I just don't want to watch another programme about dead people. I mean, that would be terribly tedious, wouldn't it, really? So it's a fictional county, not a village. Well, whatever it is, it's a place where dead people go. And it's always something quite interesting. I like stuff like that, except once you've seen loads of them, I'd rather watch Columbo. You know, at least with Columbo, you don't have to suffer too badly, and you know that he's the star of the show. He is the one. Paul says, Substation, that's what they want you to believe. You can see it. Have you never been online and seen the Substation? Oh, my goodness, mate. Paul, do yourself a favour. Educate yourself. Go online, go on Google, and check out Electricity Substation, Leicester Square. It's huge. It's like, seriously, you go down these stairs and you're in... Wow, it's like a time machine. It's enormous. It's a huge... Oh, it's vast. You've never seen it either? The producer hasn't seen it either, so here we go. Educational time. And they're going to put in another one of the ticket booths as well. Look at it. It's huge. It's absolutely enormous. You didn't know it was all of this. No. That's what's down there. There's also one at Hyde Park Corner, but there are secrets. You know, there's the Leicester Square substation. There's also one at Hyde Park Corner. I mean, it's really... I mean, underground London is fantastic. There's more things underground London. Not just tube trains, but there are tube trains that you can never get on. They're what's called ghost trains. Do you remember somebody went on one once and they went through, I forget which station it was, but they were filming on it. It was one of those stations which is closed to the public, but they use it for filming. And it stayed exactly the same as it was during the war, with all the old posters and the lifts and everything else. And somebody went past it and nearly had a heart attack. They thought it was ghosts on the platform. Steve, I bet Neil's middle name is Aubrey, like Boise from Only Fools and Horses. Well, I don't think Neil's... I mean, we were joking. I don't think he's actually got a middle name. I think his parents struggled with the first one. Liberace apparently had the same Sistine Chapel ceiling created on his ceiling in the master bedroom of his Vegas home. You know, somebody's bought that home. Somebody bought that home a while ago from Liberace's estate and tried to recreate it by putting all the furniture back in again. It was quite something. You won't see the like of him ever again. You really won't. And his own image was in the middle, which was good. Somebody else talking about weight loss and gain. I did eat 8 bags of Frazzles last night, says Matthew, and didn't put any weight on. Yeah, that's what you think. You think you're not going to put any weight on, then all of a sudden, years down the line, boo, dear, Billy Bunter. You're going to be huge. You ever read the Billy Bunter books? He was fat boy at school. You know why? Because he was eating all the time, and of course they made a joke about it in those days. But you're going to be like Humpty Dumpty. Humpty Dumpty, who sat on the wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't, you know, and didn't probably want to. But Humpty then fell off again. The king would pay attention to you. No, it wouldn't. No. You'd never get you up on the wall, Jake, would we? We'd have to get a hoist. But you remind me of Henry VIII. When he went into sort of jousting and stuff like that, they had to have a winch to lift him up, to get him onto the horse. He couldn't climb onto the horse. Poor horse, exactly. Because not only was he vastly overweight, but by the time they put the armour on him, he couldn't move. So they literally hoisted him up onto the horse on this sort of tripod of sort of like a lift kind of process. It was very... I mean, I was watching the other day. It shows how Hollywood has changed. It was a cowboy and Indian film, which were very popular. But what was interesting is that all the people playing the Native American Indians were actors, well-known Hollywood white actors, who had painted themselves up for the occasion, including the women. And I remember somebody turned up at the Oscars. Who the dickens was it? It was a woman. She turned out to be an actress, actually, but she was claiming to be a Native American Indian. And she said, I'm here on behalf of this big star. He doesn't want to accept his Oscar. Thanks you very much indeed. But until the Native American Indians are honoured for their role in the making of this country, he has no interest in achieving it. And there was like a hush that fell over the hall because nobody had ever made a statement on the Oscars before, and but it turns out she was an actress who'd been hired to play this part. But they used to, it was like in all the films, whenever the horses used to come down, they had a tripwire. The tripwire was on the front of the horse, and it was a wire round their front horse, and when they wanted the horse to go down, the rider would pull it, and the horse would collapse. I mean, many horses had to be destroyed. They had all sorts of dreadful things which were going on, but it was the fact that people used to put makeup on, and well-known actors. I mean, Burt Lancaster I saw in a film the other day, and he wasn't playing Red Cloud or something like that. It was something, something like that. And I remember thinking, good Lord, some of the other parts were taken by Native American Indians. Isn't there a ghost station somewhere under Holborn, says Roger? There's one up the road from us here. There is a ghost station. I think it's High Ho. It's just before you get to Waterloo Bridge, the other side. And it hasn't changed. They open it on special days of the year. Aldwych is a very popular one. Stuart in Epsom says, we love you. Of course you do. Of course you do. I'm loved by everybody. I'm adored. In fact, they wanted to write hymns about me years ago. Oh, come, let us adore him. Oh, come, let us adore him. The other one. They also did a Christmas carol. Good King Wenceslas looked out on the feast of me. Okay? That was very popular. When the snow lay round about, deep and crisp and even. So they were doing pizzas even back in those days. And hither page and stand by me. And so it went on. London Transport Museum does guided tours of the ghost stations. Yeah, you must go and see them on those special days where they do them. Book in. Educate yourself. It's fantastic. But there's one here. There's a pretty long City Road station. Also on the intersect York Road. There's one next to the Hard Rock Cafe. There's a station up there as well. You should go to all these. Aldwych, there you go, sticking with the Piccadilly line. And it was also known as the Strand. And it's still there. It's got a big lift that takes you down to the station and telephone boxes inside. Telephone sort of like, not kiosks, but sort of like a box where you stood in and made. How many people got off the train and decided, amazing, we're constantly telling people about gambling and constantly telling people to be aware. And yet at 16 you can buy scratch cards and tickets for the lottery. It's odd, isn't it, really? We seem to have so many different sort of laws in this country that you sort of think, oh, right, well, how are you going to sort of cut back on the gambling? Apparently, kids do it at home. They do it on the computer. Whereas, in fact, I mean, I gamble on the computer. Well, with the National Lottery. I buy my tickets online. I don't think I bought them in a shop for ages and ages. Kissing under the mistletoe. What does that say to you? That says Christmas, doesn't it? You kiss under the mistletoe. But to be honest with you, if you fancy a snog with somebody, you don't need to wait till Christmas. Good Lord above, you don't need to sort of wait till somebody's got a piece of mistletoe. Do you know, if you waited for a snog, until you had a piece of mistletoe in your hand, you'd be waiting till, heaven sort of gave in completely. Also, mulled wine. Nobody has mulled wine, do they? Don't bring it in yet. Don't bring it in yet. No. We'll save it for the moment. It's only a short poem, isn't it? To be honest with you, blink and you could miss this one this morning. It was the one we were going to do yesterday, but we did Armistice Day instead. Although, as I said, did I mention it yesterday? I was in Costco. Nobody stopped at 11 o'clock. There were still people pushing their trolleys around. The staff tried to make it quite clear to a few stupid people who were in Costco at Sunbury the other day that they were doing 2 minutes silence. And people just carried on pushing their trolley out, probably wondering why people were standing there not doing anything. I was one of them. So, mulled wine, what does that say to you? That says Christmas. Although, to be honest, I've had mulled wine. It's cheap to make. You can go into any of the supermarkets. You can buy the mulled wine bag, and it's got all the herbs and spices in, and then slice up some orange. All you need is a couple of bottles of red wine. Okay, a couple of bottles of not very expensive red wine. It's a waste on good red wine. Put it into a saucepan. Put in your little bags of all your bits and pieces. Slice up some orange and put it in there, and some nutmeg and things like that. And just let it simmer very. You don't need to boil it. Don't boil it. And then literally, then you have a couple of glasses. That's very warming. Or failing that, get some hot chocolate and stick some brandy in it. That's fairly popular as well. That's very, with some cream on the top. The squirty cream. That's very good. And sprouts. Those three things, mistletoe, mulled wine and sprouts, are falling from favour when it comes to Christmas. The hell they are. They've said, oh, people are going for nut roast. No, they're not. No, they're not. Obviously written by a vegetarian. They're not going for nut roast at all. People are still going for mistletoe. I mean, how else do you snog your granny? You know, you get her under the mistletoe, force her mouth open, and you go for it big time. That's how it works. You can only do it with the mistletoe. You can't do it the rest of the year. You know, your granny always smells of sort of mothballs and things like that. I don't know why. Well, mine doesn't anymore. But mulled wine as well. I mean, that you'd snog anybody, wouldn't you, if you had some mulled wine? People do the most amazing things when they've had a drink. Things that you would never think about doing when you were stone cold sober. I've been to some Christmas parties over the years. My goodness. It's like people become possessed. It's like, Steve, and you go, what? You know, because I'm always very wary. They go, I've had a little drink. And I go, oh, goody. And then you kind of make an exchange. Just go to the toilet. Go to the toilet. So you sort of toddle off to the toilet. Unlike the poor ladies, you're standing there and somebody is sort of resting on your shoulder going, it's me again. And you go, oh, God, is it really? Very frightening. But Christmas parties, I mean, I don't think this year, and we're going to have Christmas parties. I don't think they're going to exist. I'm still going to get some mistletoe over this studio, though. I'll tell you, I'm not stupid. I'm not missing out the opportunity of snogging. Last time, Steve, says Budge in Norwich, I said to a girl, would you kiss me under the mistletoe? She said, I wouldn't kiss you under anaesthetic. It's a bit harsh, isn't it, really? Does that hurt? When somebody says, I don't do kissing. I mean, I do the showbiz kissing. Yeah, like that, a bit of air kissing. There's nothing... I remember doing that once. I went to do the air kissing. Somebody put their tongue in my ear. Oh, that was awful. Have you ever had that? I don't know if it was on purpose or not. I never waited to find out. I thought that was terrible. How's you putting your tongue in somebody's ear? Somebody ever done that to you? Yeah, I thought so. You can just tell, can't you? Was that same bus conductor that you were telling us about the other day? He's been desperately trying to find him ever since. Happy days on that bus the other day. I miss the fact that on the buses we don't have bus conductors anymore. Going all the way, sir, they used to say to me. Going all the way, and I used to say, no, getting off at Waterloo. You know, don't want to go to Penge, thank you. I've never been to Penge. Never never really interested me. There's other places I haven't been to either. But I didn't fancy Penge, but no, Jake and the familiar bus conductor... sticking your tongue in your ear. I don't know why that people go, it's erotic. No, it's not. It really, I promise you, it really isn't. There's nothing erotic about having a tongue stuck in your ear. No, thank you. Also, I'm sorry, I might have to get very angry this morning, which doesn't really amount to very much at all. Extinction Rebellion members blasted for trampling on the fallen with a demo at the cenotaph. They dressed up, one as a nurse and one as a soldier. Pathetic, stupid people. That's for the war dead. That's for the war dead. It's not for some little... Oh, drives me mad, these people. What was the other one? Oh, the average person loses the thrill of Christmas by the age of 23. Wonder why 23? Is that because at 23 you don't get many presents, but you do get a tongue in your ear? You know? Every time I mention that, it just registers. You remember with Luke, it was apple bobbing. I've noticed with Luke, it's tongue in the ear. You know? Jake. I never remember his name, honestly, seriously. He could be Lucy, as far as I'm concerned. I have no knowledge of him whatsoever. And he's apparently with us all next week. Who's going to be going sick next week, I ask myself. Doing a sickie poos. Actually, I remember saying to my boss years and years ago, I said, do you realise, I said, if every single person who worked on the radio or in any job was freelance, nobody would go sick. Nobody goes sick at all, because if you don't work, you don't get paid. If I don't work, I don't get paid. If the producer doesn't, well, and he wouldn't get paid either. And Jake, if he didn't work, you know, he wouldn't get paid. So people don't do sickness. People come in, even if they're on their last legs. I'm here. And that's this year. They did send me a little bit of paper the other day. I'm going to be with you on Christmas Day for breakfast and Boxing Day for breakfast. Now, I can't remember. I know that Boxing Day is the 26th. What day of the week is that? Because of a snick. It's a Saturday, is it? So I'm on Saturday. That's a bit... I don't think I've ever been on a Saturday. I don't think I know what to do on a Saturday. So I'm on Christmas Day, Boxing Day, and New Year's Day for breakfast, 7 till 10. Be quite nice. Just me and you. And the tongue in the ear. Whee! How exciting. You working over Christmas, what's the face? You're producing on Boxing Day. Not me, you're not. Are you? This is some horrible joke, isn't it? This is some horrible nightmare. In a minute, I shall wake up and pull another cracker, and it'll have something else inside it, you know. And your producer's going to be... Oh, dear. It's all very odd, isn't it? Do you reckon that you'll be up to speed by the time we get to Boxing Day? I'm really difficult to work with. Really difficult. I'm telling you now, Graham. Seriously. It's a very difficult thing. Very difficult. And you've done it again! Why? Honestly. Get your hair cut. Make it an awful lot easier. So, you lose the thrill of Christmas by the age of 23. I don't know why 23. I can't remember what was significant about 23. And also, that's still odd because you can't have gym. So some stupid person opens a gym up and people go into it. So the police turn up, mob-handed, 30 of them. And it's a case of, listen, are you stupid? No gyms are allowed to open. They've still got, no vape shops are supposed to be opening, but luckily for them, they also sell phones and stuff like that. So what they're doing is they're saying, people come in to get their phones sorted out. Graham Norton's quitting his radio show after 10 years. He's only got one show a week. It's not exactly like quitting, is it? He's got loads of other things. He makes about £750,000 a year. So they're obviously underpaying him. Happy birthday to Mariella Frostrup. Because she's got one of those sort of voices, hasn't she? Mariella Frostrup. And I forget how old she is today. But she's got a very, 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 very deep voice. Steve, you're not missing much, not seeing Penge. Makes Twickenham look posh. Yeah. We have property in Twickenham you can't even afford to look at, let alone buy. It's as simple as that. Matthew says, I'm still determined to find a celebrity girlfriend. Sarah, Tina O'Brien in Corrie would do for me, but even closer to us, Lizzie Cundy is okay. Oh, dear. I don't think you really need to go down that route. Definitely. Plus, the I'm a Celeb stars kept awake by moans and grieve. The story about the sprouts, the mistletoe and the mulled wine. I think everybody wants to embrace the whole traditions of Christmas. Seriously. I just don't believe it. They're obviously trying to make us sort of believe in the fact that sort of going veggie is the way forward. Whereas, in fact, I don't think it is. You can have vegetarian elements to your Christmas lunch. There's no problem there. But I'm sorry. To be honest with you, I don't think I've had mulled wine since I was last in Austria. That's the place to go. And if you're going to have mulled wine, go up a mountain in Austria as if you're going to go skiing. Go on the ski lift, get to the top, wear all the gear, don't go skiing, it's a nightmare. And there's all these terribly OK Lavinia and Sebastians up there, and they're all like OK skiing. And they'll be having does anybody want any mulled wine? Okay, and so they have things like that, and a giant sausage. Well, Lavinia gets a laughing gear around one of those, and then they go, okay, we're going skiing. Stella, come on, quick. And everybody's got all the right gear. I'm the only one there in a Pacamac and a pair of Wellingtons, because I'm sorry, it's snow and it's cold, and I've got big thick mittens, and I've got my balaclava on, which looks particularly good. But that's the only time you ever drink mulled wine. Hardly anybody does it at home, unless you do it on bonfire night, when you're letting off a few whiz-bangs. And when I was in Costco the other day, I nearly bought some fireworks. And I thought, no, don't. And yet me, you won't find anybody who is as enthusiastic about fireworks as they are about Christmas, fun fairs and circuses. There's certain things that sort of, that fit into my life, and those would be it. We've got a poem for you. This one's called Yes, No. It's only short, it's by Joanna. Joanna has a surname. And it's Joanna Fuchs. And I'm assuming she must have German origin, because I think Fuchs is a Germanic name, Fuchs. We don't know much about her. We don't know whether she's alive or dead. We're about to find out now, actually. But she obviously had a bit of a turn when she wrote this one, because it's only got 2 verses. So it's one of our extended poems, as you can imagine. Which sort of, I don't know where they find these things. It was saved from yesterday because we actually swapped over, and so we had the poem for Armistice Day. Oh, she's alive, is she? Fantastic. Where does she live? I bet she lives in Midsummer. She'll be one of those people. She'll be living... I can imagine her living in a small cottage writing this poetry. Probably does little things here. Here we go. And Joanna. Oh, look! Oh, wow, there she is. There's a picture. She's probably about my age. Oh, she's American. Oh, my goodness me. And she writes poems for all sorts of occasions. Have you noticed? All these poems down the side. She's got, you know, poems for love, mother, New Year's, patriotic sympathy, teachers, everything. And wonderful. She started poemsource.com and the rest is all good. Bless her. Bless her heart. She'll be... I bet you by next week we've got an email from her going, thank you so much for mentioning me. So, Joanna, it's your poem today, which has been selected by one of the boys. One who does the tongue in the ear. And it's called Yes, No. Okay, ready? Brace yourselves. My turn signal wasn't working, so I asked for help from a friend. Stand behind the car, I said. Let's get this problem to end. When I turn the signal on, if it's working, let me know. I hit the blinker and then I heard, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. You get that? No, that one's died on deaf ears, hasn't it? Honestly. No, because it's a blinker. We call them indicators, but over there they call them blinkers. Blinker lights. We also have another name for them when people put them on, so they just get out the car on double yellow lines to go to the bank machine, and we call them, oh, look, they've got those lights on their car. Sort of like winker lights. But no, we call them indicators. My father used to have a car where it came out at the side of the car. It was a little thing, you pushed a button, and it went ching, and it stuck out the side of the car, and it glowed orange, and then when you finished with it, you pushed the button, and it went back inside its little housing again. Isn't that cute? Cute, but thank you, Joanna, very much indeed for that, which is great. Monica says, I do make mulled wine for obvious reasons, not for Christmas. Love it. Thanks for reminding me about that possibility, and sorry for being late. Overslept badly. Actually, I overslept the day before. I actually slept all the way through till midnight, which is really unlike me. Really, really unlike me. And so today, I have to go to the hospital tomorrow, but today I don't have anything to do, so I'm going to be lazy boy. Lazy boy. I went yesterday, but I was there at the wrong day, so that didn't help. But I was sort of lazy. It doesn't matter. A lot of people are sending me their favourite bits of poetry. They're always looking for poems here. And if you write poetry and it's good, well, you know, send it in to the producer. And I'm sure he'll be delighted to sort of mull it over. Here we go, back to the wine again. Yeah, so we decided to sort of go... So mulled wine, when you go to Austria, because it's freezing cold and it's lovely, is ever so pretty. Ever so pretty. Nobody's going to see Father Christmas this year. That's not good, is it? That was such a beautiful place to go to. Lapland was just beautiful. Inside the Arctic Circle. I couldn't live there, but I wouldn't have minded working in the hotel to welcome the British people going over there with their, kids to go and see Father Christmas. Because for children, it's magical. Parents, you can take yourself back to when you were younger. We've all got memories. Well, not the people I'm working with. They don't have many memories at all, apart from the tongue in the ear, which is not really so much of a memory, more a court case pending. And you sort of go out there and you think, I'd love to work behind the bar, chatting to people going out there, because it's not cheap to go and see Father Christmas. You can do a day trip or a couple of days, or I think we did the maximum, which I think was 4 days. And it was lovely. Mulled wine at the Boxing Day meet, says Pete. You know, when you go to have you ever been to the Boxing Day meet for the hounds? We've done it a few times in Epping, go through the other side of Epping, and there was a place, and that was quite nice, and we had mulled wine. We had something to eat in the pub there, which was great. I love the Essex pubs. Seriously. The good news is they're not full of all those ghastly people you see on Towie. Towie, if anything, has sort of taken us back. We're going to get a month's rainfall lashing parts of Britain in less than 24 hours. So, down came the rain. Thank you, Mitch Murray, for giving me a programme line that I've used for goodness sake, honestly, years and years and years. Do you know, I was watching Christmas carols on YouTube again this morning on 42nd Street, and I kept thinking to myself, we need some shows opening again. So I'm delighted that they're doing the pantomime at Theatre Royal in Windsor. And in fact, we have the details online, Theatre Royal Windsor, and I think it's Debbie McGee who is going to be taking over from Britt Eklund, who I think was supposed to be doing the panto there, but it'll no doubt be a socially distanced pantomime. And they're doing Cinderella. And who's in it? Let's have a quick... Oh, no, you've moved it too fast for me. Moved it too far. Look at it, it's fab, isn't it? Whoa, blimey, honestly, I'm getting a headache now. So they've got... Oh, look at this. You get Debbie McGee and Basil Brush. Joining Debbie and Basil, Windsor favourites, Comedian Kevin Cruz and Dotty Dame Stephen Blakely in their 11th year of pantomime together. Wow! And loads of other people as well. So tickets available from 17 quid. And they've got shows from the 3rd of December. 3rd of December. 1:30 and 7. Friday 4th is 4:30 and 7. Then 1 and 4:30. Then 1 and 4:30. Then 1:30 and 7. So Wednesday the 9th, they've actually got a 10:30 show in the morning. I bet the cast love that one. Especially as you've done a late show the night before. You finish on the Tuesday the 8th. You've got a show at 7. So it should be out by about an hour and a half they run. It's good, isn't it? Family tickets are available. And you can... That's good, isn't it? Online bookings can be made. Look at that, Debbie McGee. Ever so pretty. Go down a little bit. Go down. Boom, boom. Basil Brush, honestly. Or 11 years doing pantomime. I'm glad they're doing it. I'm glad they're doing it. You know, we need to get a bit of fun back into life. It's very depressing not to have fun back in life. So you get Basil Brush and Debbie McGee, which is fantastic. The box office is open. Theatre Royal Windsor. theatreroyalwindsor.co.uk, and you can probably order online as well, but they will be socially distanced, which is good news, actually. Steve, I've been veggie for almost a year. Wow. And this is from somebody who says, I've been veggie ever since I saw a truck with a trailer fall over 4 young bullocks. The driver was fine, but the poor animals were trying to right themselves. Dreadful noises. Since then, I've never eaten meat, apart from a chicken strip that I thought was a mozzarella stick. Looking forward to Christmas dinner with all the trimmings, minus the meat. See, I'm sorry, I'm a meat eater. You know, I don't make any apologies for that in the same way that vegetarians don't make any apologies for being veggie. You know, it's horses for courses. You know, it's fine. Whatever you want to do for Christmas, you do for Christmas. Some people might just have cheese on toast. It's quite nice. Not sure about mozzarella stuff. I can't do mozzarella. I've never done mozzarella. Do they do mozzarella balls? I like dough balls. Garlic-covered dough balls. They're actually quite nice. Or failing that, perhaps we'll get a pizza this year. Christmas pizza, which is all right, isn't it? 14 minutes past 5 is the time. The other story, which we're going to look at a little bit later on. First of all, the Royal Clothing range leading the fight against fast fashion. But you can't... I mean, they obviously have no concept of how much money we can afford. In the same way that Victoria Beckham doesn't have any idea of what's popular clothing, because I've never seen anybody wearing her stuff at all. The bad news is that Joey Essex are returning to I'm a Celeb. He's obviously got no work in the diary at all, because they certainly didn't announce it. Apparently, it's a big secret and they're very excited by it. I've got no idea why. He's never contributed to any programme as far as I've been aware. Plus Rebecca Vardy going out with her tired old photographer. Same picture you got the other day, this time with the old man as well. Very boring. And I'm still not sure whether or not a girl of 6 could write to Lego demanding they add more female characters. At 6 years old, I've been writing back going, I'm sorry, get your parents to write. 6-year-old girl, give me more women. It's not right, is it? You know, in Lego. I didn't even know they did them. As I say, we just had the Lego bricks, and apparently, as you know, Jake has been into a Lego store because we've got one in Leicester Square. He's been in there and sort of wandered about. Oh, look, blue Lego. Oh, look, green Lego. And you can buy very expensive models of Lego. I think, didn't David Beckham do one? David Beckham and Lego, didn't he? They're quite expensive. They're like sort of over £100, some of these things. And they've got so many parts to them and stuff like that. And I'm sure David Beckham did a Lego piece. And because Victoria was so proud that he actually did something. There you go. He's built a Disney castle. Actually, this must have been when he was having his hair transplant, because he's wearing his flat cap indoors, and nobody wears a flat cap indoors apart from Joe Swash. So, 150 quid the castle. 150. Sorry? 250, is it? Oh, right, £250. I can't afford that. That's very expensive. I can't imagine Dave spending that sort of money. Perhaps he said, oh, listen, I'll have a picture taken with it, in which case, do I get it for free? £250, that's a lot of money, isn't it? It's now 400. What? We've only just mentioned the price, and in the time we're sitting here, it's gone up. Well, how is this possible? Is it all of a sudden demand? It's my influence. It was an older model, yeah. £400, is it? Good Lord, honestly. Have you bought any of these things, Jake? No. No, right. Oh, well, you have to buy one. Perhaps I'll get you one for Christmas. On the other hand, perhaps I won't. Let's err on the side of, or err as well. Martin says, you switch on the Christmas lights. Now, come on, grow up. Nobody's turning on Christmas lights. You're not allowed to turn on Christmas lights. You can have them turned on, but it's all social distancing. Okay. And, apparently, I did the trip to Lapland. Amazing place. Also did 4 days, but still never saw the Northern Lights. And yes, it was not cheap. Yeah, it was about 1,400 quid, I think. 1,500 quid. We saw the Northern Lights all the time. The Aurora Borealis. We saw those all. I remember standing outside years ago because I was smoking, and that was a long time ago. And I looked up into the sky, and it's so beautiful there. I mean, it's so beautiful. And there was the Aurora Borealis, which is fantastic. Talking of which, let's have a check on the... Nice to have your company, nice. Connie says, to have a conductor back on London's buses would be the best way to make sure that everybody's wearing the mask. I was sitting opposite somebody on the train yesterday when I went home, and he gets on the train, he's on his phone, but he's not wearing a mask. Everybody else on the train wearing a mask except this bozo who wasn't wearing one. I get really quite annoyed with people who won't wear them, you know, and I'm not buying into this, I'm exempt, because I don't believe half these people are exempt at all. I think they just tell lies. Steve, I'm trying to put eardrops in the dog's bad ear without him killing me, says James. So if I'm not listening tomorrow, question mark. Yeah, I know. Never easy that, is it, to put eardrops into it. They don't like it at all. Mind you, I never liked it. I used to hate having you know, when you were a child, I don't know why, as a child, we used to get eardrops put in. I can't remember why we had them. Did you ever have this thing at the Christkindl marked? A traditional German alcoholic drink for which a rum-soaked sugar loaf is set on fire and drips into mulled wine, says Ulrika. No, we just had... No, the only thing I got from the Christkindl marked is the Käsewurst, which I loved, or I would have... I love a toffee apple, or toffee grapes. They did. Toffee grapes were great. Exactly the same principle. Toffee grapes, and there is the traditional hot punch recipe, the Feuerzangenbowle, which translates actually as fire tongue punch. I do like mulled wine, though. You've got to be very careful with it, but you can get also... They have nice traditional things. That's what I like about the German Christmas markets, because they're very traditional. They've been doing things the same way. And I love the decorations, and I love a hot sausage, and no, I don't get I get the cheese one. You've got to be very careful with the cheese one; it could take the inside of your mouth off. Oh, because it's boiling hot. Yeah, but they are delicious. So sometimes you have to blow it like that just to cool it down a little bit. And I like a bit of senf on there as well, which is like sort of a sweet mustard. Which is quite... I don't like anything too sort of strong, but they never give you a big enough roll. The roll's always a little tiny thing, so my sausage hangs over the end of either end of it. You know, you've only got... So if you've got an 8-inch sausage, and then you've only got a 4-inch roll, I mean, there's 2 inches hanging over either end. That's not good, is it? We've all had problems with that one. I mean, honestly, people listening at the moment going, I so identify with you, Steve, on that. Seriously. The only time you were better off is when they used to do a hot dog, where they used to have a machine which had spikes, but they were heated, and you would take your baguette, cut it in half, and push it onto the spike, which would open it up and heat it up inside, so you could take your hot dog sauce and just literally drop it in. And that was... I could eat one now. In fact, actually, to be brutally honest, I could probably eat about 3 or 4 of them. I do like hot dog sausages. I do. I bought some from... Costco ages ago. They don't seem to have them at the moment, and they're hot dog sausages with cheese in, wrapped around with bacon. I mean, it's like a calorie nightmare. It really is. It's got so many different calories, but I'm working on the assumption that I'm cheating a bit. So between you, me, and the gatepost, I'm sort of... Because I haven't got my Libra fitted underneath my arm, because I'm going to go back to the hospital today to get them to download the stuff, then I'll put it in for tomorrow. So today I'm going to have a day where I'm going to have what I want to eat. You've got to do it occasionally, otherwise it just makes you very sort of dull. Another one here, Steve. It says, have you given the producers a clue as to what they're going to get as a Christmas present? I haven't actually given them a clue, but the key word is... penicillin. Okay, that's the key word for it. I don't want to say... There's no point in getting them too excited about, you know, what they might be getting for Christmas, because every day for them is Christmas. Every day. You know, there's never a day goes by where I don't tempt them with a little sort of tempting present. You know, like today, Satsumas. You know, big Satsumas. My God, they're big Satsumas. These ones are huge. And these are quite nice. But they're sort of good. I like Satsuma. Isn't it funny? Some people only eat them at Christmas. They won't eat them the rest of the year. And yet, as far as I know, you can eat them all year round. There's no sort of shortage of Satsumas. Nuts I'm not very good with. But my mother always used to do a big bowl of nuts and present, and she'd sit there quite happily with the nutcrackers, and I'd think, how boring. You know, me, I was for the tin of Quality Street and the Satsumas. She'd sit there piling up with all the pith and everything else on the table for the Satsumas. It's traditional stuff, but also to have, you know, do I have a favourite nut? No, I'm not really into nuts. My mother used to have hazelnut. See, cashews are really fattening. That's where your weight's coming from. Cashews are unbelievably fattening. It's like peanut butter is really fattening. Really fattening. And cashews are terrible because they do them with sort of spices on, don't they? Covered with honey roasted nuts and things like that. But they're very, very fattening. But as I say, listen, you're only young once, weren't you? And somebody says, have you ever choked on a sausage? Never actually done that. But as I say, well, why they give you little rolls? I've got no idea. I wanted to say to them, have you got something bigger that's maybe hidden away that you want to sort of, you know, help me out with? Because failing that, I might as well just take my own. There's no point, is there, trying to... It's, you know, you don't want to walk around. You look a bit silly trying to eat one end and then trying to eat the other end. Doesn't kind of work. But that's what I'm looking forward to. I used to go to the South Bank every year, or failing that, I used to go to the German market in Kingston, and there'd always be a big... They were never ready when I wanted them. I'd be there at 9 in the morning, and they weren't ready till about 10 or 11. So I'd have to wait. But it was always worth the wait. I think somebody should make... The only thing they've never done is crispy duck wraps. They do pancake rolls. I've had crispy duck pancake rolls. They're nice. You get about 6 or 10 of them, or 12 of them, I think, and that you buy the little tiny ones, which I love. I mean, I can't wait for the party food to start appearing in the supermarkets, because I'm big into that. The little tiny chicken Kievs, bite size, yumma, yumma, yumma. The little sausage, they're doing sausages, the little sausages, the cocktail, in batter this year. Well, that's me sorted out. I tell you, I won't need anything else, will I? In batter. I mean, I can't remember if it was somebody writing to me or I saw it in a newspaper. Whatever it is, I hope it's not a joke. Because I'm partial to a sausage in batter anyway. But these little tiny ones, that would just be bite size. I might actually have to start deep frying. Tesco mini battered sausage. There with curry sauce. Look at those. Oh, dear we go. Are they on sale now? I've gone all salivating. They're not on sale yet. You get 15 with a curry sauce. 15 mini pork sausages in beef casings coated with batter and a pot of curry sauce. What? Crispy and tangy pork sausages. Chip shop style curry sauce. Huh? I'm going to have to go to Tesco. I haven't been to Tesco for ages, actually. There's one round by the rugby stadium. But I haven't been round there for a while, actually, because I don't go to see rugby. I used to play rugby years ago when I was a child. I know you may not think that listening to me. You may think, I bet Steve didn't play rugby, but I certainly did. And I was not a hooker, before you ask. I was the one I wasn't even invited into the scrum. I'd be the one standing at the back. I just think they're talking about me again. Just had this thing. Rachel in Gloucestershire says, I drank a Christmas gin and tonic, ready-to-drink tin from M&S, spicy and citrus flavour. Do you know they do, in Costco, they do a box with advent calendars, and behind each one is a little bottle of gin. Which is really good, isn't it? But I don't know anybody who drinks gin. Different gin behind each one. Yeah, all different types of little miniature bottles of gin. That good. I like liqueur chocolates. They're very nice. Not necessarily the chocolate bit. I just bite the top off and tip it in. That's quite nice. Not that you ever get drunk. Steve, Tricia in Bedfordshire said, missed your show. Not been working since March. Oh, Lord. Well, I hope things change. Steve, the thing you don't see now very often at markets is a traditional hog roast. I've never seen a hog roast at a traditional market. I mean, you'd have to make sure you're going to sell the entire hog, wouldn't you? I've been to parties where they've had a hog roast. My friend Pete and Dawn, they had a hog roast. They had to arrive in the morning and start cooking it. They take forever. And then they sort of do slices. It was quite nice, but I just got very drunk, I'm afraid. So, as always. But not for ages and ages. What have we got quickly? Another one here. Oh. My friend Ian says several of his neighbours have Christmas decorations up. He says, I think it may be time. It's close. I think it's close. Steve, Dan, my friend, says the M&S party range have the mini sausage in batters. It's obviously the thing to have this year, isn't it? A mini sausage in batter with a curry sauce. I mean, who thought of that? Who thought of that? That is so exciting. Albert in Croydon says, I've just tuned in. We've been here since 4. What are you doing? What's the story about conductors on buses? Well, I was saying it'd be nice to have them back. You know, nice to have people back on the bus. Then you could make sure that everybody was wearing the mask. Thank you very much indeed. Apparently, they do confit duck wraps in Borough Market. Did you see Dom from the Moyle Show on his roller skates? No, he celebrated his birthday the other day. It was his birthday, and I completely forgot. So, Dom, happy birthday for the other day. Apparently, prawns in blankets, says Andy Peters. Prawns in blankets. No, but, I mean, Andy, come on. Sausages in batter, mini sausages in batter with a curry sauce. Hello? Hello? Is everybody hearing me? But prawns in blankets. I'm quite hungry now. We've only got another hour and a half on the programme. He's up early, isn't he? What are you doing today? Are we QVCing today, or are we? Where are we today? It's like I have to keep checking with Phil Vickery whether he's cooking. If he's up early in the morning, he must be cooking things. I had beef stew yesterday. I bought it from Costco. It came with about 12 dumplings, so I took 6 out. No, because you can't eat 12 dumplings, can you? But they were particularly delicious. In fact, it was so delicious, I might have it again today. Short break. Phil Vickery is doing Christmas cakes on this morning. It's all about soaking the fruit overnight. My mother used to do a cake, Phil. She made her Christmas cake in November, and then she'd ice it nearer the time and then put on the obligatory Father Christmas and little trees and stuff like that. And she would soak the cake, and it was about a month. And she would sort of have a little funnel thing she'd put in there and then pour in some brandy. So by the time you got to Christmas, I mean, the cake was practically falling off the sideboard. But it used to sit there covered in cellophane. Always remember it. And you would just keep topping it up with all the booze. It's like doing, is it called a Rumtopf? Have you ever heard of a Rumtopf? That's something the boys could do with. You can buy this thing. It looks like a ceramic jar. And what you do is you put in fruit. So you go out and you buy strawberries. And you put strawberries in, and then you pour on dark rum, okay? And what happens is the fruit absorbs the dark rum. Then the next time you go out, and you can do this over a period of months, you just keep buying fruit, which you put in there, and you top up with the rum, until eventually it gets to the top of the jar, and then you seal it, and you leave it. And you have it on Christmas for lunch. And because by this time, the fruit is so alcoholic, you've only got to take the top off and you pass out. And then you can have it with cream or custard or something like that. And it's alcoholic fruit. Rumtopf. And you put the rum in over the top of it. Graham in Nottingham, bit of a disaster. He says, the wife woke me in the night saying she could hear burglars downstairs. I jumped out of bed and had a good search of each room. It was then that I realised I don't have a wife. He says, I rushed back upstairs. The bed was gone. Such a stupid line, isn't it? But you can imagine it, isn't it? You know, quick, oh, your wife's downstairs. I haven't got a wife. It's like, I did that thing the other day. I opened the front door and went, I'm home. Nothing. It was like an echo came back to me. Like an echo. Steve says Lawrence in Birmingham. Can media personality Jodie Marsh and boyfriend take over from Gemma Collins for Christmas reality? TV would be fun. Jodie Marsh? Are you serious? Good Lord in heaven. I didn't know she was still around. And she's got a boyfriend, has she? Well, that's one up on Gemma Collins, who can't find anybody to go out with, But, watch the programmes, that'll give you the answer. And, Steve, the other day you were on about lava lamps. And I thought, Steve, I love the ones that I've got, especially at Christmas. They run on tea light candles. They look great and the room smells champion if you get the scented candle. The lava lamps you can get in Robert Dyer's. They've got little ones and slightly bigger ones. which is very nice, isn't it? My mum still does it, says Phil Vickery. This is the topping up of the cake with the booze. But you only need a tablespoon of booze a week, though, or the cake gets too wet and soggy. Plus, you'll be hammered. My mother used to get hammered making the sherry trifle. I told you before, sometimes, you know, it would all go very quiet. We'd be all in the sitting room. There you go, there's the collectible rum top. And you just put all this booze in. And you put peaches or cherries or just loads of different fruits. It's worth doing. It's very nice. Oh yeah, we were in the sitting room and it'd go very quiet, and then we sort of wonder what Mum's doing in the kitchen, and then all of a sudden you'd hear. You'd go in the kitchen and she'd be on her knees in front of the cooker. She'd had a slurp of the sherry trifle. Off her face. Seriously, off her face. She'd be hanging onto the door of the oven, just laughing herself, completely insane. And we go, "You all right?" She'd go... She didn't handle booze very well, my mother. She used to smoke 1 cigarette a year. She'd light the cigarette, go... and put it out. That would be it. I don't know why she even bothered, actually. The Chippy and Henley does a blinding curry sauce. Sounds quite nice, doesn't it? Still slightly worried about media personality Jodie Marsh. She was never a media personality. Never. Ever. Andy Peters says, here we go, Full House today, Good Morning Britain, and then QVC at 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. Oh, my Lord. The funny thing is, once you're off and running, and I don't care what anybody says, Andy, you know it's true, that it's the momentum that keeps you going. If somebody said to me, "Oh, Steve, you know, we need you to do another programme, you know, in a few hours or something, James O'Brien's off, could you do a programme about politics?" yeah. And you just summon up the energy, don't you? It just happens. I don't know how it happens. I think it's called showbiz. Leslie says, great show. I drink gin. See, I've never done that. And one here says Winnie says, I know John Warrington's partial to a gin or two. Gin or two? Gin of 6. Marks and Spencer's, Steve, have the prawns in the blankets. Yes, that's what we got from Andy Peters, so we know. And Steve, I don't know why you keep picking on David Beckham. Did you know that he can do a jigsaw puzzle in a day, even though it says 12 to 18 months on the box? See? Not just me. Everybody does it. Everybody does it. Did you see the boots he was wearing the other day? I mean, honestly, seriously. What does it? He must sit at home, so what should we do today? Should we go... I'll tell you what, I'll take Harper out, give her a kiss, and then we'll send the picture into the paper again. You think, you know, lovely. I still want mini battered sausages. I definitely want mini battered sausages. That sounds to me, I might have to go and check today, but I think it's too... So are we keeping you up or something, Jake? Keeping you up? A little bit sleepy. Oh, right. Busy day or something? Can't be easy, can it, I suppose, really, when you've got to sort of, you know, try and feed your stomach and play with your hair a few times, and that makes you tired. It makes you... You're not... Well, you don't have to be... No, it doesn't matter if you're tired. No, that doesn't necessarily mean you're not fit, although you're not. In your case, I mean, I'd never you know me, I never mention things like that. Good heavens above, that would be very cheap, wouldn't it? A cheap kind of gag, you know, oh, we're all not fit. You know, because we're not fit. I mean, you know, Corey's delight, the moment we went into lockdown, he couldn't have been happier. It was like a pig in What's-It. Weren't you? You were so happy. He went, oh, thank God the gym's closed, Steve. And I said, why is that? He says, I don't need to go. Yeah, he used to get as far as the front door, and they go, sorry, we're closed today. And he'd go, just give me a ring when you're open, and then he'd go all the way home again, past the fish and chip shop. Not very good. I'll do my idea. Up and down, yeah, stairs are good. Stairs are good. I told my doctor the other day I was being a bit fit. Yawning again. That's 2 in a matter of seconds. I mean, honestly. I mean, I know the programme's not the most exciting in the world of radio, but for goodness sake, I mean, honestly, at least try and fake a laugh. I mean, don't. Jane says, you on politics would be very entertaining. Certainly would be. I'm waiting for you to stand for Dave's on Don't Let the Callers Answer hour. We used to do it years ago. Clive Bull used to do it. Clive Bull used to do that. Definitely. Jodie Marsh became a champion bodybuilder, says Dulcie. God, Strewn. How riveting. Teresa says, M&S have the mini chicken Kievs in their Christmas party food range. Yes, I've had those. They're very nice, actually. Very nice. Anything, I mean, because they're just bite size. Or in sort of Jake's case, 3 of those in one go, innit? Hey, don't need to stand on ceremony. Oh, just take a bite of it. Bite of it? Are you mad? Pfft, shove 'em in. Shove 'em in. Have you ever had those little chicken Kios? They're really delicious, aren't they? But the sausages in batter is going to be a winner for me. I wonder if they've got them today. I might have to... Do you know, today could be a day of driving round supermarkets trying to find sausages in batter. Small wonder I'm not fit. Small wonder, you know. And apparently thumbs up for Jodie Marsh at Christmas, Steve. She was on Big Brother with Michael Barrymore. Yes, I seem to remember that. She didn't fare very well, did she, actually? She really didn't fare very well. She was the one who used to sort of... Nobody knows what she was famous for. Honestly, this programme must be getting... Just yawned again. You've hit a point. Wow. I mean, I've never yawned on the programme. And you imagine if you yawned on a radio programme. How funny that would be. Although somebody wrote to me the other day. Can't remember what they said, they just wrote to me. Steve, my mum only needed 1 glass of wine. One Christmas she ended up under the table laughing about the turkey's parson's nose, says Jackie. My mother, for 2 years running, left the giblets in the turkey. Really, you just can't... we used to have to check in future, you know, he'd say, Mum, have you taken the giblets out? Oh, there was something. And off she'd potter back to the kitchen. But, you know, it doesn't matter. Listen, Christmas this year's going to be great. It's going to be good. I'm hoping it's going to... I'm looking forward to all the presents I'm going to get from the team, because I've got so many in my team now. It's so exciting. I'm looking forward to it. Probably be a big hamper arriving with sort of bottles of booze and Prosecco. Oh, what else have they got? Oh, look at those. Chicken Dunkin' Donuts. A donut box with barbecue sauce and waffle sprinkles. Battered sausages with curry sauce. They're odd shape, aren't they, really? But they're bite-sized. Bang Bang cauliflower. They say... Go back. We've coated cauliflower florets in a blend of spices and teamed them with a smoky barbecue dip. There you go. In store from... Oh, God. 18th of November. What's the point of that? Cheesy Marmite crumpets. Oh, you don't like Marmite, do you? Oh, get some of those for you for Christmas. Have them re-gifted. This is a stunning mix of tasty crumpet topped with gooey mature cheese rarebit and melted Marmite. Landing 18th of November. What do you mean landing? What, you're going to be standing in the store and they're going, careful, here come the crumpets. Over the top of your head. Mini beef and porcini Yorkshires. I'm not sure about those either. Collection prawns in blankets. Wrapped in crispy, dry-cured smoked bacon. Oh, wow. Look at these. This, it's the plant kitchen. I'm not really into things like that. I can't get excited over it. And they've got festive drinks. Prosecco to none. Serve it with orange juice. We say useless for diabetics. We can't have orange juice. We really can't. But classic wines. No, I'm not really a wine person. I've had wine in the past. I don't want you to think I'm some sort of person who said, oh, what have we got here? Pink Prosecco. Dear, a bit girly, isn't it? No, there's something odd about pink Prosecco. Well, it's not pink, it's rosé. And pink up your drink. You can sprinkle in your G&T Prosecco or mix up a non-alcoholic cocktail with soda water and grapefruit wedges. I can't have grapefruit. Clashes with my tablets. Create the perfect cheese board. You'll like that one, won't you? Corey, you could have that. Oh, obviously not. Collection of luxury truffle-filled brie, potted Cornish cove pate with a quince chutney. That sounds nice. That sounds good, doesn't it? Not for you. It's far too rich. And collection biscuits for cheese. A cheese board essential made in Dorset. Lovely. That sounds nice, doesn't it? All of that stuff sounds nice. It's the sausages in batter I want. I want them now. Well, I mean, if they were with the roll, then... not very many, probably, 2 or 3. If I was eating just the hot dog sausages, about 6. Easy. Easy peasy. Seriously easy peasy. They're not very thick, they're not very, big. Hot dog. I mean, I've eaten the Bratwurst, which is sort of, no, they're like that. What's that, about 8 inches? Something like that. Was that funny, Jake? Something funny about sausages all of a sudden? Oh, dear. Steve, M&S once again this year is selling the LED light-up bottles of Snowflake gin globes in 2 flavours, says Jackie. I bought them for gifts. They're lovely and only £18 each. Seems a lot of money to me. I'm not going to waste that much money on somebody. I'm not going to buy I don't buy people booze for Christmas. I think if you want booze, you can buy it yourself. I don't want to be seen as being encouraged. I buy them chocolates. Which is probably just as bad, actually. Steve, Marks and Spencer in Kew has them all now. Most of them, yeah. A lot of them are coming out on the 18th, aren't they, Andy? I bet Andy Peters... It must be hilarious to watch Andy Peters going shopping. I bought some smoked salmon the other week, actually. I'm quite partial to smoked salmon, too. But we never seem to have that. If I have it, I sort of do it for myself, but the sausage is in batter. Mind you, the cauliflower florets look quite nice as well. Anything. I mean, to be honest with you, anything that doesn't look, as though it's going to be particularly good for you, I like. I'm all there. Jodie Marsh started off in a programme, Steve, called Essex Wives, and it all went downhill after that, says Richard. Well, do you remember she was only famous, if you ask anybody what she was famous for, she was famous for going out to nightclubs, not wearing very many clothes. Seriously, at one point she went out with 2 belts crisscrossing her boobs, and that was that. And it was a case of, people was sort of, that people went to nobody's going to nightclubs, though, are they? In fact, I'm not even sure if nightclubs are on. Are they open? Probably not. They're all shut, are they? Did you go to nightclubs, Jake? Did you? You used to? Oh, wow. Did you stand at the bar going, hey, how you doing? My name's Jake. Would you like a gin? Oh, dear. Yeah, a long time ago. Craig says, I'm driving to the gym in my dad's garage. Don't tell anybody. Are you allowed to do that? I don't know whether you can. I mean, is that allowed? I don't know what we're allowed to do and what we're not allowed to do at the moment. I've got very confused. But I'm going to Marks and Spencer's in Kew. Because it's quite big, isn't it? Do you know the one thing they don't have, though, in there? Pants. Pants. I mean, if I want pants from M&S, I have to go to Kingston, because they've got lots of pants. It's huge. It's massive. It does food. It does baby, kid, toddlers, everything. But their pant selection is a little bit limited. And I like to get, Is something funny about this? What's the matter with everybody today? We all sort of injected some laughing gas or something. It's either that or send yourself to sleep with Jake Day. Oh, so sorry, Steve. I can barely stay awake. Putting your podcast together. Woo! But no, very poor selection in the pant department in Kew, so I have to go to Kingston for that. Sometimes Marks and Spencer's in... and yet, funny thing, so you can't buy clothes at the moment. I can if I go to Costco. They've got all their clothes out. I mean, they don't have a fantastic range. They do sell pants, but not... I refuse to spend a lot of money on pants. Seriously, it's absolutely not necessary. Really. Peter says, what do you have with your hot dogs? Nothing. Oh, what do you mean dipping? Oh, sometimes I do an American mustard, which is a yellow mustard, but which is very nice. But you've got to be careful. If you get it on any clothes, you'll never get it off. I dripped a short while ago, and it's only when I took it in, and Thomas, who does all my washing and ironing and dry cleaning and everything else, he went, I can't get that out. I went, well, try more. Costco hot dogs are very yummy. Yeah, they are. They are. But I mean, I could just eat the sausages. I don't need the bread with it or the onions, although onions are quite nice. Those are a bit watery, actually. Jimmy says, you ever been to a supermarket shortly before it's closing and you feel like you're in Dale Winton's supermarket sweep? I never ever thought I was in Dale's supermarket sweep, thank you very much indeed. Well, not that I remember, anyway. And somebody says, I was awake at 2 a.m. today, says Penny, shortly to be tuppence. And so I thought I'd listen to one of your podcasts. So I put Steve into the search bar. Now, in my defence, my eyes were a little bit blurry, but I was very surprised to see how young you looked in your picture. And you had a beard. And then I realised I'd clicked on somebody called Steve Austin. No idea who he is. And why did you not come up first? You surely are more famous. Well, I don't know. I think fame is in the... Steve Austin. That is me. What are you talking about, Penny? That's me, Steve Austin, saying that he could sort of wrestle. Have you noticed at one point that there's a picture of him with long hair? It's when I had long hair. My body's like that after I've shaved it. Because if you're going to be a bodybuilder, you have to shave your body. It's no good going to a gymnasium if you're going to be all hairy. Nobody wants a hairy person in the gym. I'm sorry, you have to shave it all off. So a lot of people... No, they do. They do. Don't argue with me. They do. It's what people do. You won't find anybody in gymnasiums. I mean, I had a trainer there. He used to shave himself because he was a cyclist. And if you're a cyclist, you have to shave everything off because it's the wind. You don't then. You don't. No. How old-fashioned are you? Need to bring yourself into the modern times, pal. You know, that's what everybody's doing. If you don't wander in with a Gillette lady shave to the showers, you ain't nobody nowadays. Need to go there, you know. I mean, they, after you've sort of cleaned it, you know, then you have a go. You can buy all sorts of things for men. Have you noticed the bewildering array? Oh, you do know. I thought you would. This bewildering array of things you can get for sort of removing hair, including cream, like sort of a Veet kind of thing, which you sort of can do. And, what's in the cream? I don't know, but well, they make it for men. There's a men's one and there's a women's one as well, and it's a hair remover. I don't know what's in it. I don't know. I'm not a chemist. My friend Kevin Hughes says I'll have the gin advent calendar. What's the matter now? Goodness sake, honestly. He says, where do you stand on chocolate-covered brandy snaps? Oh. Well, I mean, are you talking chocolate-covered brandy snaps, Kevin, with cream squirted into the middle? That's the best bit. He said, and take a listen to the new Dame Shirley Bassey album out this week. Memories of your interview with her a few years ago. I'm going to get it, because I love Shirley Bassey. Absolutely love Shirley Bassey, as you know. Nice to hear from you this morning. I always check. Kevin does not age. He's one of those people. When you see him, and I know how old he is, he's in double figures. It's unbelievable. Seriously, he just doesn't look his age. I mean, I mind you, I saw a picture of James Hewitt the other day, and they said he's 62, and I thought, well, I'm older than he is. He looks worse than I do. How is this possible? So anyway, Penny in Northwood, I was only joking, off to work in Waitrose later, so I'll be seeing what Christmas food delights we have. Must be better than M&S. I don't know. I just like wandering around all the different places. But hot dog sausages, oh, delicious. But little sausages in batter, cauliflower florets, little sort of pasties and oh, dear. No good talking about food, Stephen, is there? Getting ever closer to the festive season, aren't we? Mind you, I think the festive season, most of the lights are up, aren't they, already? And very shortly, the shops will be getting the real Christmas trees in, the garden centres, places like that. Pete is a resting stage manager, and he says, Steve, I purchased 2 glasses yesterday, and to cheer myself up for next year, 3 tickets for the Rocky Horror Show in Richmond. The show must go on. #. So there you go. So Rocky Horror Show in Richmond. Let's do the time warp again. But good luck. And somebody says, Steve, are there any differences between male and female hair? What's the need for a gender-aimed cream? I've got no idea. It's just that men's hair is coarser, isn't it, I would think, than sort of women's. I'm only guessing on that one, actually. Only guessing. But they do different ones for men. And they do a machine, you know, which is sort of, looks like a shaver. And you get, there's all sorts of things for hair removal. But, you know, because you don't see people in gymnasium, you won't see bodybuilders who are hairy. I've never seen a hairy body. They shave everything off. They have to, so to show muscle definition. It'd be ridiculous if you had somebody who looked like sort of they're wearing an Afghan coat or something like that. That would be just, look, bodybuilders, they're all shaved. I mean, that's what my body looks like. Some of them. And, you know, well, I mean, once you got through the fat, you can then find it. But, you know, everybody shaves it all up. Look at that, it's Arnold Schwarzenegger. Good Lord. I mean, to be honest with you, I never thought bodybuilding was very attractive. It's sort of, I remember I used to know somebody, and I won't tell you his name, actually, because he might be listening to the programme this morning. And it was, he used to do bodybuilding, and then he did all the shaving. But when he went in for a competition, they have to literally paint you with this brown colour, which is a really bizarre thing. And apparently, so they used to look really odd. It was like creosote. Like a fake tan, but it was to sort of show off muscle definition. And they've all got things they do, so you've got to go like that. And then sort of do other things, and then you've got to show the back muscles and everything else. And we used to have a girl who used to work at LBC years ago. She was secretary to the managing director. And she was a champion bodybuilder. In normal clothes, you'd never have guessed, but when you saw it in her bikini, not that I saw her in a bikini very often, but when I did see her in a bikini, it was for competition, and she was, you know, she was sort of full of definition. I think it becomes an obsession. I think people get obsessed with doing sort of bodybuilding, so not likely to be happening round here, I have to tell you. Especially not in Jake's department. Because it's going to look ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, I think you could just go to a gym to be healthy. But I think bodybuilding is taking it on a little bit further. They're all the big ones walking around. They look like triangles, don't they? Their legs are so big they can't actually clamp them together. So they walk a bit like, what? Like that. I don't walk like that. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Mark in Shepperton says Jodie Marsh has got more tattoos than a Hell's Angel. Good Lord, they're not still around, are they? Hell's Angels? Crikey. Do you remember the people we used to have? What were they called? The Guardian Angels on the Underground. Do you remember those? The Guardian Angels? No. They were sort of protecting the underground, I seem to remember. And, Steve, Sean Connery didn't shave. He had a beard down to his chest. I know, just couldn't grow it on his head. Could not grow it on his head. And another one. Wait a minute. A lot of people talking about, re-M&S pants. Somebody says, what's happened to the quality, Steve? Last couple of pairs my husband bought were terrible, thin, and the waistband parted company from the main part, says Grace and Havering. You've got to be, I mean, I gave up buying socks. Do you remember I stopped buying socks in M&S because the quality went downhill and they were a bit too thin and they weren't very good. But, pants, I think they must be the main seller of men's pants, I would have thought, Marks and Spencer's, because they do so many different types, trunks, shorts, slips, boxers, different materials, coloured, plain, white, black. I bought some black ones the other day. I decided, I put them on, I looked in the mirror, I think not, Steve. I think not. It just wasn't a particularly good look, so I went back to the original one. Steve, Jodie Marsh was a ridiculed Z-lister in Bo Selector way back in 2002. Surely that accolade alone was designed to disappear back then. Did she not get married? Or to be honest with you, I can't remember. Richard said, with Christmas pudding, Steve, brandy, butter or custard? Well, if I did have Christmas pudding, and I really wouldn't be having it, it would be custard. I don't like brandy butter. In fact, I don't think, to be honest with you, I've ever had brandy butter. It never quite appealed to me. But there's too many calories in Christmas pudding, and I'm generally too full by the time I've sort of had all the main food on a Christmas day. But if we're doing away with loads of things, like we're doing away, I mean, how could you honestly have Christmas lunch without any Brussels sprouts? I bought 3 little packets of Brussels sprouts the other day, little Brussels, and I like those. Jilly says, when Nick takes over at 7, does he share the same studio? No. He's in Big Boy's studio downstairs. I'm in Little Steve's studio, which actually I think Nick Abbott uses, but not my side. I don't know who else uses this studio. There's different people who use it, aren't there? I think we've had... Who else uses this studio? Yeah, the two regulars. I mean, it is the Steve Allen Memorial Studio, I think you'll find. I don't think other people sort of bother with it. Mainly because it's small, whereas, I'm quite happy in a little tiny studio. I mean, you couldn't get Henry in here, could you, for a start? I mean, that would be just hopeless. Poor soul. Steve, if you Google Veet hair removal for men reviews, you'll find yourself laughing out loud. I laugh anyway. They brought out... There's another one that came out. I can't remember what it's called, but it's specifically for men. And it literally details what you can put this cream on. So... and it's basically everywhere. You can put it everywhere. Steve, women's hair is not so coarse because women usually don't shave, and this physiologically causes them to be thick and coarse. Also, men have hair in strange places, says Monica. Nose, typical sex difference. Really? What different nose hair? Do women not have nose hair? I don't know. When was the last time we looked? I mean, you can buy... It's an odd thing, isn't it? You can buy a little machine now, and it's a nasal hair clipper, and it's a battery-operated thing, and you stick it up your nose and stick it in your ear. Because I don't think women grow hair in their ears unless they're working on Gemporia TV, in which case, when the camera does a close-up of earrings, they're growing sideburns. Seriously, they need to get one of those not things, which I keep seeing advertised, which is sort of, it takes away hair from because people grow it. Unfortunately, by the time you put makeup on over the top, it just emphasises how much hair. There's one poor woman on there. I mean, she's seriously, she's growing. She could put her in a Western. She's growing sideburns like get off your horse and drink your milk. And it's a little bit, you know, it's odd, isn't it? Because sometimes people who don't grow hair on their heads grow it everywhere else. I saw a picture once of somebody, I think they were Russians on a beach somewhere. I can't remember what it was. And this bloke was so hairy, all over his back and everything. I mean, absolutely, it's something to look forward to, boys. You know, when you get hair sort of starts creeping over your shoulders. And you start going, oh dear, if only we'd taken Steve's advice. If only. Front pages of the another yawn? Front pages of the papers. Dishonour at the cenotaph while the nation pays its respects. And to be honest with you, I mean, you know, anybody who sort of puts stuff on. This is Donald Bell and Anne White in uniforms for a stunt. And to be honest with you, shameful. Shameful, I'm afraid. Also, Britain finally has the power to set its own destiny after historic immigration reforms ending free movement was signed into law yesterday, Priti Patel declared. I keep saying things about Priti Patel, and I keep thinking, does any of this come to fruition, or does it not? So, Donald Bell and Anne White, as I say, even wore their uniforms for this protest. Extinction Rebellion cenotaph stunt. Mr. Bell is a self-styled defender of the people. Not me, thank you. He's become infamous for supergluing himself to police cars. They should have left him there, actually. You know, any of these people who superglue themselves to cart, leave them there. Stay there all day. Couldn't care less. He's a former private, lives in Cambridgeshire, completed 4 tours of duty, suffered a serious knee injury. And this year he claimed he was injured by a motorist who allegedly rammed him as he blocked the entrance to a Cambridge petrol station. He said at the time he was in serious pain from lasting injuries. Anne White, 53, says she's a Buddhist mother of 2 with 30 years' experience as a health professional and says she has no regrets about the protest. Go away. You're both boring. Boring and simple, OK? That's about as good as it's ever going to get for you. People like that, honestly. Not very nice, thank you. Jodie Marsh lives near me in South Weald, apparently, in Brentwood. She's got a bulldog and so have I, but that's all we have in common, says Rose. Steve, I'll be having a morning of veeting later, says Russell. I can't grow it on my head, but boy, I can on my back. I did it for Dale once. He was particularly hairy on his back, and we were in Leeds going to visit a friend of ours who worked for a radio station up there, and he said, can you put this... So I bought this Veet, put it on his back, and of course then completely forgot about him. And was woken up. I had a little snooze to the fact he was going, ow, 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 and it started burning. There was a limit to how long you were supposed to leave this Veet on, and of course his back, you know, I was going to say ruptured. It didn't. It sort of looked all burnt and everything else. It was not a pleasant experience. He said he felt like he was on fire for about a week afterwards. Teresa in Collingdale, no. But it's a good joke, thank you. And Steve, apparently, interesting fact, M&S pants used to be made in Barnsley. My mum used to work there in the 80s, was known as the knicker packing factory. It's since closed. Yeah, it all comes from China. I'm reliably informed. That's what I thought. And Steve says, Johnny in Watford, recently I had an intolerance test and found out I needed to be gluten-free. All this talk of hot dogs and batter making me not want to start. I'm so sorry. I blame myself entirely, and I shan't do it ever again. 6:50 conversation we're having at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. You seriously wouldn't believe it. It's so exciting. The Daily Mail. So the Boris chief quitting after the battle with Carrie. Meltdown at number 10. Also, a loving wife forced to kneel in the street to see her husband's face. It's a heartbreaking picture of Britain's chaotic care home visiting rules. But I still tell everybody about the woman who wanted to go and see her husband, and they wouldn't let her in to see him in the home, so she got a job there. Now she sees him every day, every single day. Apparently, they sell spam fritters in Sainsbury's, says Rose in Brentwood. Oh, listen, don't tempt me. Don't tell me things like this. It's not very good at all, is it, really? And did we hear from Perdita? Did I get... Oh, right, I've lost it. I don't know what I'm doing. Actually, somebody says I used to work... This is Sidcup Julie, says I used to work down Baker Street. One lunchtime, I walked round the square just behind Selfridges. To my surprise, there's a gallery where I found the painting The Laughing Cavalier. Yeah, that's the Wallace collection. That's worth going to. They've got Canalettos. Loads of canalettos. They've got everything. It was the family. That was their treasure house. Their treasure house. They used to keep all sorts of things. It's lovely. It really is absolutely wonderful. So if you've never been to the Wallace collection, if it's open, go. Perdita says, before we went into Tier 2, some friends invited us to a Chinese night at theirs. The middle course was build your own duck pancakes with cucumber, spring onion and hoisin sauce. Delicious. The hostess then said they were from Aldi and cost $4.99. Oh, I love it. See, actually, after a while, Perdita, I didn't bother with the pancakes and the hoisin sauce. I just ate the duck. Something about crispy duck. Something about crispy duck that sort of... And I only had it. I think the only people who sort of do it appear to be the Chinese who do I don't think anybody else does crispy duck. It's particularly delicious. But spam fritters, don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. Sounds too lovely. Daily Star this morning. The 6 scumbags defiling the cenotaph. The 2 I've spoken about. I mean, idiots. Sad, tragic people. Go away. Really, you're a disgrace to this country. An absolute disgrace. Also, the bonkers new advice for all pet owners. Keep your growlers apart. Boffins today warned, keep your dogs 6 feet apart and the cats indoors to halt COVID. They've clearly never tried taking a Rottweiler for a walk, have they? Are they going to do that? Social distancing for dogs. Social distancing. I love this story here. I always love the Daily Star because they always manage to find a page 3 girl. And the one today, I did laugh, actually. And this is... It's got a picture of somebody, badly bleached hair. I mean, always bad. Why people who are dark want to go blonde? I know that Rod Stewart did a thing saying blondes have more fun. But it just looks so... This looks... She's got really dry hair because it's been bleached to within an inch of its life. Anyway, her name's Jenny. And Jenny is a 22-year-old beauty. And Jenny has been working part-time in a pop-up American diner in Kent. But page 3, she says, is my top job. In other words, she's not working very much. And when you look at the state of this poor girl's hair, they say, we'll check out the diner, Jenny. It must be inspired by Las Vegas and its famous strip. Because Jenny's career is showing her boobs to people. But I love the way. So she has a part-time job in a pop-up diner. But her main job is page 3 stunner. 22. I mean, honestly, goodness sake, try and find a better job, dear, please. Too embarrassing. Robbie Williams ready to have a second hair transplant to thatch his balding barnet. I mean, listen, Harry, Prince, America, he's, you watch, the next thing is they'll have him wearing a toupee. I bet you anything, because the Americans are like that. They have toupees. But they've got a picture of what they think Robbie Williams would look like with an Elvis Presley wig on his head. You know, I think people should just let them say, if you're going to go bald, go bald. It doesn't matter. Prince William shaved all his off, so it looks so much better. You know, Harry, whenever you see a picture of him, and God knows we do see enough pictures of him, it's a case of you can see through it. I mean, I used to be the same, but I keep my hair cut short now. It looks so much better. But, you know, you have to tell people. This is what Robbie said. He had a hair transplant in 2013, so it's obviously not worked, has it, if it's still going back again? But for some reason, men are paranoid about losing their hair. But I thought it was a sign of virility. I tell people that. They don't believe me, sadly. And Steve, I'm now craving, says Paul in Cheshire, spam fritters. I'm not at all surprised. Me too. Or failing that, I'll tell you what they really should do. They should do beef burgers in batter. You can sometimes get them in fish and chip shops. Not really in London. They don't tend... We obviously think they're a bit common. Steve, what's your favourite Christmas dinner starter? We don't have starters in our family. We've never had that. We've never had starters. Sometimes, I remember years ago, we might have had a prawn cocktail. But this one says, fried camembert is mine, says Rob. Fried camembert? No, not for me at all. But yeah, I mean, I'm surprised if you eat something like that you've got the room for the turkey, or if you're vegetarian, having your nut roast and all these other kind of things. But definitely don't have a starter. I don't actually need a starter. I'm quite happy with having two portions of the main course. But I do like a traditional Christmas lunch. That's if I don't have a traditional Christmas, so if they don't sort this problem out by the 2nd of December, I'm in a terrible state. I might have to go and order, my own Christmas lunch, or sit having a Christmas sandwich. Todd in York says, I'm a bit of a spam fritter connoisseur. The best spam fritters in England are by far from a chippy called Abbey Fisheries in Selby. I go 3 times a week. 3 times a week. To have a spam fritter. The trouble is you can see the fat dripping off. You ever had spam fritter, Corey? No, it's spam. Spam, pork and ham. You get a tin of it. You've never seen a tin of spam before? It's lovely. What are you on about? Yeah, you take it out of the tin, it's got the key, you wind round the top, you take it off, and then out comes this glutinous mess, and then you slice it, and then you dip it in egg, and then dip it in the flour, and then you pop it into the hot fat, and it bubbles and does all sorts of exciting. It's delicious. A beef burger in batter is equally as good. But spam fritter, we used to have spam fritters when I was younger. So I'm taking the mickey out of doing my hair the same as they do next door. And we used to have spam fritters with chips. Never had beans. For some reason, my mother never did tins of beans. I don't know why, actually. Have you heard about the Brussels sprout ketchup in Morrison, says Sue? Will you stop it with the food thing? Seriously, I'm not allowed to talk about food at this time of the morning. Well, I mean, I am. It's just that I'm not very good. But they're now saying that carol singing... now carol singing is dying out. Not in my household. In the car, since last Christmas, I've still got Christmas carols on the CDs. And I'm still playing them, and I'm still singing to the Christmas carols. Does that make me sad? Does that make me a very sad person, or does that make me terribly festive? Makes me terribly festive. That's what I thought. Makes me terribly, terribly festive. I quite like the idea of being festive. We never used to play them at home. But for some reason in the car, and Christmas films, I mean, every day I flip through, which I'm going to do today, because today is what I call a day off. I don't have anything to do today. Tomorrow I've got things to do, but today I don't have to do anything. So I'm determined to enjoy it. I might have to start driving around, seeing if I can find sausages in batter. I might have to actually have... It's really terrible, isn't it? Dreadful. Bron says, Steve, 5 glasses arrived. Love them. Thank you. Can I thank you seriously, everybody, for sending in their pictures with the glasses. Seriously, we've been absolutely inundated. Hundreds and hundreds of pictures. The poor little producer, his fingers are worn to the knuckles. He's like, tap, 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 tap. Pass them on. Tap, 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 tap. Pass them on. But thank you so much indeed. They're making a collage, and then I shall find out where you do it. Not where you do it, where you get to see the collage, because I would like to think that your picture was being used. And the boys had their pictures, not Jake. And there's a story behind it, okay? But no, so Corey's had his picture taken and Luke's had his picture taken. And so they'll be putting those up. Are they up today already? Are they up today, or they will be up later? Okay. As soon as I hear... Well, in fact, probably I'll have to rely on Corey, who'll have to text me and then I'll tweet. Or he can tweet on my things, which is probably just as easy. Kevin, the restaurateur, says, Steve, before lockdown, one of our best-selling special lunch dishes with spam fritter and thick white bread with horseradish mayo. Have you ever had a spam fritter? You probably never had a spam fritter, have you? No, you should have it. It's what they call... Have you ever had a fish finger sandwich? It's not like that at all. But it's a similar kind of thing. Normally you'd have fish fingers and chips on a plate, but this spam fritter you would normally have, but with sort of chips. But if you sort of put it in between bread, it's particularly nice. It's just... Yeah, see, I'm not big on horseradish, but it's okay. Somebody says deep-fried battered Mars bars sold in Manchester chip shops, very popular. I know, that would be, for me, absolutely a nightmare. I mean, I wouldn't have a Mars bar anyway. But I certainly wouldn't have one that was deep-fried, thank you very much indeed. Definitely not. Viv in Walpole, which is in Suffolk, says, given up the ironing this morning, Steve, I'm now cooking myself a sausage sandwich. Steve, I want to be sick with the thought of a spam fritter. It's a coronary, says Gina, waiting to happen. It is, but the trouble is there are certain things in life, are there not, that you shouldn't have it. But to be honest with you, you kind of feel you have to. So when somebody says, have you ever had a spam fritter? I don't like to be sort of backwards and go, actually, no. Because they go, oh, no, you must have. So you have to say yes. I mean, I've never had, and Phil was telling me about pea fritters. Clumps of frozen peas dipped in batter and fried. Delicious. Unfortunately, the chip shop doing them in Congleton closed several years ago. See, pea fritters. It's like, I tell you, the only thing I don't have in fish and chip shops, I don't have one of those eggs. They always have like a hard-boiled egg, which is in a jar of vinegar. And some people like that, or roll mop. That's another thing I can't bear. Terrible. Spam used to be a cheap meal, Steve, but now our Chippy does spam fritters and they're delicious. A trip down memory lane, but not cheap, says Anne in Wallingham. Do you know, that's what I love about being a national programme. You know, the amount of people who are in. I've heard of Wallingham. I've never seen a picture of it. I was watching a thing the other day with Len, what's it, from the Strictly programme. Len Goodman, and he takes celebrities back to their childhood, to to fishing ports and stuff like that. And my God, it looks wonderful. There are still these old-fashioned fishing ports where we used to go on our holidays. Well, we didn't. We couldn't afford to go on holidays. Steve, we were due to go to 2 concerts this year. Dr. Hook, says Ian, the Skip at the Blackpool Opera House, which has now been completely cancelled, and Steel Pulse. Best ever reggae band. I know Steel Pulse very well. Rescheduled for May 2021. Roll on the vaccine. Oh, I'm praying for the vaccine. Praying for it. Praying that it works. Praying that it works. Steve, once you've opened a can of Spam, you've got to be very careful. The can is as sharp as a razor blade, so you can cut yourself easily. Connie, I've cut myself on paper. Have you ever had a paper cut before? Whoop. That is the worst thing. That is the worst thing. So, Christmas traditions like carol singing, sprouts and mistletoe dying out in favour of family TikToks and vegan nut roast. Not in my house. Carol singing's still in. We don't sing at home. We really don't sing at home. But sprouts and mistletoe. Paul Cooper in his fruit and veg shop, they have mistletoe because it grows in trees. And so people put ladders up against the side of it. There'll be a big ball of it, and you bring it down, and then they package it. There's a little industry going on there at Christmas time. Sells for about $2.50 to $5. And then I don't know why. I can't remember why mistletoe was the thing that meant that you got a free snog. I can't remember, but you hang it over a doorway, or you basically, if you're going out to the firm's party, you walk around with your own bit of mistletoe, which is much easier. Watching the Queen's speech and drinking mulled wine are also falling by the wayside. No, we still watch the Queen's speech. I'm very traditional. I'm very much a fan of the royal family. Not all of them. Not all of them, but I'm very much a fan of that. Organisers of a traveller funeral, which had 150 people, have been fined £10,000 by having a procession through the town. This was in Kettering in Northants. Chief Constable Nick Adderley says, whilst I, of course, sympathise with anybody who's lost a loved one, it cannot be one rule for some people and another rule for others. So there you go. It's the best way. Best way. I'm a Celebrity Stars could be kept awake by moans and groans in the dead of night, apparently. Not from ghosts, it's from couples romping outside the castle. Well, in this weather, who romps outside the castle? For goodness sake, given the choice, comfy bed, spam fritter, or romping outside some destitute old castle in Wales. No, thank you very much indeed. I never quite understood things like that. People go, have you joined the Mile High Club? And I don't think so, no. Definitely not. Steve, our local Chippy is doing deep-fried Christmas cake and mince pies. Actually, I've heard of the mince pie one. I'm not sure whether or not it works very well. And Jay says, give us your thoughts on pie, mash and liquor. I've never had it. Odd that, isn't it? You would have thought I would have done, but because I like pie, I love mash, and the liquor is it's something I would have had before, but I haven't had it. I've never been to a pie and mash shop, mainly because I can't stand eels, and I don't want to see anybody cutting up eating eel. No, thank you very much indeed. Corey and I are very similar to that. We don't do stuff like that. No, not Inconsiderate passengers, says Monica, wouldn't wait if you believe. Nose hair as well as facial hair are connected to a level of testosterone. Some women have high enough levels of testosterone being young, but usually well stopped by estrogen. So most common is getting to this by menopause or simply because of hormonal imbalance. So yes, women may have hair in their nose and on the face, but less visible because we usually do not shave, making them stronger. That's the worst thing, actually, Monica, and you're quite right, actually, my favourite Jewish cabbie. But when I first started shaving, my father taught me how to shave, and the moment you start shaving, you're on a path to nowhere. You have to keep shaving. Whereas, years ago, you could leave it until you're about 20 before you started shaving. But the moment you start shaving, you need to shave it. I have to shave it every day. And if I'm going out again in the evening, I have to shave again because I'm a clean-shaven boy. I cannot, you see all the people now on the television. Nobody seems to be shaving anymore. They have this sort of, little bit of sort of fluff underneath their nose and on that. Luke's the same. I mean, Luke does this all the time, and I've noticed Jake does it as well, where we can't be bothered to shave. It's a case of we get up in the morning and you go, oh no, I'm not going to shave today. I'll just go in looking rough, and that's it. Whereas you don't find that with Corey. I don't think Corey shaves anyway, so, he doesn't look as though he shaves. Got a Gillette. Yeah. A Gillette that isn't working. Apparently the kissing under the mistletoe, Steve, comes from Norse mythology. How about romping on a bed of spam fritters, says Mark in Reading. Yeah, whatever. That's why you're in Reading. Steve, I went to Korea a few years ago. Was surprised to see spam in the supermarket, says Giles. Very popular there. Eaten fried with rice and something called kimchi, which I think I've heard of. But, I liked it. I mean, they wouldn't eat it next door. You go, what is it? You go, well, it's spam. It's ham and pork. Ham and pork, isn't it, I think? Now, Steve, says Mark, I can't stop thinking about spam fritters. I haven't had a spam fritter since the 80s. So I'm going to go on the hunt to my local chippets tonight like a famished wild tiger. That's the thing about people who listen to Steve Allen's programme. They are famished wild tigers. We could change your eating. We've certainly changed your radio habits. And, Steve, I'm sure you'll be having your bacon roll with extra bacon this morning after all this talk about food, says Kevin in Edgewedge. You like salt beef? Love it. Love it. Love it. Oh, yes, salt beef. Oh, yes, please. Thank you very much indeed. Yes, there's a very famous place in Soho, and that was particularly good for salt beef. Mind you, I can eat that all the time. There you go. Kev, I told you, Phil Vickery loves spam. It's funny. I think it's a generational thing. Because my boys, Phil, I don't think they've ever eaten it. They wouldn't know what it was if it came up and bit them. You know the song? Yeah, the spam, 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 spam. It was done in Monty Python. Do you remember that one? Yeah, it was like an advert, was it? Oh, right, okay. I don't remember that, actually, but I do remember the spam song, the famous Monty Python spam sketch. Spam, 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 spam. I don't know. It was sort of popular. I mean, I always thought it was cheap. Somebody said it's about £3.69 a tin. So I think that's quite cheap. And I tell you what it's lovely with. It's lovely with Branston pickle and chips. Seriously, I can't believe this. Can't believe this. What else we got? What else we got in the papers this morning? Paul O'Grady says he hates gastropubs because he doesn't go to the boozer to eat couscous and look at kids. I don't think I've ever had couscous. Isn't that fairly popular in these gastropubs? Too young, Steve, says Phil Vickery. It was a Sunday night dinner when I was a kid. I was talking earlier on about my mum never had a takeaway. She cooked, as indeed did most women of her generation. They didn't go out there. She learnt how to cook. Nowadays, people go out and have, well, a lot of people do if you can afford it, go out for Christmas lunch. But I mean, to have an average Christmas lunch in a pub is about 60 or 70 quid per head. Seriously, you could go and buy the whole Christmas lunch. It's very expensive. I mean, if you put in the hotel, put in something like, let's pick one at random, shall we? Selfridges. Does Selfridges do a Christmas lunch? Or any of the hotels, really? Because I remember thinking, wow, it's terribly expensive. And people go, but it saves all the effort of cooking. And I'm going, yeah, but the whole fun of cooking is sort of the fact that you actually do it. So here we go. Selfridges do a Christmas tidings hamper. How much do you reckon? How much do you reckon? Christmas tidings hamper. Come on. Have a guess at home. Play along in the car. £750. 750. Yeah, there is. I think the hotel is closed. Try the Ritz. Try the Ritz. Ritz Christmas lunch. Here we go. Here's the Ritz Christmas lunch. Oh, it's pretty, isn't it? Oh, it's pretty. I love hotels when they do things like this. Very nice. And here you go. This is a festive stay. It looks lovely, doesn't it? I like things like this. Christmas Day lunch. This is a 6-course Christmas menu. Prices from, this is per person, £450. I mean, you could buy a turkey farm for that, couldn't you? I mean, I don't want to be rude about it, because I'm sure it's absolutely delicious and the surroundings are fabulous, but you get everything. They do a traditional, Christmas Day lunch, and you get a visit from Father Christmas. I bloody well think so. It looks lovely. The finest of ingredients. It's wonderful. So Christmas Day lunch in the Ritz restaurant is £450 per person, £225 per child up to the age of 15. I mean, it does seem an awful... So that's... when we went out a few Christmases, and we've been out quite a few Christmases, me and the godchildren, and there's been about 10 or 12 of us, and it's terribly expensive. It's cheaper, to actually eat at home. I know it's a treat, but many people can't afford, especially not this year. Many people can't afford to do it. Is luncheon meat the same as Spam? No, it's not. Nice to have your company. Steve, new in Iceland, Spam fritters and on offer. Saw them yesterday, thank you. Most popular meat in Hawaii. Favourite sandwich is Spam with pineapple slices, says Bruce. All Spam is luncheon meat, but not all luncheon meat is Spam. Basic idea is that Spam is a type of luncheon meat. It's also a brand name, whereas luncheon meat is any kind of meat that is typically cured and pre-cooked, says James in Kent. Oh, there's nothing worse than a clever dick at this time of the morning. Is that I used to like luncheon, but we used to have things like that. We didn't think it was cheap or anything. We just thought it were nice. There's an interesting feature in the Daily Mail today. The Ripper's brother. This is the Yorkshire Ripper, Peter Sutcliffe's brother. He says Peter still doesn't get what he's done. It'll be a relief when he dies. Because there was a story the other day about the Yorkshire Ripper, and it was basically saying that he doesn't want to be looked after if he's got coronavirus. Apparently, he thinks he's got coronavirus, and so he didn't want to go any longer because I think he's going blind. There's certainly a story about it, so that hence his... I didn't even know he had a brother. So there you go. The Sun making a big deal about this extra day off in 2022 to mark the Queen's 70-year reign, so we get an extra bank holiday. Mind you, we've got to get through next year first before we even get round to it. Plus, the health boss, who's so sure about the COVID jab, he's encouraging his mum to take it. Professor Jonathan Van Tam, England's Deputy Chief Medical Officer, is calling on other people to ensure their loved ones have it too. Oh, God, I hope it works. I really hope it works. The Sun, still droning on about Little Mix. I mean, seriously, they're becoming quite tedious now. The one thing that parents will not want to read, because I should imagine most of Little Mix's fans are either prepubescent boys or young girls who sort of see them as some sort of role model. And the headline is raunchy, well, we do like sex, get over it. Well, if your child is following Little Mix, you won't want to read headlines like that, will you? I wouldn't have thought so. Plus, telly old has-been Joey Essex is part of a surprise trio of popular past contestants returning to I'm a Celebrity. Oh, God, he was boring first time round. I mean, he's not even interesting. I could understand it if he developed some sort of personality. They're also putting Charlie Brooks. Oh, I can't remember which Charlie Brooks was in. Was Charlie Brooks in EastEnders? Might have been. And somebody called Vicky Pattison. Good God, she's not still on the rounds, is she? Dear me. Plus the mum, Jennifer Mills, unpacked her shopping and found she had a frozen mushroom, looking like the film character Olaf. A frozen mushroom. I like frozen mushrooms. I think they're quite good. But I've never had anything. And so here they are. So Joey Essex, the Joker, returns. He was never funny. What do you mean the Joker returns? The rubbish they come up with, seriously. But 3 of the best-loved previous contestants. Well, he was 4th, wasn't he? I mean, he wasn't one of the best-loved contestants. He was just a bit simple. Can you tell the time? No. Hilarious. Also, Caroline Flack will give part of her fortune. Well, her relatives will. They don't say how much. She left £827,000. It sounds like a property to me. Because the actual total of her estate was put at just over £2 million, but the sum dropped to £827,000 after debts and death duties are taken into account. Why you have to pay to die, I've got no idea, but you do. So the family last night said the donation will ensure her legacy lives on, but they haven't told you how much the legacy is. It's £827,000. I mean, it could be 27,000, it could be 1,000, it could be... We don't know. They've just said they will give part of her fortune to charity. And official probate figures yesterday revealed the value of her estate. Her mum says we will use the money wisely to help good causes that she was passionate about. But how much, they don't say, because that's supposedly nothing to do with us. More on Little Mix. So here we go. We're grown-ups who have sex, so get over it. That'll lose you an army of fans, I should imagine. Little girls don't want to read things like this. Also, there's a British free climber. Have you seen free climber? These are people who climb up the outside of buildings with their bare hands. I feel ill looking, but this one here is Adam Lockwood. He scaled a tower in Benidorm naked. He's a daredevil naturist. He got a 2-year jail term this year for breaching a ban on climbs in Manchester. That was suspended. And here he is, hanging with one hand. I feel ill looking at the picture. I couldn't do it. I can't even look out of the window here. And we're only on the 3rd floor. I can't stand on a chair. I get dizzy. And he's literally hanging on with... it doesn't even bear thinking about. He's hanging on with one hand, clothed, and then both hands, no clothes. Seriously, it just makes you go all wobbly. And I've not been wobbly for some years. Also, in the papers today, veterans paying their respects at the cenotaph, which was good. Plus, the middle class facing a £14 billion tax raid on investments. This is Rishi Sunak's advisers on tax reform have suggested increasing capital gains tax in a move that would particularly affect high and middle income earners. That'll be nice. Save COVID vaccines for the NHS, yes, and also the return of disco. D-I-S-C-O. Apparently it's the tonic we need in 2020. Yeah, but only if you can dance. You know, if you can't dance, please don't go to discos. There's nothing more embarrassing than people trying to dance. It's like looking at old episodes of Top of the Pops. And all the kids who used to go there shoved around for the camera's benefit, dancing. They couldn't dance, half of them. There were a few people who could dance, and by God, did you know about them? They were the ones pushing themselves to the front of all of it. But it was always very entertaining. It was fascinating as far as I was concerned. I never went because I knew all the people who actually went there were people who lived around the Shepherd's Bush. Oh, I got to go, I just realised. Today on my free little bit extra podcast, please, Joey Essex is back. Find out why I've had enough of Little Mix, and Mike Philip Schofield will be about to start his drag career. He's posing in a corset on This Morning. Marcus Rashford to become a global superstar. It's funny, isn't it? You do something that's charitable and immediately he's advertising Burberry, he's doing this, he's doing that. It's quite something. I should try that, shouldn't I? If I could do stuff for charity. Let's have a think, what could we do? I know. We could have a tea towel. No, it'd never work. A tote bag. Nobody'd buy a tote bag. Prosecco glass, they wouldn't sell, would they? But thank you very much indeed for all those people who sent back their pictures the other day. I'm going to have to check with Luke where they are, because I've not seen the montage picture. Now, they didn't use all of the pictures, and I've had a few people in going, "Oh, Steve, my picture has not been used." And so, you know, are there going to be a second phase? I do hope so. I don't know, actually. I was waiting for Corey to phone me yesterday, but he didn't, because he reverses the charges, and I never accept the call. And but I'll find out from Luke. I'm sure he must know these sort of things. 2 years ago, the public adored Harry and Meghan. Now they're universally not liked, I'm afraid, especially after their latest little publicity stunt. I think people have suddenly realised that with certain members of the royal family, Prince Andrew, Sarah Ferguson, the two ghastly children, it's a case of don't do what we do what we tell you to do. And so they basically stick two fingers up. You know, Harry, who you can't tell anything. Nobody's ever told him off. He was too young after his mother died, so nobody's ever done that. Charles has never sort of ruled with a rod of iron, and universally they've sort of not gone down very well in America. All this baloney that they gave us about, oh, we can't stand the way the press in Britain have treated us. And you think, well, I'm sorry. You know, that's kind of tough, isn't it, really? You've made your bed, you better lie in it. But they're such hypocrites, they really are. Plus, Roman Kemp says it's upsetting his dad is fitter than he is. That's what people say. They say, your dad's a bit fit. Mind you, I'm sure some people say it about Roman. I'm sure, I can't think of anybody off the top of my head, but I'm sure there must be loads of people. He's sort of quite fit, isn't he? Yes. It's this not shaving bit that I can't get used to. It seems to be indicative of the young nowadays. It doesn't happen with everybody, but it's sort of people who sort of get up in the morning and then they don't bother having a shave. They just sort of go, I can't do that. I've never been able to get up, just put clothes on and come into work. I've got to have a shave. manicure. You just feel a bit grubby, don't you? Until I've had my shave in the morning, and I used to watch my father shaving in the morning, but he used to wet shave, whereas I dry shave. I can't wet shave. I cut myself to bits. You go to work with bits of tissue paper stuck all over your face. You look ridiculous. Also, nothing quite like a variety of mince pies. That's what they call a lot of mince pies now. And this year, more than ever, loads of mince pie, all different bits and pieces. They're quite nice, but just remember, it's the pastry that's the killer. Martin Bashir set to quit the BBC. Well, there's the cop way out, isn't it, really? After all the stuff. I mean, I don't know what's true, what isn't true. Who knows? The heroes' medals. There was some dispute over whether or not he really was a hero to be given these medals. Some people he worked with, he said they're obviously jealous. He said, because why would they give me medals if I hadn't earned them? He sold them. Already he's... Where God's name do you get a jumper like that from? Where's that from? It's not charity bargain basement day, is it today? Are we all supposed to come to work in H&M? Are we supposed to come to work in something your grandfather left out for the rag and bone man? Good Lord above. What is that? Oh, here we go. Oh, luckily, keeping it all in order, Luke. He loves that thing. That was his grandmother's top, that was. They turned it into sort of like a sort of an off-the-shoulder jumper with a zip on the top of it. Not really, no. I never understand the point of half zips. I always think half zips are... Sorry? Well, a quarter zip, whatever it is, in your body, it's probably half a zip, and I was being kind. But also, what's the point of it? Is that so you could sort of pull it down... That's called trendy, is it? I obviously need to be trendy. That's what it is, isn't it? I'm obviously not a trendy person. But I am wearing a shirt, which is... They're not No, we don't all need to stand up and look at it, OK? Just take my word for it, it's trendy. But they're all poppers on here. They're all poppers. Look, you can go... No, I'm not going to do it. Look at that. Go on, do it. No, I'm not going to do it, no. It's too early for that kind of stuff to amaze you with the body beautiful, the body that's cost me a lot of money to get like this. But it's, and when I first bought this shirt, I thought these were buttons, but they're not. They're sort of little press studs. So if I'm having a fat day, you can't do them up anyway. So you have to go around with it all hanging out. It doesn't look very attractive. They do pop open. I used to have a shirt years ago that sort of gaped when you sat down. If you're putting on a bit of weight, it's sort of little bits, but you can see it. I'll just do it. Close your eyes. And you go, listen, I'll do it for you now. Like that. To do it up now. Look at this, honestly. It's way too early to be a sex symbol. Seriously. There's other programmes, Sheila's, and places like that where they would love to be sex symbols, but it's just not happening. But I just quite fancy the idea of having little poppers on the front of your shirt. Anyway, apart from that, bad news. Christmas bake-off. Well, the good news is you don't get Noel, what's-his-face, the unfunny one, the old man with the dyed hair who looks ridiculous. And so, because he's obviously taken Christmas off, they've decided they have to replace somebody. They have to replace him with Why? I've got no idea. 4 underemployed people seems a bit ridiculous. They put comedian Tom Allen in. He's the one who's terribly, terribly like that. He's sort of like a slightly sort of shorter version of Bobby Cole Norris. What's on your 2021 wish list? We shall tell you later on. There's all sorts of things on a wish list. I don't know, I've never made a wish list. Never, ever made a wish list in my life. But there are certain things which, when you read somebody else's wish list, you think, actually, that's not a bad idea. They do them, when people are not very well. And they go, well, then they're not going to make it to Christmas or something like that. They have a wish list, and it generally involves swimming with dolphins or, water skiing or doing something like that. But this is a general wish list for people. And some of the things on there, you'll be going, I quite fancy that, Steve. I quite fancy that idea. And some of you will be going, well, that's a pile of rubbish, isn't it? Wearing shorts is Shane, but he is in Sydney. And he says, it's 28 degrees. I might go up to the fish and chip shop and get some chips. Oh, could you get us a portion of chips here? We could eat a portion of chips. I could eat a portion of chips. No, not mushy peas. That's very common. That's like peas you've sat on, isn't it? What's the point? It's a northern thing. Oh, let's have mushy peas. No, thank you very much. Well, you want mushy peas? Why can't you just have peas as they come out of the ground? They're not tasty. They're blooming peas with a bit of vinegar on. There's nothing tasty about them at all. It's just a case of, we got Granny to sit on the peas and we got mushy peas now. You can actually buy a tin of mushy peas. That's how bad it is up north now. You get the mushy peas, you'll whip it out first. Off they go, taking the whippet out. Back they come for the mushy peas. And chips the size of battleships. You ever seen them up north? Down here we have we call them fries, and they're very delicate here. You know, you can sort of pop two in your mouth at the same time. Up north, you can sort of cut the chips up and pretend they're your false teeth. You sort of stick them into your gob, if you like things like that. Charles says he's found comfort in nature. Who hasn't? We've all found comfort in nature. And half of motorists stalled by jargon used by garages. Your car's screwed. You know, but nobody knows. I mean, I would if somebody said to me, this needs doing on your car, I wouldn't know. I really wouldn't know anything like that. And, my friend Jordan, he has mushy peas. He's from up north. He says, behave with the bashing of the north. I don't need to bash the north. You do it so well by yourselves. So well by yourselves. And he says, bash only one northerner. Jordan North from I'm a Celebrity. This is the one nobody knows who he is. I'm the only one who's who is he? And a friend of mine in the business, I bumped into, and they went, I went to uni with him. My friend Callum said, he said, I went to uni. I mean, went to uni with him. Somebody on the radio, in touch with the common side. I went to uni. Who goes to... I didn't go to uni. Good Lord, I didn't even get any qualifications. But apparently now, if you want to be on the radio, you've got to go to uni. And you've got to know somebody in uni. And then you go out there. What's that? I mean, you're on the radio. Nobody cares whether you've got a personality or not. It's not a race or something. They don't go, you know, my boss doesn't phone me and go, Steve, your personality was distinctly lacking this morning when I heard your programme. And you go, yeah, but I'm a radio presenter, Tom. And he'll go, yeah, but you need to up the ante on the personality. But this particular one I'm talking about apparently is on Radio 1, where nobody's got a personality. It's the BBC. They're not allowed to have personalities. Have you heard the Jeremy Vine show? I mean, Graham Norton... The reason Graham Norton's quitting the BBC, apart from the fact he's had enough of getting up and doing it on a Saturday morning, is because they've stifled the amount of speech he can have. They want more music. Well, just replace them all with a robot. You know, because most DJs on that station do this is, that was, here we go, and a time check. It's not exactly personality radio, is it? But this one's called The Supply Teacher. I mean, I ask you. That's all it is. Yeah, I mean, this is a personality-led programme. It has to be. If I just sat here going, and here's a song from the Beatles, people would be turning off in their droves, you know, and this is a song from Peter Andre. I mean, that would be the kiss of death, would it not? You know, how to kill a music station licence. I'm sorry, we heard Steve Allen the other day, and he were playing a Peter Andre song. That's not right. Is that Peter Andre, what were married to Jordan? The one who, when he has his photo calendar taken, he has a sock shoved down the front of his Speedos. I mean, I ask you, what's going on in the world? It's ridiculous. And, every time I read a text, it comes back again. I read it, and then it sort of throws itself up again. Like I care. I'm in one of those couldn't care less moods today. It's Friday. I can do whatever I want. I'm over 40, you know. A friend of mine has just moved out of home. It's like he has rediscovered the Holy Grail. It's because every time he's had a girlfriend, you can't take them home, can you, to your parents' place, unless your parents are very understanding, or boyfriend, or whatever it happens to be. But he's actually moved out, and he's gone berserk. Absolutely berserk. It's like, you know, girls, you know, Jezebels. And, oh, goodness sake, honestly. It's all going on. Oh, by the way, the party is over at Langan's. Did you ever go? No, it's not for you, actually. It's not for you. Not for you, Luke. It was a posh showbiz type restaurant. Before we had just over the road from the Ritz, owned by Michael Caine and Peter Langan, who died, and then it was taken over by a consortium. It's closed forever. They cannot survive, you know, without, and I so worry for all these places that we used to, I mean, not that any of this lot used to go to, they can't afford to do things like that, because it's for showbiz people. You know, it's people who walk in there and the glitter just falls off your shoulder onto the floor, and then you have to walk uphill to your table. That's what it is, because I'm in show business, you know. They sort of go, oh, I'm in show business. You're not in show business at all. You know, nobody knows who they are. I mention their names, but they could be called Ethel, Deirdre and Mary, you know. In fact, actually, two of them definitely could be called Mary, but it's a case of, you know, I mean, come on. You know, I'm in show business. You know, people hope if they hang around by Steve Allen, a bit of the glitter on my shoulders is going to rub off, and all of a sudden it's going to be like a Disney film. You know, did you ever see the Disney film, which is the one that's got the three little witches that fly? Is it Cinderella? Macbeth? In Disney? I don't think Disney have ever done a cartoon version of Macbeth, have they? They're fairies, aren't they? But they've got little peaked hats on and they fly. Are they Cinderella? Cinderella. I've now forgot what it was I was going to tell you about them. No, they weren't ugly sisters. They were the three little fairies, and they waved their wands, and you all got that lovely little trail of glitter that sort of... No, not Tinkerbell. No, I've just told you. They were the fairy godmothers, weren't they? Who sort of did the waving of the thing, and then a carriage and horses appeared out of a pumpkin. I wish we could get a carriage and horses out of Luke. There's two pumpkins, if ever there was one. And, we probably could have had a complete bus system going on. Here they are, Disney's tradition. And they're called Flora, Fauna and Merryweather. Flora wears red, Fauna wears green, and Merryweather, well, I mean, she's off in the pixies, isn't she, really? She doesn't know what she's wearing. And they're three good fairies. They've got powerful magic abilities. I wish they could wave a wand over Luke. Could have changed him into something better, What would be more useful? A double wardrobe would be quite nice, or a food mixer. So Luke's gone. Oh, look, food mixer. How lovely. What are those things which you sort of put in to whip your cream up? Have you had one of those? I like that. One of my favourites. Seriously. A friend of mine told me the other day that he found some cream, I think in Marks and Spencer, with vodka in it. And also, it wasn't just vodka. It was vodka, cream and caramel, salted caramel or something. Whatever it was, it sounded fantastic. And I remember thinking, what's that in the jar? Could be peanut butter, actually. I'm trying to cut back on peanut butter, I've decided. Friday the 13th, Steve, what will we be avoiding today? Them. No point in sitting there with sort of, Luke sort of looking at you, sort of going, I don't know, and then not knowing the name of the three good fairies. Mind you, if that had been a £1 million question, he never would have got it. He'd have been sitting there for years. And I'm going, one of them is called Merryweather. Are they? And one time he thought they were the witches from Macbeth. You could have done phone a friend, but of course you don't have any friends. Yeah, I wouldn't have answered. I'd seen him. I wouldn't have answered it. I'd have gone, it's Luke. No, definitely not. I often wonder, because sometimes when they do that on some of these programs, pardon me, they sort of say, who are you going to? They always say, I think I'll phone a friend. You think it's such a simple question. And they go, I'm going to phone a friend. And you think, God, you really are dumb. And then they phone the friend, and it'll be somebody called Norris or something like that. And they go, oh, Norris, hello, it's Chris Tarrant. And you go, hello. They're always like that, aren't they? They're always very excited. And he says, I've got Basil with me. He's stuck on £100 question. So the next voice you're going to hear is Basil's. He'll ask you the question and 4 possible answers. Okay? Here he is. Hello. Hello. It's like that. It's like chatting over the garden wall. He goes, right, the question is, what's the Queen's surname? Is it Micklethwaite, Windsor, Hogbottom or Hogwarts? Oh, I don't know. That's a tough one, that, isn't it? It's not Hogwarts, is it? Oh, I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry, I'll have to pass on that one. Thanks. And then they put the phone, and we all sit there going, my God, you know some thick people, don't you? Fancy not knowing that. I mean, some of the questions, they've used up all their bits. Ask the audience. And the audience, I mean, they look as daft as a brush. You ask the audience, they all sit there and they go, half the keypads are not working. I'm totally convinced. They're just pushing it like, nothing. Just let them think they're on it. It's only got key members of the audience, those with half the brain cell. And they go, right, okay, you're going to ask the audience, okay, on your keypads, they all reach under the seat, pick up the old bit of chewing gum, pop it back in their mouth again, and an old fruit gum. And they go, right, and then it go, dum, 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 and well, they've all gone for B. Not sure about that. Well, they seem to know more than you do, pal, don't they? I love watching it. Do you know the Beast was on there from The Chase? Before he was famous, he was on there. He was big, wasn't he? Then he lost weight. I think he's single again now. I think he's one of these single people I'm constantly surrounded by single people. I hope it's not catching. But I can't remember whether he won or... I've got no idea. I just remember seeing him on there going, oh, I know who you are. I quite like him, actually. Wayne the Trolley Dolly, he says, I'm here in hysterics at Disney's Macbeth and the Three Ugly Sisters comments. It's early and I'm jet-lagged, but it was very funny. He said, I'm just back from Washington, D.C. Fascinating to watch the huge stands going up ready for Biden's inauguration. Yeah. Have you seen the fires that old Trump's building underneath them all? He's not accepting it. And his pastor was on LBC the other day and saying, You know, don't write off... What, you're wearing the mask now? It's a bit late to put it... You're coming in. You bring the poem in. Oh, lovely. Oh, God. Can't wait to see what today's little gem is. Get so excited. It looks a bit small, does it? Oh, Lord. That's something to worry about. Here we go. It's the first time he's ever put a mask on to come in the studio. Normally, Corey lifts his shirt up. I was nearly sick the other day. So how... Oh, this is... Blimey, this is... it's called Friday the 13th.
Quite in time, don't you think?
Yes, it's... Yes. All right, have you read it?
Yeah, it's okay, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. Who's the person? Do we know who the person is who wrote it?
Yeah, Nadia.
Yes, I can read that bit, honestly. I do have the gift of reading, surprisingly. But do we know who she is? Is she still alive?
I don't know. No, I don't know.
Oh, okay. We'll just guess, shall we?
Yeah.
Okay, she's dead. There you go. Solved that problem. You sometimes wonder whether you're on the right planet as everybody else. If ever they sort of do these trips to the moon, which Branson was thinking of doing, or wherever it is you go with them, I'm the first one on there. I'll pay. I want to go up there and be the first one in line at the McDonald's moon. So what have we got? We haven't got anything. We haven't got any food in. Oh, right, what are we waiting for? Waiting for a spaceship to come and bring in all the food from McDonald's. Wouldn't it be funny if you could actually go and live on the moon? Do you think there are people on other planets? Yeah, I mean, the commute would be a nightmare. Can you imagine, though, if there are people really living on other planets, which some people like to believe, do you think they're all sitting there going, I wonder what's on that thing over there that's sort of turning round looking quite nice? Because I reckon if we've got forests and lakes and stuff like that, then there must be things on other planets, but I'm not stupid enough to believe that there are other people living on other planets. She's alive. Oh, is she? Is she British? Because the other day you managed to find an American. And you think, what, she's American or British, or she's... Yeah, that'd be great. Right, that's going to take forever and a day. Full details coming up after the news at 5 o'clock, I should imagine. Let's not push it, shall we? So, why is it that people don't like Meghan and Harry? And this is a survey done in the papers. They've now discovered, and all the critics are writing about it, and basically saying they've got it wrong. They've underestimated the British public. You know, you cannot go so far down the line of being a celebrity, you know, and sort of people bow and scrape to you. And then all of a sudden you do quite a few things and you get it all wrong. And the public go, well, I'm sorry, we're not buying into it. We're not buying into it at all. Got a lovely card. My first glitter card. Oops. This is quite a big one, actually. I like cards with glitter on, but Well, you trying to see it? I'll show it to you. Okay. It's quite big, isn't it? It's in black and white. We're obviously saving up for the coloured version, which would be quite nice. Of course, it's a Christmas card. What with glitter on it? What do you think it's going to be? Sorry to hear about your recent bereavement. Of course it's not. It's glitter, and it's addressed to you as well. Well, it says, "Dear Groovy Gang." He's the only sort of... I'm not sure whether to make him an honorary member of the Groovy Gang. It's up in the air at the moment. It's from Leslie from South Croydon. The application is in. I know, yes. We're just waiting for the signed by 3 people who were in a Disney movie waving magic wands and making wishes. Shouldn't think you'd be getting that one. South Croydon is the place. Hasn't Croydon just gone bust? The council are overspent by about $1.5 billion or something. What have they built? Have you been to Croydon recently? I mean, dear Lord above. But anyway, she says, "Dear Steve and the Groovy Gang." Okay. She says, "I can't tell you how grateful I am for getting me through some very tough times this year." And she says, "I was so disappointed when another listener beat me to it and sent you in some masks. Still, as my mum would say, one for now and one in the wash." Yes, my friend is selling the masks for St Christopher's Hospice. She didn't make them, but she's ordered them in bulk to sell for the hospice. So that's quite nice, because in Twickenham, Stuart in the fish shop, he's actually got these masks with his little logo on. He's selling those for a hospice as well, which I think is good. We nearly did it this year for Make Some Noise, and then we decided Prosecco glasses, because we know what a boozy lot you are, and in here as well. But anyway, she said, "Very pleased to be able to buy 2 Prosecco glasses each." That's my stomach, incidentally. This terrible noise. Seriously, it's got a mind of its own this morning. I don't know what's going on here. But Steve, I could write 6 pages to you. I love your company in the mornings, and I feel now you are a friend over the airwaves. Leslie, thank you so much. The boys absolutely love the masks. They love... I feel a bit guilty that you've paid for them. I feel a bit guilty. Steve, it's Sleeping Beauty that Merryweather Flora and Fauna come from. All right. And John says, I loved Langens when Ruby Venezuela, Bradley and I went there to celebrate our single reaching #1 in Papua New Guinea, says Ebbs. Yes. But isn't it awful? I mean, I seriously can tell you with hand on heart that all the places that I grew up with in London that are not open or they vanished, I feel really depressed about. And I don't get depressed about anything, but I have a feeling. I was talking to my driver this morning, and he said most of the drivers can't. He didn't say all the drivers. No, most of the drivers can't wait for you to start in the morning. He said because it's because that's what the spike is here for. And I went yeah. All of a sudden we had to engage in conversation. No offence to anybody else at all, but and it's because a lot of people drive it. There's no work. There's no work for the drivers. I mean, I've had drivers for 3 days running, couple of jobs they're averaging in a 10.5-hour shift. Well, that's just ridiculous. That is just ridiculous. They've got to do something about it. Is this vaccine going to make any difference? Bloody well, I hope so. Bloody well hope so. But actually, the good news is that if you've got money, you can buy it. So as opposed to having to wait for it to move, because it moves down the tiers, doesn't it? Now they were saying the other day, well, apart from the fact they've now put diabetics in there again because we are twice as likely to get it. We're twice at risk. Also, black people and Asian people are now also twice as likely to contract the coronavirus. There's not a lot to smile about, is there? Thank God we're here till 7 o'clock this morning. We'll try and put a smile on your face. Nice to have your company. Welcome along to Friday. I'm trying to be cheerful. You know why? It's Friday the 13th, and I can't remember why we try and be cheerful on Friday the 13th. I think, to be honest with you, it's supposed for people who are superstitious, but I'm not superstitious. I don't think I'm superstitious. I wouldn't walk under a ladder. And I have seen people, who are very, very superstitious. I don't think I'm one of them. Steve, talking Disney, Fantasia was released on this day in 1940. I'll tell you a story, actually. I was on a beach in the south of France, in Cannes, with Dale. We were on the beach, and we were on the poor bit of the beach, because in Cannes, all the beaches split up. Each of the hotels, like the Carlton and all the other ones, they've got a bit of their beach, and you go onto it. Of course, we made the big mistake of taking on. Dale had brought over one of those cool boxes, and they used to sell peaches in some of the boulangeries, because we picked up the language and a few other things, and they were the size of footballs, these peaches. So we put those in and some fizzy drinks and water and everything else. Took them onto the beach, and on day one, no. You had to buy their stuff on the beach, so we didn't do that again until we didn't take it. So we went onto the public beach, which is at the end. Sorry? Pebble. No, the sand is actually quite... I think they actually import sand in for Cannes, and it's public beach, but of course it's all topless. It was the first topless beach I think I'd actually been on in my life, where there was a family in front of us. There was mother, father, and the son, who was about 14, and the mother's topless. Well, I don't think I ever saw my mother topless. Definitely not. And there was some American girls there, and they were talking about Fantasia, the film, because I'd seen Fantasia. It's got dancing elephants, and it's set to music, and it's got, all sorts of great things. And I remember it to this day, because I always like eavesdropping other people's conversations. And one of these American girls was sitting there, she's going, Marlene, did you see Fantasia? Oh, God, I was so stoned. And I remember thinking, is that how you watch it? Because it was all bright colours. It was at the beginning of the film, it's just colours that melt into one another. And apparently, if you're stoned, it adds to... Well, I mean, I just had a Mivvy and a bucket of popcorn. I don't have anything like that at all. I just saw a film. I didn't, dancing elephants. I didn't see anything at all like that. But I always remember that she said that. That was the only place, and I took photographs. We saw a white Rolls Royce on the Croisette. It was owned by a guy called John Bloom, who was known as the washing machine king in this country. And a white Rolls Royce, blacked out windows, and every bit of chrome was gold plated. You've never seen anything like it. We looked at it and I went, Dale, have you seen this car? And he went, oh, that is amazing. We were and I wasn't even into cars, but it just looked good. And we saw somebody had their yacht moored just off the shore, and it was big enough to put a helicopter on the back of it. I mean, they're so flash, honestly. We only had one meal out. It was so expensive in Cannes, but it was lovely. And I came back, I was the colour of a beech nut. I don't know if you remember when you were little, you go to the beach as a kid, and then you come back and you pull your little Speedos down, and then you stand in the shower, and you suddenly realise that you are completely tanned, except for your white bits. And you've got little white bits, or big white bits. And I remember thinking, how nice this is. And then, of course, it starts fading and peeling. And there's nothing worse when you start peeling. You come back from a nice holiday, you look like the colour of creosote, and you think, this is great, isn't it? And then it starts peeling. You get out of bed, and there is your shape in dead skin. Oh, it's ghastly. Yeah, I could sit here in the studio and rub the top of my head. I don't know whether I thought it was a magic trick or something. I don't know, but I thought it was in Fantasia. And you sort of rub the top of your head, and the place is covered in dead skin. Ghastly. Ghastly. And then somebody said to me, it's not very good when you get sort of a tan and it starts fading. Jonathan in Tower Hill says, I went to Madame Jojo's when I first came out in 1989. I got pulled up on stage by Ruby Venezuela, who pushed my face between her breasts. They were not soft fillets, and I think I still got the bruises. Very good act. Bar was great before the hen parties drove us all away. Yes, they did a feature in, I forget which magazine it was, and it was on Madame Jojo's, which was a drag bar in London with a big stage show and a piano and everything else. And it was, I think, owned by Raymond's Review Bar, which was sort of next to it. And then you went downstairs and we used to go there. And they did a feature in one of the papers going, oh, isn't this great? And immediately that happened, all the hen parties started going there, and it completely killed it. Completely killed it. So all the guys who'd been going there to watch drag sort of kind of didn't want to go there and be involved in hen parties, whereas women were always fascinated by drag queens. So I know exactly what you mean, Jonathan. I know exactly what you mean. Steve, what's your opinion on ripped jeans? They're a bit dated now, aren't they? You talk about jeans, you know those jeans, you know the ones, the ripped ones where they've got sort of rips. I mean, some of them, they're basically pornographic outfits, aren't they? They're so ripped in all the wrong, inappropriate places. I mean, just basically worn by people with no sense of fashion at all. Because I bet Corey's got loads of pairs, but his would be moths, I think. I don't think it would actually be ripped jeans. But I mean, I personally wouldn't wear them, only because I think it just looks a bit silly. But you do see people. It's like, do you remember onesies? I can remember going to the Bentall Centre and some bloke gets off a bus with his mates and he was wearing a onesie. I looked at it and I thought, do you realise what a turnip you look? It was really awful. There was nothing interesting about it. It's like those shoes. Are they called Crocs? Rubber shoes? Hello? Where are we coming from? Rubber shoes. You might as well wear flip-flops. Steve, I'm thinking of buying some ripped jeans in the Bentall Centre, said Matthew. I'm having a midlife crisis. Well, take a tablet and stay in. There's no point in going out. You don't need that kind of thing at all. And also, Steve, I'm chuffed. My picture is on the Make Some Noise bottom left, says Sidcup Julie. Do you know where that picture is? I've not seen it. Can you find it? Because people keep writing to me saying I'm on it, and then some people have written saying I'm not on the montage that we did of people who took photographs of themselves with the Steve Allen Prosecco glass, or glasses, and I couldn't find it. I don't know where it is. So where is it, Julie? Where is it? I want to know. Luke's found it. What's it on? Everybody else wants to... It's on Twitter. Okay. Oh, you're... Oh, there we go. Oh, it's all he cares about now. Now I've gone out the window. He's like, I'm in it. Show me. Put the picture up. Show me. I want to have a look at it before you sort of get over the exam. Oh, look. Oh, I'm in the middle. Hello. Oh, look, there you are. Look, you're just underneath me. And here are some of the... Look at this. Look at this. People wearing Christmas hats. No, we decided not to use Corey's picture. It was best, actually. Not before the police have seen it. And can you go down? Is that it? Can you go down? Is that the montage? We want some more. We want some more montages. Don't we? Look at all you ladies, honestly. Look, there's a doggy. 2 doggies. Which is quite nice. But we had loads sent in. I mean, literally loads. So I'm hoping that Make Some Noise are going to be putting some more of the glass pictures up. Please, we want more pictures. Write to them and tell them we want some more pictures up. Oh, is that you? Yeah, that's airbrushed, isn't it? You can tell it's airbrushed. You can just tell by airbrushed. Yeah, Photoshop. Isn't it funny? Look, your hair looks all shiny, whereas in real life it's not. Funny that, isn't it? But, I mean, luckily you're holding the glass up in front of your stomach, so we can't see how much of it there is, which is good. And, yeah, but I think we definitely want more of those pictures, please. Thank you very much indeed. Also, who do you think's actually in charge of Downing Street, says Dean? Well, there's the big question. No idea. And Shane says, I nearly dropped my chips laughing when Luke said Macbeth. He doesn't know anything. I mean, seriously, so you might as well ask the cat. It's hopefully. Absolutely hopeless. Hopeless. Steve, I met my ex-wife on Friday the 13th, says Paul. Of course. Funny you mentioned Speedos. Remember when Luke made a right fuss over not wearing pink ones for the live shows? Did he? He's never been to a live show. Corey or Thomas has been there. Yeah. Well, no, Luke's never been to a live show. I mean, it's not because he didn't want to go, it's just we didn't want him going. It was as simple as that. He doesn't know he was barred. We just went, oh, sorry, there weren't any seats available for you. So he didn't go. I forget how many of those we've actually done, actually. Steve, I'm from the north. Oh, God, I knew we'd find one. How did they get through? How is this possible? And he says, and I absolutely love how you describe us. Hilarious and so accurate. We love the north. I used to live in the north. I used to live in Yorkshire. Just outside Hull. Well, just outside Withensea, to be brutally honest with you. And, Steve, I just got paid just after midnight. And I've just ordered a load of tut online. Oh, I love that. Listen, I mean, you can't stop me ordering stuff online. I mean, the stuff that I've bought, literally, it's just ridiculous. But I love doing it. I love doing it. What's this one say here? And, wait a minute. Try and get as many in as possible. Somebody says, I can't find it either. Where was it? Where did you find that picture? What does it come under? Make Noise Twitter page. Make Noise Twitter page. At Make Noise. It's on Twitter. So go to Twitter and then go at Make Noise. Okay? Global Make Some Noises page, but it's at Make Noise. Okay, you don't need to add anything else. Do you want to retweet it from my account? Okay. Yeah, do you want to do that? Yeah, you can do that. You do that? Oh, I've got to have my phone again. I don't like letting him have the phone, seriously. I think he goes through it to write down my famous friends' numbers and things like that. He looks at the history. He's terrible. He really does. So, I don't even like him touching the phone, you know.
Hi.
Okay, hi. Stop trying to build your part. Every time he walks in, he says something, and I'm thinking, I'm sorry, this is not a two-way conversation. Hi. Hi, Steve. I mean, normally it's, hi, Steve. You know, it doesn't work, does it? Yeah. Okay? Yeah.
Do you want to add a
No, I don't want to get any closer to you, honestly. We're supposed to be socially distancing. Could you get a car or something?
I've got a mask on.
Oh, well, a fat lot of use that is, isn't it? If only you wear it on your face. Has it done?
Yeah.
Oh, he's done it. Oh, he's done it.
It's on your
Did you
Twitter.
just write that?
Yeah, the Groovy Gang.
Oh, right. So it's on Steve Allen's Twitter page.
Yeah.
Right. So there you go. It's on Steve Allen's Twitter page. We want more of you on there. We need to send a text message, don't we, to make sure they put loads more on there. We've had loads, so we want to put them. Right. Ghastly. 10 to 5. Steve says, Chris in Malvern, I was just ordering yet another pair of Crocs. As I always say to people, you only hate them because you don't own any. No, it's because they're rubber shoes. And they're naff. You're not telling me you seriously order... You live in Malvern, for goodness sake. It's supposed to be quite classy. And you're buying Crocs. I mean, no, I don't know anybody who's wearing... Anybody wearing Crocs? No, you have to check, actually, just in case. Nobody wearing Crocs? No, people wearing normal sort of shoes. Yeah. You got trainers on, I know. So sweet of you, Luke, to make a contribution to the show. So you've got trainers on. Well, are they proper? Are they posh trainers? They're Adidas. Actually, do you know that you can design your own trainers on the internet? You can go and design Reeboks or something. Is it Reeboks or one of them? And then you can have them in different colours. And then they're about 100 Nike, about 150 quid a pair. So you've got what, Adidas? Poor person, aren't you? Yeah, I love the way you say, do you wear those so people think, oh, but he goes running, you know, as if. They don't have to look at you as they move up your body with their eyes going, I bet he goes, no, definitely not. I haven't got any trainers at all. I've got no trainers, nothing. What do I wear? Shoes. I can't even get my leg up that high. Isn't that funny? Years ago I could. Plimsolls. We used to have them at school, but they're sort of. Wait a minute. Oh, good Lord! They're very... I bought them in Costco, strangely enough, and I like them so much I bought them on Amazon as well. I've now got... and they come in black. You can not see them. I'll take it off. Do you know why I wear them? Because they've got Velcro over the top. I can't do laces. Oh. I can't do laces, so they've got Velcro. I've got pants the same. And... that makes it entertaining, let me tell you. But no, so you put your feet in, and then you put the thing over the top, and they're actually quite comfy. They're made by Joseph Siebel, whoever he is. But you can buy them on Amazon. They're about £60 a pair, I think, which I don't want to spend any more than that. You know, when my friend John says to me, I spent... So I love that sound. And he said £150 on a pair of 140, and I think I couldn't spend 140 quid on something like that. That was just too much money. When you can get Velcro for 65, it's good, isn't it? And also, it holds your feet in. Now they're out. Now they're in. Now they're out. You could keep this going forever and a day. And when I first saw them, I tried things on, and I thought they're good. So when the first pair wore out, I thought. I'll order some more. So I happened to go, because they'd stopped doing them in Costco. So I went on to Amazon, and they do them on Amazon. So I ordered a few pairs. So I'm now Mr. Comfy. Joseph Siebel, yeah. Josef, Siebel, Seibel, I think. I thought they were about 60... Yeah, they're about 65 quid, aren't they, or something like that, which I think is more than enough money to spend on a pair of shoes. Anything more than that, I mean, that's just ridiculous. I know, have you found them? Yeah. No. They do different styles, but they don't, oh, yes. I haven't bothered with the slippers. They've also, I can't do laces. I do have slippers at home, yes. I've got memory foam slippers. Don't make a big deal about it, okay? And I quite like those. And I've got some which are sort of fur-lined, only pretend fur. There you go, Joseph Siebel. That's a similar sort of stuff. It's not exactly the same, because these are... these ones are £45. It's a cheaper version of the ones I'm wearing, which are quite nice and quite comfy. And also, they're easy to pop on. I don't know, because if I do laces up, I've got to sort of sit down and then put my... And it's just too much of a faff. I can't be bothered, I'm at that time of my life now where I'm looking for something easy. I can't be bothered with anything that's too complicated. When you see all these... Every time I pick up a shirt, and I only realised this some years ago, that shirts in M&S come in different sizes. They come in standard, slim fit, no chance of wearing slim fit, muscle fit, and all the rest of it, because I'm a bit of a body-conscious boy, They're opening another gym in Twickenham. It's a Pure Gym, which I think should be open very shortly, and you can get... I mean, to be honest with you, though, I can't be bothered. What's the point? I'd only go there to use the showers. There's no point in going there and sort of trying to do workouts. People just look at me with pity. They go, what's he doing? Oh, he's doing a workout or something. There's no point. I'm just not that sort of person. But at least we know to avoid Malvern if Chris is going to be walking around in his Crocs. And somebody says, I'm one of your biggest fans. I purchased 2 of the Prosecco glasses. I thought they came with a signed photo of you. You're my girlfriend's pin-up. Can you send me a photo? It can be saved for Christmas, says Colin. No, we don't have photos anymore. There's a picture of me on the internet. In fact, there are quite a number of pictures of me on the internet you can download and sort of enjoy time and time again. And I said, I've seen your picture on the internet. Why don't you change it? It's very old. I thought, well, they're all very old pictures. They were all taken at the same time. We all had the pictures taken at exactly the same time, which was about 10 years ago. Was it in the home? It's the Steve Allen Bide-A-Wee home, which is where my Auntie Enid resides, as we all know. She loves it in there. So photo, we used to have photos years and years ago, but they don't do things like that now. Anthony says, I wore memory foam slippers and instantly forgot where I'm supposed to be walking. I quite like them. I've got pillows. Memory foam pillows. They're actually quite nice. I've got a mattress as well. That's a memory foam. Well, we call it a topper. It goes on top of the mattress, and then you get out of bed, and there is your shape. There is your... No, I don't want a waterbed. I had a friend of mine, she had a waterbed. She said, sit on it. No, thank you. I sat on it, immediately I felt seasick. It was awful because it sort of slops around underneath you. It's like, you sort of become incontinent in bed. And now you've got the sound and the movement at the same time. But she thought it was great. And it was heated. It had a little heater in it to heat the water. I thought, all I kept thinking was, what happens if it bursts? Jackie says, in and out, shake it all about. I've got rubber garden shoes, but they're not Crocs. So I've heard of rubber garden shoes. Are these the ones that go over the top of shoes? It's an overshoe. I've got what? You've never heard of overshoes? Yeah, you wear them over the top of things. I've got, what? They're overshoes. It's sort of like it fits, they're slightly bigger than your normal shoe, and then you put them over the top of it, so it saves your shoe, and then you can wear these other shoes in the garden if you want to go out there digging the lawn or something, and putting food out for the birds or something. And I've got Wellingtons as well. Green Wellingtons. I won't wear them in here to work because they're obviously a bit classy for here, and there's no point in putting things like that on. I don't have walking boots, but I do have things that you strap to the underneath of your shoe to stop you falling over in the ice and snow. I've got those because somebody bought them for me. Somebody who worked on the news desk here. They said, Steve, I bought you something. I thought, three-piece suite, mirror, new set of clothes. No, something you clip to the bottom of your shoes, stop you falling over, you fat so-and-so. And because I'd fallen over a couple of times, and I've discovered the older you are, when you fall over, it blooming well hurts. It really, having a fall is not a good idea. It's all right when you're young, you just go, fall over, bounce back up again. No, at my age, fall over, stay there. Stay there. So he bought me these things, and they clip under my shoes, because I went out to Norway to cut the Christmas tree down for Trafalgar Square. And what? Of course it's true. I don't tell fibs on this programme. No, I went out there. We went out there. I went out with my producer, and we go to... What? And we go out there. The Norwegian government paid for us. We fly out... executive jet, and we go there, and they book us into this hotel, very posh hotel, and then they take us out deep into the forest. I thought, here we go, and we go, and they were knee deep in snow, and so like Lapland, they give you sort of hot apple juice and things like that, and the trees there, and then there we go, typical, isn't it? And then you sort of... Steve, says Lawrence, I must say Luke has a very seductive voice. No, we have to explain this to people. We put him through a machine. It's a voice machine. The Spice Girls went through it's called auto-tune. So when they sing out of tune, this machine equalises everything, so it makes it so they thought they could sing, which was the embarrassing thing. For Luke, his voice is, well, how do I put this without being rude? It's a bit high. Okay, so when he comes in, that's why I don't talk when he's talking, so that we take him from up here somewhere, a little bit David Beckham to way down there, and that makes him sound better, because you're right, Gemma Collins likes men with a deep tone. Yeah, but unfortunately he's not available, although God knows we wish he was. And secondly, he wouldn't be remotely interested in Gemma Collins, as indeed is nobody. Matthew says, I'm going to pop to Sandy's later and get a face mask. Great idea by Stuart. Beats wearing the disposable light blue one. You see, because I get through so many, I get through 2 masks a day, so I buy them, by the hundred. But you must definitely get one. Oh, Steve, the poem lady's got to be American, says Sam. Why? What was the giveaway in that poem that meant that she was American? Because she said sidewalk as opposed to pavement. If she said pavement, she'd be British, but the Americans call it a sidewalk. You mentioned about a waterbed earlier, Steve. Reminds me of the Steptoe and Sons sketch where Harold bought a waterbed and the old man accidentally punctured it. Harold brought a date back to his bedroom and subsequently fell into a pool of water. It's never interested me, actually. It really hasn't. I'm not interested in things like that. Steve, makes me laugh. Scientists develop a vaccine and people are now complaining it's not safe. However, some of these will buy drugs of a stranger. Yes, I agree with you, Mark. It's got to be tested. It's got to. The moment it's tested and they passed it is the moment that you can go and buy it. And there will be people willing to sell it to you. I'm personally waiting for the NHS. I've paid into the NHS for years, so I'm determined to get something back in the years I have left. This year's John Lewis Christmas advert will follow the theme of giving, inspired by the British public's generosity in the pandemic. which is very good. I like that. Steve didn't used to wear Skechers. I did. I like Skechers. They were very comfy. Slip-ons and quite sort of... They're good fun, aren't they? They're quite good. Have you got any of those, Luke? No. They're quite hip, yeah. You don't have any, though, do you? You do Adidas, yeah. Okay. Whatever. No, I like Skechers. I tell you for why, because they're light. They're very light, but you're quite right. I did used to wear them all the time, and enjoy them. Thank you very much indeed. Because I find buying shoes a little bit of a pain. Somebody's got some Ugg slippers. Steve, I've just seen your photo. Did you have Prosecco in the glasses, Martin? No, I didn't. Okay, shall I tell you what that was? And I didn't drink it. Schlur. Apple fizz drink stuff. But I didn't drink it. I just had a little, just a little bit touch my lips. And that was it, because I'm still off the booze. And and also apple juice, not really one of my favourite things. I do like apple juice, but when am I going back on the booze? I don't know. To be honest with you, there's no sort of set date for going back on. I thought maybe I'd have a drink at Christmas, but then I'd be breaking with my own traditions, because traditionally at Christmas I never have a drink, because I'm always driving. So I've got to drive, on Christmas Day about 180 miles. And then exactly the same. So I wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't risk it anyway. I really wouldn't risk it. Some people go, I'll have a couple of drinks. But no, definitely not. So I shall be drinking nothing over Christmas. But then you can enjoy... see, the trouble is, it's like people giving up booze or giving up cigarettes. They say, can I still enjoy myself? Because people think that you can't enjoy yourself unless you've got a fag in one hand and a booze in the other. But I haven't. In the States, says my friend Ian, the Skechers stores normally do buy one pair, get the second pair half price. I went to a Skechers warehouse in Dallas a few weeks ago and got 4 pairs. They've got warehouses. A friend of mine, when he went over to America with us, we went to Vegas years and years ago, his wife said, well, listen, take these... He had vouchers for everything. Every time we went into a shop, he said, we need to go to so-and-so shop because I've got vouchers. And he had a voucher as a discount for shoes, and then if you bought this, then you got that off there. In the end, he was saving a fortune. See, I can't do that. I cannot do that. I cannot go in and bargain for the price of, how much you're going to pay for something. Yeah, people cut vouchers out. They used to stand there at the checkouts in Iceland, handing over. When I've got toilet roll, let's pound off the toilet roll, marzipan, and 20 pence off the marzipan. And in the end, they just said, "Oh, just give us all of them," and they scanned them all through because it was too faffy. Because you were supposed to technically buy the item that they were offering the discount on. But I used to hate it when they produced all these bits out of there. They'd been sitting there reading Woman's Realm on the bus with a pair of nail scissors cutting out all the vouchers. I can't be bothered to do things like that. I don't even do that with cars. I don't do that with cars. People say, do you get a discount on it? I don't think so, no. I can't be bothered to haggle. And I think people know that because I tell everybody. The wife and I bought a waterbed, Steve. Since then, we've just... drifted apart. Da-da-da-dun-da-dun-dun. Ka-ching. Glad the election over. Steve, has it interfered with your show, says Chris in Malvern, the one with the rubber shoes. Tell me you don't wear them out in the street. I couldn't bear it. Couldn't bear it. Because sometimes you do... there was a man the other day walking down the pavement, or as we call it, the sidewalk, and he was wearing sandals with no socks, open-toed sandals. And I remember I was looking and I muttered under my breath, get some socks. He was an old man. He shouldn't have been out there with his feet exposed to the elements. It was cold yesterday and a bit sort of windy, and he didn't have any socks on, and they were open-toed sandals. I wouldn't wear sandals anyway. They're not very fashionable, are they? Do I hear about what? Sliders? No. What sliders? Oh, you're going to show me some pictures of sliders. Is that where you sort of freeze some water and then you go, and you slide down it? Is that it? Is that a slider? I bet it probably is, actually. Oh, God, no, I wouldn't wear anything like that. I bet you've got a pair of those, haven't you? Yeah. I thought, for around the house. Don't you find that when you've got these on, and Adidas do them, that you fall off them? Oh, right, okay. Because I used to wear clogs. What? Yeah, clogs. Is something the matter with clogs? Well, I'm old enough to have worn clogs. You know, didn't you? Oh, they were a fashion statement when I was younger. Clogs. Made from wood. They had a wooden base, and then they had a sort of a what? Not very nice, honestly. Lots of people wore clogs. They're very fat. Mine were in white. Pretty cool they were. I wore them all the time. They're lovely. Have you never seen people wearing them? Admittedly, if you had to run for the bus, you fell off them. Your feet would become detached. You could hit you coming. You could click clop, clip clop, clip clop. But no, everybody wore clogs. They were very fashionable. No, not quite like that. It was a more sort of, I mean, that makes me look like sort of the little milk churn girl. These are actually carved out of wood. It would be one piece of wood. I liked them when they were painted, but I never wore them. They were quite nice. I don't know why people laugh at them. There'll be loads of people listening saying, don't worry, Steve, we had them. They seriously, around here, the guffawing that has gone on. I mean, it's like, oh, he wore clogs. Ha, 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 ha. Steve, you mentioned John Lewis advert, always superb, I love it. Do you know what record they've selected this year? No? What is it? It's a piece of original music. Nobody... Yeah, I know it is, but it's Celeste. Celeste music. Yeah, they do know. It's in the papers. It's written in the papers. We read it earlier on. What do you mean I'm not allowed to? What do you think they're going to do? Come around and go, well, that's it. You've cancelled Christmas. Yeah. No, it's Celeste. It's an original piece of music, but this is the first year it's animated. The figure is, not, I got on that one as well. Oh. An old one. What was that? Yes, you can say it again. Honestly, so trigger happy. Seriously. It's like turning on and off the Christmas lights, isn't it, really? Clogs. Yeah, no, they were sort of... You put your feet in them. On the old clogs, they do... I've seen people doing a clog dance on the television. What? What is the matter with you this morning? Of course I'm not in it. It was taken some years ago. And it's ladies who sort of... They have these lovely hats and all the rest of it, and they clog dance. Da-da-dun-dun, chi-chi-da-da-da-ti-ti-ti. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I can't believe you've never heard of this stuff. And the trouble is, they're so young, they don't know anything about clog dancing. But these clogs, I'm sure they came in other colours. I don't know why I bought them in white. I went out once. There was this girl who used to come to the discotheque, and she said, we need to take you out to get some clothes. Your clothes are a bit dated. So clogs. Yeah, no, they were considered fashionable, the clogs. There'll be people listening going, I know what you mean, Steve. I know what you mean. But so I got a bright yellow jumper, bright yellow, a green shirt. I seriously looked like a paint palette that had gone wrong. Steve, I've just seen you with your glass. You're looking good, says Shane. Thank you so much. Talking of looking good, let's make you look good. Actually, the folklore that comes out of different countries that people are not aware of. The boys had never heard the one about the boy in Amsterdam. I thought that was so famous. That was like doing that's almost as famous, in fact, if not more so, than the windmill in old Amsterdam. I saw a mouse where... You heard of that one? Lord above, honestly. They've got to give me people my own age. This is getting ridiculous. You've never heard about the windmill in old Amsterdam? Oh, a little mouse with clogs on. Well, I declared, going clip, clippity, clop on the stair. I mean, walking must be very difficult, very difficult. Steve, nice photo of you, nice shirt. Aren't you cold? Well, most studios are freezing cold. That one was very cold, very cold. You need some, is that a wedding ring? No, I tell you what this ring is. This ring, when I worked in a department store years and years ago, when I left, they didn't know what to buy me. So they bought me a ring. Okay, there. And I can tell you now that ring costs £6, 19 and sixpence. It's gold. And I can't get it off. It goes on. I have to wet my finger and then slide it off. So, I mean, it just to take... because years ago you did it, and I've always wanted... That's the only finger that it fits, is my wedding ring. Or as Martha Reeves and the Vandellas sang, third finger, left hand. That was the wedding thing. And I've always worn it there, and I've always thought it was bad luck to take it off. And so it stays on. But it was £6. Do you know why? Because they left the blooming price ticket on in case I wanted to change it for something else, which I didn't. Didn't want to change it for anything at all. So I've always worn it. And you need some varifocals, plain at the top, reading at the bottom. Actually, all mine they're just reading glasses. I've had the eyes done, I've had the cataracts done. So what I need to do, the next thing I need to go and... But to be honest with you, I have so many things I've got to do. I'm back to the hospital today. but that'll only be sort of, half an hour thing, which is fairly good. Steve, didn't Budgie wear clogs? They won't know who Budgie is. They won't have that. It's not a budgerigar. Adam Faith played Budgie. Adam Faith was a pop star. What do you want if you don't have money? No, just me again. It's amazing, isn't it, really? I tell you. I'm living in another era. I got some information the other day, which I was quite pleased about. First of all, from little Julie, who says, can you wish Shelley in Brentford a very happy birthday today? She was the one who bought me the dancing Christmas tree. I got this dancing Christmas tree. It was one of the best things I've ever had. It was the funniest thing ever. It was so good. And Jeff says, did you do an In Conversation with Alan Shaxson? I didn't. Alan Shaxson was a member of the Magic Circle, and you know me and magic, because I'm now an honorary member of the Magic Circle. I mean, that's about as good as it gets as far as I'm concerned. And big fan, and I'm glad for it to get back to normal. Oh, please God, I would be. Also, Noreen says, I hope you're well. Well, yes, I think I am well, actually. I think so. Even though my stomach's having sort of, a musical chairs of its own. I think somewhere inside my stomach I've got sort of like a waterworks company. And it gurgles. I can remember doing a programme on the television once on Channel 5. And somebody came into the earpieces and going, sorry, wait, is somebody pouring water into a glass? And it was my stomach. The microphones were picking it up. Very embarrassing. Anyway, Maureen was in delay the other day, she said, but got a couple of stories regarding Phil Collins, because we are big fans. About 1992, Genesis did a world tour. We decided instead of seeing them near at home, we'd go to Paris. Booked a 3-day trip, Monday to Wednesday. The show was Wednesday evening. We arrived okay Tuesday, went to the newly opened Euro Disney. On the Wednesday, taken from the hotel, left in Paris for the day, met at 5 p.m. to head to the concert, got on the coach, only to be told by the driver the concert was cancelled as there was a lorry driver strike and all the gear was still in Lyon, where they played the previous evening. So we headed for Calais, but we suspected the coach driver had been told not to get us onto British soil till after midnight. Insurance claims. So we drove all over the place and landed in Dover after midnight. Ended up seeing them at Nebworth, 20-minute drive from home, and Earl's Court. And then in about 97, Phil was doing a spell at Earl's Court in the round. I was at the end of the row. The musicians were playing on stage. I could hear Phil's haunting voice. I said to Brian, where is he? And Brian said, he's next to you. And sure enough, Phil was slowly walking down the stage by me. Fantastic. See, I was doing a thing. There was a bloke the other day. It's an old YouTube thing. And he's playing a violin. And I can't remember he's playing some particular tune. Anyway, he comes down in this big stadium, and he's playing da-da-dun-dun, 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 which I think is taken from Pirates of the Caribbean. Da-da-dun-dun, and he's playing it on the violin, and he sits next to this woman, and this woman's going to her friend, video it! The star of the show we've come to see is sitting next to me playing the thing. So her friend immediately gets the phone up. You know, it's like you're all fingers and thumbs. You said on the Extra yesterday how you detested chemistry. Me too, says Noreen. I was in the 3rd year of senior school. We had a chemistry exam. The master, I still remember his name, Mr. Pritchard, read the results from the top to the bottom. Eventually gets to me, 2%. A blackboard eraser whizzed by my head. I gave chemistry up as soon as I could. We had a master who used to throw those board rubbers at you. And so if you were really unlucky, it hit. And then you get a cloud of chalk dust. Because they used to... Nowadays, they have overhead projectors, so they wipe it down. It's not the same, is it, really? Oh, you couldn't beat... What we used to do is put those non-safety matches into the eraser, so when he went to wipe the board, it burst into flames. Charming children we were, I tell you. But provided endless amusement for the man called... what was his name now? But he used to do religious studies, and he used to get really cross with people in the class. I can't tell you what one of the boys was doing in the class, but it literally involved him being thrown out of the classroom. It was quite something, actually. We laughed, because, you know, as children, you laugh at the stupidest things. We were laughing the other day when we were sort of told about somebody who was doing the running round the field. You remember the running round the field bit, you know? And there's always the one boy, isn't there? Come on. He's always got the shorts, which you know have been handed down from somebody else, mainly the parents, and sort of running around the field. Can't do it. Come on. We're all waiting for you, Joe. We're all waiting. Everybody else by that time has been in, had the shower, got changed, gone on to the lesson. Joe's still going around the field. You know, every school had kids like that in its class. We had one. Went on to be a vicar. Our one went on to be a vicar. And I can remember there's a lovely scene in Catholic Boys, which is a very interesting film. It's about basically a Catholic school. It's got Andrew McCarthy in it, people like that. And they've got, what can only be described as one of the masters is a bit of a sadomasochist and likes hitting the boys. And the boys rebel, and it's supposedly loosely based on a true story. And one of the boys doesn't want to do games because he's overweight. And he says, you will do games. And he hits him around the side of the head. And he's begging, please, brother, please, I don't want to do games. I don't want to do games. And in the end, and it's you have to watch the film because I'm going to spoil the ending for you now. He beats the boys. He's known for beating them, but unfortunately, all the people who run the school don't know about this until he chases one of them into the school assembly, and all the boys turn around, and he goes up to this boy who's played by Andrew McCarthy, and he clips him round the head. So everybody, Andrew McCarthy stands up and punches his lights out. The whole school stands and cheers, and I'm whooping and all that. I wasn't even there. I'm getting really into it. And so, very good film, actually. Very good film, because it follows this theme that sort of, you know, people who go to those sort of schools, there's an awful lot of things that go on which, you know, shouldn't be going on. But he's desperate not to be hurt. Steve, where are the pictures? They're on the Steve Allen Twitter page. Steve Allen's Twitter page. Steve Allen with clogs on. Steve, you mentioned the hospital, says Matt. I have to say the doctors and nurses have looked after me impeccably at Kingston. I spend my life in hospitals. In fact, well, you know, after I got burnt, after I had my burning episode, then I did spend a lot of time. I think twice a week I was going to the Kensington and Chelsea Hospital for the burns. I mean, in the end, I was taking my clothes off in the lift. It was a lot easier than having to sort of wait till we sat in the room. Because all of a sudden people come in and they look and then they had to take a skin graft off my leg to put onto my arm because I was burnt. And they take it, because I didn't know how they did these things. Bloody hell, it hurt. I can't tell you. Even though they gave you an injection to take the pain away, the injection itself hurt more than anything else. And they've got a thing that's like you would find in a kebab shop for taking the meat off. It goes like that. And they literally, because they're looking to take the thinnest sliver of skin off. And mine was about... In fact, you can see it, actually. There. It's that. That is my skin graft. So it's about 5 inches by about 2 inches across. And they then just literally take it off. It's gossamer thin, and they lay it on your arm and then cover it. Hopefully it then takes. Mine took, but sometimes they don't. And so I've got what looks like a... Yeah, then they have to do it again. But the agony of the... I said to the girl who did the injection, I said, God, that hurt, that injection. Because I had one in my chest for the stitches, and then another one in my leg. So I've now got what looks like a parking space on my leg, which I would show you, but to be honest with you, this is not one of those sort of programmes. This is not Medical History with Steve Allen. But, the injection hurt to take away the pain. Awful. But they've always been brilliant. I've always gone absolutely crackers for hospitals. I mean, I spend so much time in them. I love them. What have we got? We got 5:30. It is 5:30. I can't read clocks this morning. Why can't I read clocks? Apparently, you can upgrade your Apple computer today. I'm spending my entire life upgrading my phone the other day. It now does things I wasn't even aware it could do, which is okay. But apparently, your Apple computer. I should have updated my Apple computer. I mean, this one I've had for a few years, so perhaps I should get. No, it's a proper thing. I've had 2. First one, I made a big mistake. Because I'm obsessed with candles, and I love candles in the sitting room, and my computer is in the sitting room. And at the front of the Apple, it's got little vents. Well, I didn't realize that's the fan. And the fan is keeping it cool. So I put the candle there. What it was doing, it was drawing in the smoke from the candle. So gradually my screen got darker and darker and darker. And I didn't know how it was happening. Soot. It was soot inside the screen. So there you go. Actually, talking of soot, I was thinking of then... Oh, you all right? Thinking of sooty. Oh, what's the matter? Is it... Oh, sneezing. Oh, right. Sneeze. Oh, out. Paddington Bear. They found 2 drawings of Paddington Bear from the lady who wrote them, which have never been seen before. And I remember that because my brother's a big, big fan of Paddington Bear. And I've got some Sericells from the Paddington Bear animated series. No, they're not going on sale. No, they've sort of been kept in the family, I think. Because I talked to Michael Bond, the man behind Paddington Bear. My brother was thrilled, absolutely thrilled. Steve, you can have the ring enlarged, says Jackie. You're cutting down your chances wearing it on that finger. Well, I mean, it does move. It's not like, I mean, if I wet my finger, I could probably end up taking the ring off. But it's a little bit of a struggle. Most people don't take their rings off, do they, really? Well, it won't come off. I mean, I can turn it round. You've got a signet ring. How lovely. That's really interesting, isn't it? You have to try and eclipse every time, don't you? I've got this. I've got a signet ring. You know, I'm driving a Bentley. I've got 3 Bentleys. You know, so it goes on. It's just constant one-upmanship, ladies and gentlemen. Steve, that burn bandage did look awful, says Sue Ann. It did. It felt awful too. But they were brilliant. And I had to keep going back. I went back for about 6 months afterwards, and they kept saying to me, everything all right? Everything all right? And then I was eventually signed off. But the one thing that they did, and I've told people the story before, that when I first went into the hospital, the first time it happened, if you remember, I fell onto a halogen oven. It was a bit of a nightmare. But they sent a psychiatrist round. They have a psychiatrist in the burns ward who comes round and will check on how you got burnt, because apparently they get a lot of people who self-harm. And in fact, I was in the lift and there was a girl and she was going up as well, and I had my bandages on and all the rest of it, and somebody said, oh, you burnt yourself. I said, yes. I said, I fell on a halogen oven, because it's glass, the top, and you can imagine it's practically red hot. And so when I got out, the person said, no, she's self-harming. And they asked you questions. I got asked these questions, and I remember saying to her, you think I did this on purpose? I said, I promise you I didn't, believe you me. I'd tell you if I did. But the other thing you used to find in this hospital, were lots of men in handcuffs. Because apparently prisoners get taken there because other prisoners have thrown boiling hot water over them. Which I wasn't... and it's only because whilst I was waiting for my operation, I can remember sitting there and I'm listening to this conversation from somebody I had a curtain around my bed. There was a conversation. There were these 2 big, enormous blokes and another bloke who I discovered afterwards was a prisoner. And he was talking about, in the cell, this and that. And I'm thinking, what is going on here? Where am I? And I remember saying to one of the nurses, I said, he's in handcuffs. She said, well, we got a lot of people from the prisons because if there's a fight in the prison, they throw hot water. In fact, if you remember, there was a policeman in the paper the other day, and some girl had thrown boiling hot water over 2 of them. Never heard anything like it. Really terrible. But they do fantastic things. Fantastic things. Steve, if you like the Velcro look... No, please don't get into the Velcro look. And the film Dawn, about school life, it's called Catholic Boys. It's got all sorts of people in it that you would recognise. They were part of that group of lads, and they were all growing up. And at the end it said so-and-so went on to do this, so-and-so went on to do that, but never again do they have to suffer. Craig says it's blowing a hoolie up in Loch Carron this morning. The wind, rain and strong winds. Nearly done the week's night shifts and got the weekend off for some Prosecco and the new Doritos crisps. Wow. In a Pringle-style tube. I like Pringles. Do you like Pringles? What flavour? Oh, plain, I think. I don't do flavoured crisps. Sour cream, yeah. Put it this way, I bet you had plain, but you looked at it and you turned it sour, didn't you? I just got this feeling. Couldn't wait to use that gag. That'll be coming out again another 15 years. Nicola's out of Strictly. Nicola's out of Strictly. And the reason being is because the COVID curse has hit Strictly. So they might be going back in again. We're not too sure. And the victims of the Fish Lake flood still surviving, living, wait for this one, in caravans. Still living in caravans. I can remember down the road from me in Walton-on-Thames when it flooded, when they got the really bad rain up north, because the Thames is tidal, the water comes down and our water levels rise. Although in Richmond the other day, they pulled the plug out and it went down. They have a plug. I know it seems ridiculous. There's a plug. And all of a sudden the water level drops so they can go in there and rescue in the Thames. Yeah, shopping trolleys and all sorts of things. So all these seagulls are sitting on mud flats. And then they put the plug back in again, and then it sort of fills up with water. Because people throw shopping trolleys in just about everything, so they have to go and rescue it. And other things. So you could walk technically around our way in Twickenham across the Thames. Sorry? They go out and in. I just said it's tidal. What do you think it is? Up and down? Of course it goes. It's tidal. But because I told people years ago when I was bored, years and years and years ago, about 15 years ago, when I had a bored period in my life, and I used to save pennies and tuppenny pieces, tuppences and things like that, and I had tons of them. So I thought, what am I going to do with them? I'm going to throw them in the river. So what I did, I bagged them up into plastic bags, and then put the plastic bag into another plastic bag, and then another plastic bag. And I ended up with about 20 or 30 of these packets of money. And in each one, I put a note. I put these into the Thames in the year, and I put the year on there. And then I threw them into the Thames. Because in years to come, somebody's going to be digging up the Thames, or they'll cover it over, do something, and they'll go, look at this, we've just found, and it'll be known as the Steve Allen treasure. Steve Allen, like, people find all these other bits and pieces. The pharaohs, I'm quite sure when they were buried, they didn't really think that years later people would be going in there and sort of digging them up. I mean, poor old Tutankhamun, honestly. He was being quite happy by himself until they decided to dig him up and then stick him in a museum. See, which room ghosts do not go into a house? Answer, the living room. I think that's it. Plain Pringles and chocolate buttons, living the dream, says Craig. No, I don't think so. Not together. I mean, no, definitely not together. But I quite like the idea of Pringles, but plain with salad cream. Oh, salad cream and Pringles are delicious. Just dip. Dip. And then sometimes... Sorry? Hummus, I don't do hummus. No, I don't like hummus. No. Guacamole, no. No, I don't... Sorry? Salsa, no, not really. I've had salsa, but I think I had it in something where you sort of put it into a little pancake thing and then you put some chicken with peppers. Is that enchilada? No, it's not enchilada. Fajita. Marks and Spencer used to do great. Well, I could eat those till the cows came home. You'd wrap that. Then you pour sour cream on the top of it. Whoa, yummy, yummy, yum. Little bit. No, didn't do cheese in R1. Yeah, you've gone too far with that one. See, it was going fine. Then all of a sudden we just pushed it just over the edge, which is a shame. So, the clamour that cannot be ignored. They want to be able to visit loved ones in care homes. It's as simple as that. They're not asking for a lot, but I keep telling you every day this wonderful woman who wanted to go and see her father, and she couldn't. So she got a job in the old people's home, and now she can see him all the time. There you go. That's my advice of the day. Lockdown 2. Who is the latest high-profile business casualty? Won't believe this one. Who is the latest lockdown casualty? Caffè Nero. Caffè Nero. They've said they're on the brink of insolvency. Wow. The coffee chain was last night forced to put itself into a company voluntary arrangement, a type of insolvency that allows the firms to continue trading whilst they attempt to get their finances in order. I mean, to be honest with you, I was never a big fan of the coffee shops. I mean, I have had cups of coffee, quite clearly. Chaos as Nicola sidelined after star partner Katya goes down with COVID. And Judge Motzi quarantined over secret German trip. Oh, my goodness me, honestly. You wonder why it's still going on. I got on a bus yesterday in... Where did I get the bus? Richmond. And it said on the bus, it was a single-decker, 14 people. This one had about 35 people on it. I get on thinking there'll be a seat. Maybe a school person would give up their seat for an elderly person. The hell they do. They just sit there chatting away to each other. And then he kept letting more people on. And I wanted to go up to him and say, sorry, you're letting, too many people on. The school children all over the place. And it wasn't even a school bus. They do have certain buses for schools. And I'm standing there thinking, any of these kids could be down with COVID. A very stupid bus driver. Very stupid. Whitewash over the sexist pay at the BBC. I think people should be paid equal money for doing equal... Except you lot. I think it should be equal money for doing, the same job as somebody else. Who's doing exactly the same job, except for you. I mean, you do work hard. Didn't say you didn't work hard, but you're not the presenter of the programme. That's the difference. The difference is one of us has head boy written on his badge, and you have not head boy written on the badge. So that's it. So I've always said to people, when people sort of say, there was a situation a while ago about somebody doing something. And I said, listen, when you move up in your job and you move from, from one position to another position, then you'll know that that's what it is. When you come in, you have to learn to do different things depending on what the job is. Some people in supermarkets have to stack shelves, but there are probably other people in the supermarket who would say, well, I've been here a long while. I don't stack shelves anymore. That's for the junior people, and that's how it works. But anyway, over at the BBC, the women are having a bit... Oh, we're going to take a break. I'll come back to the whitewash. Apparently there's loads of them there. And but a watchdog said there was no unlawful bias against them. Amazing, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. But the BBC have risked making stereotypical assumptions about the value of men and women at work. See, I would have thought that if somebody was doing exactly the same job as myself, then they would get the same money as me. But of course, every radio presenter does it differently. Nobody else on LBC, as far as I know, is doing what I do. And I can't 9 minutes to 6. So this whitewash over the sexist pay at the BBC, the Women's Fury, as equality watchdog, says there was no unlawful bias against them. And I was reminded of the case of the Employment Tribunal case of Samira Ahmed, who said she was owed more than £700,000 in back earnings after being paid far less than Jeremy Vine when they were presenting similar shows about viewer feedback. He Points of View and she Newswatch. The BBC tried to justify the difference on the basis of Vine being cheeky and having a glint in his eye. The tribunal found unanimously against the BBC, and Miss Ahmed received a 6-figure payout. Have you ever heard of such a thing? I mean, that is a glint in your eye. I've got a glint, a cheeky little glint. Honestly, I'm not surprised. They took it further and they ended up losing. Strangely enough, you remember the woman I told you about who went to work in the care home? She's featured in the paper today. Her name's Betty. She was barred from seeing her husband Kenneth in the care home. The only solution to move in herself. It'll make you weep with anger. There's one family here, and the lady says, my mum thinks she's in prison. It's very difficult. Very, very difficult. Also, Boris Becker's been quick again to break quarantine. What is it about people not knowing about quarantine? I don't quite understand it. And the bikini-clad jungle shower has always been a key part of I'm a Celebrity. Not really. It's been there for sort of, people who go, oh, will they be doing the shower thing? Of course they will. Mylene Klass spent she must have the cleanest skin going. They all had it. Mind you, a lot of people are sort of guessing that Shane Ritchie could win. I mean, they haven't even started the thing. It doesn't start till Sunday. They're already going, Shane Ritchie could win, because he's got a cheeky glint in his eye. But the trials watched over will take place in locations including the Dungeons and the Crypt. And so, most people are waiting to see Vernon Kay under the shower, because that's, you can't just, it's so sexist to just go, oh, we just want to see, Nadine Coyle or Mylene Klass. But this year it's a tin bath. And they've sort of tried to make it so it looks less a bit naughty. Because otherwise, there are other things that go on in... What? I've got no idea. Doesn't interest me in the slightest. I'm really not bothered about reality shows. It always makes me laugh when they come out and they go, oh, some old person who you've never heard of was the star on Love Island. And you think, there's no star on... They have to stand there and come up with bimbo conversations. Do you like him? Yeah, I like him too. He's really good, isn't he? I think he's nice. I think I'll go out with him. We'll have a fake relationship and then we'll try and convince people to buy all the stuff we're flogging. Dreadful, isn't it? So, Martin Bashir has been saying sorry to BBC colleagues for this embarrassment and saying it's a tragic way to retire. He's been sending apologetic text messages to friends at the corporation, it's understood. They've obviously not been shy at coming forward telling you about it, because I thought that would be confidential. But he's facing questions. They want to know how it was that he got this interview. Was there a lapse of duty, a care of duty, which should have been on offer? But there wasn't. And then, of course, we were then told Martin Bashir's quite seriously ill. And yet still managed to go out and get his takeaway. Obviously not as ill as we thought he was. Ken Wharf says, he was Diana's former protection officer, if Diana died believing his lies, I hope it haunts him forever. Well, put it this way, if he is going to retire, it's not the best possible time to do it. Steve, I've got no social media at all. No Twitter, Facebook, so how can I view the montage? You can't. You can't. What do you mean you've got no social media? You've got to, just imagine the pictures. Everybody's stunningly good looking. Everybody got a glass in the hand, and the cute one in the middle with the twinkle in his eye is me. Okay? You must get some social media. I mean, even telephones now, they're made so easy for people. You don't need, listen, you won't find anybody as daft as me. I have got no idea how to operate a telephone. That's why, Luke had to come in and do, because I don't know how to do things like that. When somebody says to me, can you copy and paste this? I go, no. I have no idea what they're talking about. People like Will Guyatt know this, and my friend Darren, and then apparently, Will, who's just texted me, actually. Don't know where he got my number from. He says, your Groovy Gang Prosecco glasses are the hottest gift for Christmas. Because they're in limited supply. Bless you for that one, Will. Thank you so much. They are in short supply, but if you go to the LBC website, you can find them. And I think, what were we up to now? Up to yesterday, Corey said, I think we've got 5,000, just over 5,000 that we've sold. Why are they laughing, looking at the screen? What are you laughing for? Funny emails. They love a funny email. That's why you get the loads of money that you get, Steve, because you've got that glint in your eye. Well, how could you tell them on the radio? It only works for people on the television. And Monica, my favourite Jewish cabbie, says, we're moving to the coast this weekend. I'm very happy as I discovered there are 4 swimming pools, all the same company, which are within 10 minutes of our new place. Yippee! My favourite type of gym is there, just to wait till the end of lockdown, and I may even go there. I can't persuade any of my lot to go to the gyms. Nobody's going to the gym round here, are they? They're all shut. Yeah. I'm sure I heard on the news earlier on, I'm pretty certain that people were talking about hairdressers are getting ready to open again soon. And then Joe said no. I don't know where I'm hearing this stuff from. Now I'm hearing voices in my head. Voices about they're opening these things. And what does it take to recreate the dress of the century? Lovely David Emmanuel. We love David Emmanuel. He'll be listening this morning. He'll be there, I do hope. Plus, there's another actress. A mother's been arrested. You know why? This happens quite a lot. She was hauled before magistrates. She put bin liners out. They're supposed to be in a bin, but somebody had pinched her bin. So she just put the rubbish out. They arrested her. They've arrested... it's serious. You can't make it up, can you, really? Also, the Co-op have suspended duck sales. Over cruelty claims. I don't know if you remember the cruelty claims. This is the Food Standards Agency launched an investigation into claims a slaughterhouse run by Gressingham Duck left birds hanging in metal shackles for long periods. Oh, I don't like it when people do. We've seen this before, haven't we, in some of these, hate to use the term slaughterhouses. I don't even like the expression. I like to call it, they're going to a happier place. And even that doesn't sound believable, does it? I'm afraid. But never mind. We do our best. We do our best. So Warren is the one saying, I hope you remember to upgrade your computer. It'll have to do it by itself, or it's not going to be happening at all, because all these things are just ridiculous. I'm looking at the picture of the Globals Make Some Noise, the Groovy Gang. Or was it Luke can't get over the fact that he actually features in a picture there? And he's going to he'll be sending things to Corey later going, you're not in it, you're not in the picture, you're not in the loop. But we want to see more pictures, don't we? I want to see more pictures of people drinking Prosecco. My God, you're a boozy lot. A lot of you don't have any booze in the glass, but quite a number of you do. And that's on Globals Make Some Noise. And because today is Happy Hour Day. Did you know that? Happy Hour Day today, that's what it is. We can, yes, it was yesterday, but we've decided to extend it. So it's running on a bit longer than it was yesterday. Because we thought, there's not enough time to do Happy Hour yesterday, so let's do it Friday. Why not? It's the weekend. I don't even know what the weather forecast is. So I should be checking after the news. We'll find out. Plus, the end of predicted grades for university. Does it really make a difference going to university? I only mention that because when I left school years ago, people used to say, you need qualifications. Well, I didn't need qualifications for my job, and I'm quite sure there's lots of other people working. But lots of the people here have got qualifications. They've got, doctorate in this or something in that. And I'm thinking, gosh, I haven't got anything like that at all. I feel as I'm sort of a bit lacking Eve wasn't in for delivery of the Groovy glasses being dropped off today. Can I still be in the picture? Not at the moment, unless they do a second one. I'm hoping they do a second one. That'd be great. And then this one says, I don't have any social media either. Please can you put the montage onto the LBC website? Well, quite clearly you have got social media, haven't you? If you've got access to the LBC website. God, blimey, honestly. What do you think the LBC website is? Social media. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Also, Steve, off to get the papers. Well, actually, I can tell you now. I shall run through in our fairly brusque way. What's on the front pages of the papers this morning? Brusque. Bruce. Brisk is fast, but brusque is aggressive. Butch. It's Butch. It's very good. So there's Amanda Holden's tree. Nice tree, actually. Wonder who came in and did it. Because it looks very professional. You can tell when they've had a professional tree done. Yeah, I'm going to have to phone her and actually ask. She said, I put my tree up this week. I'm thinking I might sit on the top of it. Well, I don't think we want to try things like that, Amanda, really. But in true spirit, they've released it a month early. You see, I mean, I think my tree could be going up fairly soon. I don't have any problem with things like that. David Walliams and Matt Lucas are meeting this week to discuss plans to work together again. Okay, that's okay. I don't have any problem with that. We think that's a fairly good idea. The double act wrote and starred in Little Britain, both keen to collaborate again because they fell out, didn't they? In fact, I think they got together at Dale's funeral. I think that was because they were both there, and that'll be quite nice. David reunited with Matt and said he's walking in Hyde Park and I'm walking in Regent's Park. We're going to meet up to discuss things. We definitely want to work together again. Well, let's hope that the creative juices are there. I'm sure they will be. I see Roman Kemp says it's very upsetting to be told his dad Martin is fitter than him. It's always an embarrassment, isn't it, really? Anyway, he co-hosts with his dad the Sunday Best. Said it's difficult because every girlfriend I've ever had always fancies my dad. Oh, slightly disturbing thought, isn't it, really? Although, isn't that the same as... I can't remember the name of that singer who went out and married... Oh, God, I'm having one of those sort of strange days today. He's got lots of sons. One's called Otis, and one's called somebody else. Brian Ferry. Brian Ferry ended up going out with a girl that one of his sons had been out with. How weird was that? That was very peculiar, very peculiar. But he says here, Vicky Patterson chatted to Roman on this podcast and says, on the plus side, you're a very handsome man. Never tell people that. It's fatal. You mustn't tell people that they're handsome. You know, coming second to your father is not a bad thing, but it's slightly disturbing that people sort of think it's all based on looks. It's got nothing to do with looks. It's got to do with inner beauty. I tell people that, you know, if you're not attractive on the outside, and you know if you're not attractive, you know you are, you know. Has anybody ever asked you to be a model? No, you're not attractive. It's as simple as that. You know, you can only be attractive. I mean, there's a bloke who's on Heartbeat, and he's one of the coppers in the station, and I think he's got one of the most unusual faces I have ever seen on a television programme. It's really, I couldn't tell you his name, I don't know anything about him at all, but he's got a very, very interesting face, and you could use him for all sorts, you know, he could, I don't know, but he's just very interesting. Steve, you must watch EastEnders, the storylines are unreal and explosives. Well, strangely enough, Shane Ritchie said that he would like to go back into EastEnders. I didn't even know he was out of EastEnders. Shows that I haven't actually kept up with EastEnders and kept up with sort of some of the storylines, which is a bit of a but I haven't seen it for. I'll tell you, the last time I saw it, Barbara Windsor was in it. That's as good as it is. It's only because I can't keep up with things like that. And also, there's so many other things. I mean, it's bad enough trying to keep up with Emmerdale, isn't it, really? David Emmanuel, there you go, 5:59am as ever. David gets better looking. Seriously, it's better. He came into the studio. Good lad, he is. Very good lad. We like him. We like him a lot. Actually, we were having a day and a half yesterday. We had Andy Peters was on to us. I was watching all this food the other day. Who was I telling the other day? Who was I telling about brandy snaps covered in chocolate and piped with cream in the middle? And somebody might have said, who was it? I can't remember. Somebody might have. It might have been Jake. Or it could have been Corey, actually, I can't remember. But whatever it was, they said, I said, yes, you can buy them. You can buy them in Waitrose, I'm pretty certain. Brandy snaps, dipped in chocolate either end, and then what you do is you get some thick, squirty cream, and you go and fill up the middle. I mean, that's just... I mean, it's a heart attack on a... It's not healthy at all. It really isn't. But there again, whoever said... It's all the good things that aren't healthy. All the good things that you like Patisserie Valerie's cakes. You know, they're not good for you because they're cakes. So I think if I go to the cheaper end of the market and go to Greggs, they might be better for you. But I don't think they are. But they do a lovely apple turnover thing, which has got cream actually in with the apple. That's quite nice. And they do those like a donut type thing with a cream pipe down the middle with a swirl of jet. That's quite nice too. Again, useless for diabetics, but, you know, we do our best. Dan Walker, the TV presenter, still wonders if he could have prevented football legend Gary Speed's death 9 years on. It's funny because his children, his boys, were talking about that the other day. You know, he said, and they said as well, that his death still eats them up. He was found dead in the garage of his home by his wife Louise in 2011. Seriously, I didn't realise it was that far back. Shane Ritchie says the door is open for him to return to EastEnders and he'd love to go back. Put him back in it. Put him back in it. I mean, because I don't know the storylines, I've got no idea where he would fit in, but I'm sure that it would work out fine. Also, Steve, it's my 50th birthday tomorrow, a quiet one. If you could wish me a happy birthday, says Samantha in Buckinghamshire, it would tick a bucket list item. Oh, that's nice. Steve, bought some candles but didn't have any candle holders, so I bought a cake. Right. Just to put the candles into the cake, I suppose. Yeah. Do people still have candles on cakes? You know, do kids have a birthday party and they stick them in the little... I used to like the candles that were really annoying, where you blow it out and it relights itself, and it relights itself. And I thought, you can really wind people up with that. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, make a wish. Like that. And then blooming hell, the things all come back again. I love it. Nicola Adams devastated after having to quit Strictly. She needs to be tested, which I thought they were doing on a regular basis. Britain could be in for a tasty Christmas with the return of Eat Out to Help Out scheme. I never did it. So excited. He's so excited. That's like the best news you've heard all day, isn't it? They could bring it back. The Chancellor, Rishi, hinted that the meal deal could be back on this winter. You know, you could get £10 per person off meals on selected days. We went out. There was 4 of us went out, and they knocked the money off. So we were doing really well. Very good. Did you have that chocolate thing? Did you like that?
Very nice.
They're nice, aren't they? They're very rich, very expensive.
Thank you.
It's all right. Don't thank me. Just send money. Have you seen that bottle of gin that they've got in Marks and Spencer? It lights up. It's got lights in the bottle. And
How many have you bought?
I didn't buy any, actually, because I can't stand gin. If it was Prosecco, I might have bought it, but it's gin. I mean, I'm not drinking, as you know, at the moment. I'm having a I call it my fallow field, which is much better. Steve, I'm in the poster, says David in Devon. Light up coasters and I love Prosecco bottle. Anniversary dinner. Fantastic. And there you go, M&S, the first light up bottles of gin, 23 carat edible gold leaf, and it feels like Christmas. So are the lights actually in it or wrapped round the outside? I would like to think they're actually in there. Oh, see, the pretty gin bottle can be activated, shaken to activate the gold leaf, while the light gives a golden glow, a bit like a snow globe. But where are the lights? Where are the lights in it? Are they actually in they can't be in the bottle, can they? Yeah, get M&S on the phone, get the managing director. Come on, pal. Where are the lights? I should have seen this, actually. I should have looked at it. Because they might be wrapped around the outside or glued to the outside of it.
At the bottom, maybe.
Or in the... Oh, that's right. They could be in the base. But it seems to illuminate the whole bottle, doesn't it? Which I think that's quite pretty. I'm in favour of stuff like that. You know, me and lights. Can't wait to put the tree up. I really can't. I think it's fantastic. Women think cash brings them health and makes them a lot happier. Of course it does. Of course it does. Everybody. Cash makes you, healthy and makes you a lot happier. That's the whole idea. I've been in a situation of not having any money and then having a bit of money. And believe you me, having a bit of money is better than not having any money. When you go out and press your nose up against the window of the sweetie shop and the toy shop. And you go, have you noticed, though, here's an odd thing. Somebody raised it the other day with me, and I remember going, thank you. And I remember thinking, at the same time, this is very odd. Lots of shops are closed out there. Clothes shops, because apparently they're non-essential. So Marks and Spencer's, you can go in and buy food, but you can't go upstairs to the gents, but yet they've got loads of clothes on racks downstairs, which is very odd. You can go to Tesco and buy clothes. Costco, the other day I was in Costco, you can buy clothes. So where are these rules coming in? You know, people are selling things that technically we're not supposed to. In Twickenham, all the vaping shops are open. They're not supposed to be open. You know why they're open? Because they do phones as well. You telling me that people are not sort of going, of course you have some vaping stuff. Because if you vape, you've got to get this stuff, haven't you? But they're all open. It's very odd. It's very strange, but the clothes in particular, because somebody said to me, clothes are not essential. I said, believe you me, when you've got a body like me, clothes are essential. You need clothes to cover yourself up. It's the safest way. I couldn't walk down the high street, although we did have somebody a while ago in Twickenham walk round stark naked in Twickenham. So, I mean, really the oddest thing ever. Obviously not very well. Not very well. Steve, there are no storylines in EastEnders. It's just years of continuous almighty rows. And Phil's face. Oh, apparently the lights are underneath the bottle in a little indentation. Oh. On Sunday. And so we'll sort that one out. Anyway, nice to be company. 20 minutes past 6. So, front page of the Daily Star. Cummings wants to leave number 10 without losing face. There's a couple of people going, aren't there now? A couple of people going. Plus, rock legend Eric Clapton is selling his luxury yacht at a sale of Hollywood memorabilia. It could go for up to $10 million. Blimey. That's about £7.6 million. That's a lot, isn't it? It's among 300 items for sale. There's also Elvis Presley memorabilia. Do you know, it always amazes me that there's Elvis Presley memorabilia that seems to crop up all over the place. We had a lock of his hair the other day. They reckon that could fetch a huge amount of money because it's Elvis's... Although how you know these things, I've got no idea. I suppose they can probably do a DNA check or something like that. Victims of that biblical flood still living in a caravan 12 months after their homes were swamped. Lorna Ulyett says the stress of dealing with insurers over the £40,000 repair cost got too much for her partner, Claire, and she tried to take her own life. Claire and their 16-year-old daughter... are now living upstairs at the terraced home in Bentley in Doncaster. It's absolutely outrageous that this should be on, you know, all this time later. It's not good enough. Can't still be living in a... We're coming into winter, for goodness sake. It really is terrible. Also, AC/DC are coming back. They're a group, by the way, in case you didn't know. And their lead singer is called... We know them. Their lead singer is called Angus, isn't he? And he dresses up as a schoolboy. Angus Scott. Yes, you believe so, yes. That's an AC/DC. And there's a reunion. Oh, well, actually, no, because he isn't alive anymore, is he? I don't think Angus is alive. They're back for good. Reunion at his funeral. Yeah. Well, there you go. You live and learn. Are they Australian, or were they Australian? I don't know. Angus Young. Yeah, Angus Young was the lead singer, but he died, didn't he? You might have to... He's still alive? Oh, right. Oh. Recalling his late brother... who's Angus Scott? Now we're talking about Angus Scott. I thought... The one we just killed off. God, blimey, he's still going. Angus Young died. Was it Angus Young who died? With Bon Scott died. Good Lord above, honestly, I tell you, this group, it'll be a miracle if they ever make it back into the real world. Most of them are floating about on clouds. What is going on? What is going on? Disney characters, including Mickey Mouse and Captain Hook, were listed as Crown Court defendants after a computer error. They also had Tinkerbell, Buzz Lightyear and Sleeping Beauty. Hilarious. Is that the one who's still with us? That's Angus Young is still alive. Oh, thank the Lord for that. He'll be delighted to know that. I did that once, actually, but it had nothing to do with somebody dying. But I'd heard a rumour that a West End show was closing. So I did announce it on my programme, and the producers phoned me and said, where did you hear that from? I mean, it turned out it was true, but nobody was supposed to know. They hadn't even told the cast. Boy, did I have egg on my face. Only for the first time. Also, Irish eyes are not smiling over the botched Blarney in a new movie starring Emily Blunt. Romantic comedy Wild Mountain Thyme has been mocked over its dodgy Irish accents and cliches. Because I should imagine there are different Irish accents for all parts of the country. It's like whenever the Americans try and do a British accent, they just think it's a standard, oh, hello. Whereas, of course, it's not. You know, they're all different throughout the entire country. I remember going to see a thing called Secret Garden years ago in America, and he was supposed to be doing Manchester. Well, it was the most dodgy accent you've ever heard in your entire life, because we're all different. And in Ireland, exactly the same. It's like if you go to America and you go, well, how y'all? Well, that's not all of America. That doesn't cover it. That just covers one little tiny bit. Honestly. Steve, in our high street in Fleet in Hampshire, a menswear shop has opened as it's turned the front of the shop into a delicatessen. The front sells pasta, the back sells pants. People have found all sorts of ways of getting round, actually. Brian Johnson is the lead singer of AC/DC. Don't start that one again. Don't start that one. I'm leaving them alone. I don't care. See, back ironing again since 5:30 as I ran out of sausages yesterday, says Viv. Right. And do we know when the sausage roll flavour crisps are being released? I wasn't aware that they were. I wasn't aware. You've had some, yeah. Of course you have. Every time I see you sitting there, I know that you've had some of these things. Sausage roll flavour crisps. Really? They're out now. The power of sausage roll. Did they really taste like sausage roll? Are you sure? Because I had a rhubarb yoghurt the other day from M&S, and it didn't taste like rhubarb to me. In fact, I always play a game. I close my eyes after I've taken the lid off, and I go, oh, so what does this taste like? Imagining I'm tasting for Marks & Spencer. I go, it doesn't taste of anything. Tastes a bit black, just tastes of yoghurt. It's like when you said sour cream, Pringles. I mean, do they really taste of sour cream? You think so, yeah. I mean, salt and vinegar I can understand, but in my day it was just roast chicken. I'm not even sure if they do roast chicken crisps now. Prawn cocktail, prawn cocktail. Who cares about prawn? Prawn cocktail doesn't have a smell, does it? Have you ever had a prawn cocktail? The crisps do. Yeah, you see, because it's all chemicals, isn't it? It's not, they've not waved a prawn cocktail over the top of it. We have to worry about these things, don't we? Because in my day, it was just, I didn't even like cheese and onion. I thought that was a bit naff, actually. But I might try the sausage roll flavour crisps. I might. Here we go. The new survey and the nation's best loved crisps. Oh, yes. I mean, I looked at this the other day because cheese and onion, the nation's most loved... Who have they asked? I mean, sorry, what's your favourite? 2,000 Brits. In second place, beef-flavoured Monster Munch. Oh, may I ask you? Yeah, breaking news, this is. I tell you, it's so important. In the middle of a COVID virus. Yeah. Closely followed by Walker's Salt and Vinegar. I mean, what a pile of rubbish, isn't it? Do you remember they did hedgehog flavour crisps? Did you ever see those ones? Am I facing the right way? They did hedgehog flavour crisps. I think it was like they were doing your favourite roadkill. No, seriously, they did hedgehog flavour crisps. Why? I feel like I'm talking to myself some of the time. Mind you, some of the time I might be. But no, they did. You find your hedgehog flavoured crisps. Excuse me. Then I shall expect the public apology. Chili and chocolate. No, I remember buying some strawberries once in a restaurant. They came with balsamic vinegar. You found them, haven't you? Yeah, told you. I love the way disbelieve. There you go. Hedgehog flavour crisps. Hedgehog. There you go. They do, and unfortunately, they're hedgehog flavour crisps. Hedgehog flavoured crisps. They all do them. Look at this, Walker's Cajun squirrel. Poor old squirrels, honestly. They've now been they're nothing now. They've just been reduced to a flavour in a packet of potato crisps. Isn't that awful? They've got, but no, the hedgehog, it is actually hedgehog flavour. I mean, how they know, I've no idea. I don't know, I never bought them. I couldn't buy something like that. It's bad enough seeing them on the road spread out for all to see. I always avoid stuff like that. If you ever see a fox that's been caught and it's gone to the side of the road, I move well away from it. I feel a bit sorry for them. It's like there was a squirrel the other day. It only made it as far as the White Line and then gone. And I thought, it was probably getting ready for Christmas. They just Yeah, I've got to drive more. They've probably just got to put a little tree up and everything else and wrap some presents. What else we got here? What else we got in the papers for you today? Hollyoaks hunk Kieran Richardson wants a new love interest so the pair can be the new gay Jack and Vera. OK, we've had enough, thank you very much indeed. And also, it's Rude Britannia, model and entrepreneur. Apparently she used to be a stripper in Real Housewives of Cheshire. Her name's Lystra Adams, doing a ginger spice by sporting a Union Jack top. They are the most boring people in the Housewives of Cheshire. Don't ever go there. They're the most ghastly people. They hate each other. And she's had, Jerry wore an outfit, if you remember. This one's been painted onto her body. Very tacky, dear. Very sad. Very tragic. Goodness sake, honestly, what's the matter with these people? I mean, they're all ghastly. I don't think there's any one person. Everybody hates everybody. Everybody hates everybody. Which kind of, it gets my approval, because I hate them as well. Ghastly people. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, sausage roll crisps have been released in conjunction with YouTuber Lad Baby, obsessed with Greg's sausage rolls, and part of the profits are going to charity, says Richard. Oh, I've had a Greg's sausage roll. If you buy 3, you get an extra one free. Get 4, apparently. You get 4, I think. But she said that to me the other day. She said, if you buy 3, you get an extra one. I said, well, buy 3 then, if you get a free one. Steve, I was in Boots yesterday and they do a Marmite-flavoured shower gel and deodorant. What's all that about? Well, you just told me it's a Marmite-flavoured shower gel. It's not flavoured. You can't eat it. It's a shower gel. OK, don't eat it. Makes it much easier. Phil says, Dick Van Dyke in Mary Poppins, worst attempt at an English language. I didn't think so. I thought it was OK. I didn't think it was that bad at all. And Steve says, Chris in Brentwood, I watched a programme with Alan Titchmarsh last night. It featured the Churchill Arms in Notting Hill. It's entirely covered in hanging baskets. Truly amazing. Do you do winter baskets? I have done, but I haven't done this year. I'm putting lanterns out this year. They were on special offer, 20 quid down to £9.99, and they've got the flickering flame light inside. So it not just, like this, it flickers. They look very good. I've got some of those torches you put in the ground. They've got flickery flames too. I'm nothing if not up with everything. I love it. Absolutely love it. Take a short break. Champney. Carl says, I had some pigs in blankets. Chris from M&S. They're a game changer. Very nice. See, I think it's just a gimmick. I think that flavoured crisps are a gimmick. Definitely. Paul says, I think tobacconists, including vape shops, are classified as essential. No, they're not. No, they're not. Vape shops, definitely on the list of closing. They're not allowed to be open at all. So, let's wait and see, shall we? So John Lewis is celebrating kindness during the pandemic. But it's an animated, it's like, I don't know what they call it. It's a bit like Wallace and Gromit, where they do an animation, it's plasticine figures, and then they move them, then they photograph. It takes forever and a day. And it's, every year they have this sort of John Lewis advert. I mean, some years they're very, in fact, one year, I think, didn't they spend £10 million on the advert? It was stunning to watch, but it's, at the end of the day, it's just an advert. It's designed to sell a particular product. This one is to show how acts of kindness multiply. Did you see that little lad the other day? He was in a queue for, I think it was McDonald's, and they decided to hit on the idea of buying the food for the person behind them. Because somebody had bought for him, so he then bought the person behind him, and then the person behind him bought for the person behind them, and it was a random act of kindness, which I thought was quite clever, actually. I thought it was quite a nice idea. We don't do anything like that at Christmas, do we? Sunshine and rain in 70 glorious years. Her Majesty has no plans for a regency. She just keeps going. She just keeps going. No sign of slowing down, no sign of doing anything. So they're now talking about having the bank holiday, not next year, the year after. I hope to God we all live long enough to enjoy it. I'd hate to think we sort of get to the day before the bank holiday and it all goes pear-shaped for us. Also, Nicola Adams out of Strictly after Catcher's COVID result. Somebody's been playing away, haven't they? Somebody's been playing away, and that's why it's not a particularly good idea. Plus, health experts calling for urgent action to curb diabetes. Sufferers have double the risk of severe illness, of death from COVID-19, because tomorrow is World Diabetes Day. What we're supposed to be doing for it, I've got no idea. 2019, 4.2 million deaths globally from diabetes. Around 463 million people have diabetes, including 3.9 million in the UK. So it reduces life expectancy in middle-aged people by 4 to 10 years and trebles the risk of death from cancer and cardiovascular and kidney disease. That's a cheering thought, isn't it? Well, there's something to look forward to, Steve, for the weekend. But health experts seek sustained weight loss in patients carrying an extra 2.5 stone. That can induce remission of type 2 diabetes for up to 2 years. Weren't they saying the other day, talking of the COVID-19 thing, somebody said, how long does it last? And they reckon it would be a few months. So after you've had the injection, the effects of it would last for a few months, then you'd need it again. You're going to end up looking like a pincushion, aren't you? If we need 2 or even 3 injections, plus I inject 3 times a day anyway, then you've got the flu jab at Christmas. Before you know where you are, I'll be drinking a glass of water, there'll be fountains shooting out of my body. They're going to be a little ridiculous. I don't know. What else we got here? What a shout. The I'm a Celebrity Castle lacks creature comforts. I mean, don't ever spare a thought for these people and start going, oh, poor little them. They're being paid very well, take my word for it, to try and resurrect, for many of them, a career that's dead in the water. Or failing that, they're trying to make people aware of them. And it's a case of, they're not doing this for free. They're doing it for a fee. It could be £20,000 or £30,000. Victoria Derbyshire has insisted playing games with slime and spiders won't harm her career at the BBC. She obviously thinks she's a celebrity. I thought she was a journalist. Wrong again, Steve. Wrong again. Funeral the other day to the Manchester United and World Cup hero Nobby Stiles. His hearse with a bouquet that spelt Nobby drove through Manchester yesterday. 78, died on October the 30th after battling Alzheimer's. Terrible, isn't it? When it's people you know. There's a man here called Matt. Matt brought joy to church life with his wife Anna and their twins. It had no congregation. So how did he change things? He hit the pubs and the nightclubs. And now in his church, he's got lots of beer tastings and things like that. It's obviously heading in the right direction. Our friend Jake over in America would love this one, but it's a book that's come out as well. The best churches, he said, are the messy ones with their human dramas and people who really need help. Churches have got to be a place where people have come. Yeah, most people seem to think they're very stuffy churches. They're sort of musty and stuffy and you don't really want to go there. Have you tried flavoured gin? I don't do gin. I'm not a gin drinker. Martina says, would the COVID vaccine replace the flu jab? No, I think it would just go along hand in hand with it, and you'll end up having. But they were saying yesterday that they think that doctor surgeries might have to open 24 hours a day so that people can leave work at certain times and then go back and then queue up, presumably, because it only takes about a minute. I mean, I had to queue for my flu jab, and I'm top of the list. Well, quite high up the list anyway. But in fact, sorry. Because I'm a celebrity. That's right, thank you, celebrity. And I go there, and it literally takes a minute, because they're all individual doses, so it's a case of roll up your sleeve, I look the other way, she produces this 12-foot hypodermic, and then sort of goes, they all say the same thing, little scratch. I thought, no, it's not. No, it's not. Why would we stop using the other words, which are far more entertaining? We could all have a good old titter, couldn't we? Like that. It's like that new planet that seemed to invent itself, Uranus. Where did that one come from? Mind you, it was the Milky Bar changed as well, didn't it? It used to be Nestle's Milky Bar, then magically became Nestle Milky Bar, and they put one of those accents over it. When did that happen? It was Nestle's Milky Bar, and you had the Milky Bar kid who was going around shooting people. And then he'd go, the Milky Bars are on me. Fat lot of use that was, I tell you. All these kids lying prostrate on the ground. Who wants a Milky Bar? Luckily nobody said they're all for me. He always had to be blonde. I used to love the Milky Bar kid. I could have been the Milky Bar kid. I was about 26 at the time of that. Steve, the pin cushion comment you said made me chuckle. It's true, isn't it? Steve, I had a flu jab yesterday, my arm's killing me. Do you know, everybody said that to me. They say, when you go in, you have the flu jab, your arm will ache. I've never had my arm ache at all. It just goes in, it's a little one-shot thing. And I told you, she'd done about 100 on the day that I went, which I thought was very good. So, Paddington's Lost Adventure. And these are sketches by Peggy Fortnum. and she used them to illustrate letters she sent to Michael Bond in 1996. In one, Peggy wrote, "She felt sure the little bear will always be around for the both of us, and the image of Paddington will never change." Well, she's absolutely right. You cannot go to a tourist shop in London or anywhere else without seeing another image of Paddington Bear. He is the bear who does everything. She says we all need a Paddington in our life. I absolutely agree with her. I've read the books. I've thoroughly enjoyed them. I've got a Paddington Bear, limited edition. I'm taking a picture of. What are you doing? Oh, right. There's no end to the excitement, is there, around here? People do all sorts of strange things, and you get, "What are you doing?" They go, "Oh, nothing. Steve, the original Spikers love the montage. Maybe another one at some point, as you know. You got loads of pictures sent. We had so many pictures sent in. I think what we should have to do, I'll get Corey next week or Luke today to write to the charity saying, "Can we do another montage, please?" Because there's so many people who would love to see their pictures up on the internet who've spent some money. And, as I say, we've now sold over 5,000 of the Prosecco glasses. I mean, seriously, you are absolutely brilliant. The former war veteran has sold his medal collection for 140,000. This is following controversy. This is Sergeant Deacon Cutterham, 37, won the Conspicuous Gallantry Cross for throwing a live grenade away from his patrol with just seconds to spare back in 2011. So he puts them up for sale, and then other people, several ex-soldiers who said they served with him, have alleged to the BBC that his version of events is not true. Mr. Cutterham has consistently denied their claims. Anyway, they were sold the other day, and I think it was £140,000. He said, "I will never forget my time in the army, and I know I'm extremely privileged to have been awarded this honour. However, I'm pleased to see it'll be going to a new owner, because there are people who will have money to buy things like this." They were doing a programme on Sky something the other day, and it's like, I think it's the Art Channel, which was Sky Arts, very good. They've got a series on Sotheby's and people who are buying stuff which is affordable art from the Roman times. From sort of, 3,000 years before Christ. You can still buy an alabaster bowl for less than £2,000. What you do with it, I've got no idea. But they had all sorts of things for sale. And you can sort of get in touch with that. And now most of this stuff will disappear. And it will go into private collections, never to see the light of day again. I've often wondered, if I won the lottery tonight, if I was lucky enough to win 59 million, I wouldn't be greedy. I'd go out and I would benefact other people. I would benefact them. People, oh, please, Steve, do not benefact us. I want to be a benefact. I'd love to be a benefactor. I think I could do an awful lot of good. It'd be fantastic, actually. And that would be at Christmas time, wouldn't it? When you can help people out, as you are doing by the buying of the glasses. Nice to have your company. 9 minutes to 7, Friday. Have you noticed? The one thing that I've not mentioned for about 2 hours is it being Friday the 13th. So much better. Steve, my job is no good for my waistline. I have far too many cheeky sausage rolls. It's fatal, isn't it? And have you noticed all the places that do sausage rolls and bacon rolls are opening earlier and earlier and earlier? So catching the people, because I've been past Greggs on a number of times. And only recently, within about the past few months, empty. Seriously, not even queues in there. I'm wondering whether or not perhaps people have stopped building things. John Barrowman and Nick Knowles, Steve, have both done I'm a Celebrity. When are you flying the flag for Fives Company? I'm not a celebrity. I wouldn't do anything like that anyway. I mean, I know people that could probably, if I wanted to do it, I'm sure I could drop hints in the right department. And I can't think of anything worse. Why would you want to go and sit in a derelict barn of a place in Wales with a load of people? I mean, I can't think of anything worse. I mean, as I said yesterday, if it was Australia and there was a Versace hotel, then that would be different. But in Wales, you've just got a travel lodge and a caravan site. Well, you're not finding me. I'm sorry, would you like to come and sit here and do it? No, thank you. No. Got better things to do with my life. Love the Prosecco glass, Steve. And the photograph montage. Nice to see other listeners' faces. Luke is particularly handsome. Luke, stop sending these. OK? Stop sending these things in. I know it's you. He's sending his own tweets in now to get a mention on the programme. I mean, it's that desperate. The insecurity. He's the only person he's having that photograph blown up. He stands at bus stops handing, hello, I'm Luke. Hello, I'm Luke. Would you like a photograph? Hello, I'm Luke. You know who else used to do that? Who is that boxer who used to speak like that? Eubank. He would go along the promenade in Brighton on his scooter, handing out photographs. Would you like a photograph of me? And he would hand out photographs. And then he'd do it in his big truck. And then he disappeared. Not so good. But, yeah, Luke is particularly honestly, you're just so obvious. So terrible. Steve, can you wish me, please, a happiest... what are we doing? We're happy 39th lockdown wedding anniversary. Friday the 13th, lucky for some. So many things cancelled this year. Long-time listeners, Jackie and Jerry. Thank you very much indeed. Do keep sending in the pictures, actually. I'm determined. I'm going to make the charities put up more. Have you emailed? I think we should definitely do some more montages because, you know, you've gone to all the effort of sending them in. We should do. Maggie says, when will you be putting your decorations up? I think probably next week. I think next week, because we're up to the 13th today. I think they should be up because this is the new tree. This is it's a fake tree. And normally I have real. I've got two real and one fake. And the fake one is what? What's the matter now? Well, we have enough room to put 3 trees up. You know, I mean, if the tree one in each wing... I'm living in the B wing at the moment. The main sitting room's taken up with something the size of the Trafalgar Square tree. As you can well imagine, we don't so much have baubles hanging on it, but squirrels. Disguised as packets of crisps. Poor old squirrels. But no, and so... but this is a 6 foot, which I bought from QVC, and the lights are fixed on it. So I thought that was a good way forward. So we wish them the best... over at Strictly, I suppose, with all these things. You've just got to take care of yourself. Dominic Cummings could be gone by Christmas. You know, they are leaving, aren't they, at a sort of a fairly regular basis. And, I know what are you looking for the, I know what the boys are looking for. Well, I think I know what they're looking for. Well, maybe I'm not sure what they're looking for. We shall find out in a moment. 84850. steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody says you've never visited Wales. Of course I've visited Wales. And they are putting them up on a caravan site. You need to educate yourself. Nothing worse than somebody ignorant. Oh, dear, honestly, how embarrassing for you. Yes, they're putting them up in a caravan site. The Guardian, the impossible return of AC/DC. Have you got the out cue? Is it there for make some noise? Yeah, show me. Oh, right, there you go. I'd just like to see it, actually. So I wasn't sure if we would sort of... yes, it's all under control. And I'm not sure... I'm sure that the Rebecca Vardy is an old story. I'm pretty certain it's an old story. I think the one about poor old Peter Andre, honestly, never shown his face since. Or anything else. Catherine Hepburn's greatest films. Isn't she fantastic? I love Catherine Hepburn. Plus... Scotland Yard have set new rules on diversity and stop and search in a bid to quell a race crisis facing the biggest police force. And so far, it's all gone a bit quiet in the Trump camp. Is he still sort of deliberately being a little bit difficult over the, you've lost? Because especially after his pastor the other day was saying, don't write him off. He can, and I'm thinking, no, he's lost. He's definitely lost. Susanna Reid says, if I can deal with Piers Morgan, so can ministers. But they can't, can they? They're not putting ministers up for some reason. We have no trouble getting ministers. They're all over the place. You can't move for them. Also, the Stonehenge Tunnel. This is interesting, because this one, I think, has been approved by Grant Shapps. Now, I think Nick Ferrari's going to be talking to Grant Shapps today. I don't know if it's about the Stonehenge Tunnel, but I'm sure it will come up because he's overruled a recommendation from planning officials giving the scheme the green light. This is a 2-mile road tunnel near Stonehenge. People say, all the planners, it will cause permanent, irreversible harm to the ancient site. It's a £1.7 billion project. Do we actually need to spend that much money? Is it absolutely that necessary? But the scheme is backed by powerful bodies, including English Heritage, which look after the monument, the National Trust and Historic England. The tunnel is designed to improve views of the monument on foot and ease congestion on a busy route. Why do they have to keep digging everything up? Drives me mad. Absolutely mad. So I'm quite sure that'll come up this morning. Also, the property pandemic. I'm amazed at how much property is coming up at the moment on the market. And apparently now's the time that you can get some good bargains. Some very, very good bargains if you want to go out there. Well, there must be good bargains because they keep building property. Everywhere you go now, they're building property. Oh, look, they did that light thing as well with the gin bottle. If only they did it for Prosecco. Listen, that's it for this week. Thank you very much indeed. Loving your shirt, Steve. Excited to see the happy hour pictures. So, listen, have a great weekend, all of you. I have a little bit extra podcast available to you. Rebecca Vardy letting slip this teeny tiny secret about Peter Andre. Also, the I'm a Celebrity lineup. Now they've sort of added some extra people. Helen Flanagan showing off her washboard abs. Not quite as good as mine, but I mean, she's making an effort.